Chapter 1340. If the post roads after the start of a war were compared to the meridians of a dynasty, then the endless supply of troops and provisions would be the blood of the empire. At this moment, Beimang displayed a huge tension that was enough to move the central plains. The Empress of Beimang, Taiping Ling of Chess and Sword Music School, and a fat man stood beside a post road. They looked at the busy transportation from north to south. The three of them had different expressions. The old lady, who was wearing a brand new mink coat, was full of pride. It was precisely because of her slow and appropriate governance that the Central Plains, which was on the verge of unification, did not gain the slightest bit of the upper hand for more than 10 years. She even forced Liang to spend half of the country's tax revenue on the Eastern Front, and finally led to the revival of West Chu and Guangling Road. Among her subjects, there was still Tuoba Bodhisattva, Dongzhua Lu Gui, Huang Songpu, Morong Baoding, Yang Yuanzan, and a series of meritorious generals, not to mention the grassland eagle with the surname Yelu. They were a gathering of stars, shining brightly on the vast grassland. Standing beside the empress was an ordinary-looking old scholar in a green robe. This old man, who had spent 20 years traveling the Central Plains, had a cold look in his eyes. As for the fat man who was constantly hugging his hands to expel the cold, his body was already huge, and after wearing the armor, he looked even more bloated. The Empress of Beimang retracted her gaze and turned to look at the fat man whose reputation was notorious in the streets of Xijing. She joked, South Chu and North Dong, two big fatties. Back then, you lost to Chu Lushan and were driven out miserably. Now that he has become the protector general of Beiliang, you are the king of the South Courtyard. In terms of official position, you are already better than him. Do you have the confidence to get back at him this time? Dongzhua, the king of the South Courtyard, who was in charge of the entire border war, did not grin in front of the old lady for the first time. He rubbed his cheeks and said softly, If Lu Qiuer and I had the same number of troops, it would probably be very difficult. But the current situation is that I have 1 million troops against his 300,000 troops. There is no reason for me to lose, but I always feel that it is a little unfair. When I see Lu Qiuer, he will definitely not be convinced. The Empress of Beimang smiled and said, I know myself well. I don't know much about war, so I don't have the bad habit of giving orders to the warriors at the border. It's just that your deployment of troops is so strange that I was so curious that I traveled more than 800 miles to see you. Even though the imperial decree of peace has patiently explained your intentions to me time and time again on the way, I still hope to hear it from your mouth. Otherwise I won't feel at ease. After Huang Songpu heard about your deployment, he was so angry that his face turned ashen. He even shamelessly asked me to allow him to be the king of the South Courtyard again. He just wants you to pack up and get out of here, so that you don't squander the wealth that the South Dynasty has accumulated for 20 years. Dongzhua clenched his fist, knocked on his red nose, and said in a muffled voice, Among the Liuzhou Yuzhou and Liangzhou that border our dynasty, Liuzhou is the easiest to take, and Yuzhou is the most exhausting. But of course, the northern line of Liangzhou is the most difficult to take. At this point, Dongzhua paused for a moment. The Empress of Beimang waited patiently, but the fat man was completely silent. After waiting for a long time, the old lady could not help but laugh angrily. Are you done? Dongzhua continued. Logically speaking, it's better to break one finger than to injure all 10. The main force should attack Liangzhou and march straight down, swaggering all the way to the Beiliang Palace on Mount Qingliang before stopping. Using a relatively small number of troops on the two flanks to tie down Yuzhou and Liuzhou is the best strategy. The Empress of Beimang nodded. It was obvious that she thought so too. In fact, this was the conclusion that Beimang had reached in the early stages of their discussion. The dried-up bait in Liuzhou did not interest the Beimang at all. Attacking Liuzhou was meaningless other than prolonging the supply line. If the stalemate in Liuzhou was prolonged, Beimang's gains would not make up for the losses. After all, there were several elite cavalry units on the border of Liangzhou that were equipped with terrifying long-distance attacks. Li Yishan had single-handedly created the situation of more than 100,000 refugees in Liuzhou. His original intention was to increase the breadth and thickness of Beiliang's strategy, which had always been its weakness. Dongzhua put on a distressed expression and said, This strategy was indeed the best strategy. However, after more than 10,000 light cavalry units infiltrated Jizhou, the situation began to change. Furthermore, Bailiang has been flirting with the western regions for the past few years. I'm afraid that when the time comes, not only the north of Jizhou, but also the western regions will emerge and attack the southern dynasties. When the time comes, the southern dynasties will be in a mess. I've considered Su Fengnian's temperament. He's a scoundrel who's never afraid of dying together with others. He'd rather give up his headquarters in Liang province to defeat the southern dynasty. I'm sure he'd do it. Even if he has to wipe out all the Bailiang cavalry, he'll still destroy the foundation that Beimeng has painstakingly built up over the past 20 years. This should be his plan. Dongjue suddenly spat and cursed. King Liang. He's so lucky. After Su Xiao the butcher left, he's replaced by that crazy Su Fengnian. Even if it were Chen Jibao, I wouldn't be so conflicted. Dongjue's eyes turned ruthless. He gritted his teeth and said, since Su Fengnian wants to risk his life, it's simple. I won't give him the chance to play tricks. Beimeng's million-strong army will be divided into 3 groups. I'd like to see how he'll twist and turn. After all, we have the advantage in numbers on every front. Yan Wenwan said that 150,000 corpses are needed to fill the gourd, so I'll use 300,000. Liuzhou has 30,000 dragon elephant cavalry, and those refugees. I'll use General Lu Gui's 200,000 to fight. Liangzhou is difficult to conquer. Will 500,000 be enough? If it's not enough, I'll ask your majesty for another 200,000 to 300,000. The Beimeng empress frowned and said, in this way, although the southern dynasty won't have anything to worry about, isn't the price too high? Dongjue shook his head and said, the Liang imperial court dares to use West Chu to train their soldiers. As a people who live on horseback, we Beimeng are natural warriors. Why wouldn't we use Bailiang to train our soldiers? The old lady wanted to say something but stopped. Dongjue said in a deep voice, your majesty, I Dongjue, can promise you that even if Bailiang destroys 500,000 or even 600,000 of our soldiers, as long as we conquer Bailiang, I'll definitely return the 2nd million-strong army with both hands. The imperial decree of peace finally opened his mouth and said, your majesty, after winning this war, Bailiang and Jizhou will soon become the 2nd southern dynasty. All the civil officials of the southern dynasty are already prepared. Wherever the cavalry's hooves pass, it will be the beginning of the scholar's pen. This is the real backup plan that I've prepared for Beimeng. As long as Beimeng's army conquers those territories, I'll be able to manage those places immediately, and let the Beimeng dynasty's borders follow the war horses as they move southward. The Beimeng empress nodded but soon asked worriedly, I'm not doubting your ability, but will the Liang imperial court give us enough time to digest the results of the war? Also, won't Gu Jiantang's eastern front take the opportunity to cause trouble? The imperial decree of peace said calmly, everyone thinks that West Chu's revival is a flash in the pan, but I firmly believe that Chao Chongqing will be able to see the top of Great In City's city wall. Dongjue smiled and said, Yuan Bunshi and the others felt that after the Battle of Liangmang, even if they gave up the entire northwest to us, they would still have the 2 pillars of Liao, Gu Jiantang, and Western Shu, Qinjibao, to support the border. Therefore, they were happy to see the last drop of blood of Bailiang. However, if it's really as the imperial decree of peace said, then Gu Jiantang will have to leave the 2 Liao and return to Great In City. At that time, we can place a small number of troops in Bailiang to deal with Qinjibao. Taking a step back, at that time, we will have the depth of Bailiang and the southern dynasty. This is a huge geographical advantage that cannot be ignored. Naturally, we will be able to greatly reduce the losses caused by Qinjibao's troops. No matter how amazing Qinjibao is, it will be difficult for him to turn the tide in a short period of time. However, we can follow West Chu's lead to Great In City and take a look at the world's largest city with a population of millions. I, Dongjue, must go and see how tall the city wall is. The old woman said emotionally, after training with the Bailiang cavalry, then climbing up the city walls of Great Peace City, and taking care of Gu Jiantang and Qinjibao in the central plains. The men of Beimeng will kill their way to the southern border and throw themselves into the sea. Even though I am a woman, I feel heroic just thinking about it. Dongjua grinned. The magistrate of peace glanced at the king of the southern courtyard, who had left everyone else in the dust in the Beimeng court. His gaze was complicated. The Empress of Beimeng raised her hand and patted the fatty's shoulder. She said calmly, "As long as you can reach that step, I am not that Liang Zhaodan. I can tolerate a Dongjua who seizes territory. South of Guangling River, everyone can have the surname Dong. I want the history books to remember the name Dongjua for hundreds and thousands of years. After 100 years." She looked to the south and laughed loudly. "In the future, whatever the surname of the world, I have no children, I don't care." With a thump, Dongjua knelt on the ground. The old woman kept looking to the south. Old cripple. The world could have had the surname Su. In the early spring of the second year of Xiangfu, a group of Bailiang crossbowmen roamed outside the mouth of the gourd in Yuzhou. As the sun rose from the east, the morning dew on their armor gradually dried up as the chill of late spring dissipated. Each of these elite scouts rode 2 horses. Their mounts were the best war horses from the largest pastures in Bailiang. With a great battle imminent, the best horses from the various pastures were given to these special troops first. Compared to the battle lines in Liangzhou, where an arrow was knocked on a bow and could be triggered at any moment, Yuzhou, which had more strategic advantages, made people feel more at ease. This was because both sides in Liangmeng acknowledged that if Beimeng wanted to attack Yuzhou, they would have to use more than 100,000 lives to fill the gap or even flatten it. Butcher Su Xiao had spent more than 10 years meticulously building the Wu Castle system at the mouth of the gourd. It could be said that it had reached the pinnacle of defense in the history of the Central Plains. Endless black-armored cavalry poured into the mouth of the gourd like a flood. This scene was like the great tide of Guangling River. Chapter 1341. Once upon a time, there was a mountain called Wudong. There was a peak on the mountain called Lotus. A young Taoist once lived on the peak. He wanted to go down the mountain but didn't dare. His name was Hong Shixiang. But after that young headmaster returned from the mountain, it was said that he left the world. Then the even younger headmaster, Li Yufu, brought back a young child with spirited eyes. His name was Yufu. Perhaps his parents hoped that this child would be able to save up some good fortune every year. If a poor family wanted to live a long and stable life, it was nothing more than saving up. The Lantern Festival was a big festival. In order to welcome the Lantern Festival in the second year of Xiangfu, all the Taoists on Wudong Mountain, regardless of seniority, chopped bamboo to make lanterns and then pasted rice paper on them. Even the most senior Taoist masters like Chen Yao and Yu Xingrui were no exception. Unfortunately, the oldest martial uncle on the mountain, Song Jiming, passed away last year. He didn't ascend to immortality. The old Taoist master passed away peacefully. He only muttered that if only his younger martial brother was still alive, he would be able to refine several furnaces of truly good pills. Then there was the month before the old man's death. He often saw martial Uncle Song standing at the gate of Big Lotus Peak, looking at the foot of the mountain. Needless to say, he was waiting for the headmaster's martial nephew. From Wudong's old Jinren's Shifu Huang Manshan, to his Deshisiang Wang Zhonglo, to his little shitty Hong Shixiang, and finally the current Jiao Li Yufu Song Jiming, other than the paintings of his ancestors, lived for 200 years and met 4 Wudong Jiao Jiao. Therefore he passed away very peacefully. The older generation of Taoists was withering day by day. The great Taoist master Chen Yao, who was in charge of discipline, also couldn't hide his old age. Fortunately, Wudong Mountain had always been indifferent to birth, old age, illness and death. Moreover, Wudong Mountain was now flourishing with incense. Several peaks on the mountain held several not-so-grand but still solemn opening of the mountain ceremonies. Even though it was close to the Lantern Festival, and the sky had not yet brightened, there were still many good men and women who started to climb the mountain to burn incense. It was different from the many Taoist temples in Liang that would specially open a back door for high officials and dignitaries, and the common people could burn incense for a lifetime without being able to burn the first incense. In Bailiang, as long as you were early, the common people could also burn the first incense on Mount Wudong. There was an endless stream of pilgrims on Mount Wudong's southern Divine Avenue. And there were even many foreigners who spoke with foreign accents. As Beimeng's army was marching south, the 3 prefectures of Bailiang were like a funnel, and the population was plummeting. These foreign pilgrims were like carps swimming against the current, which was enough to show the prosperity of Mount Wudong. There were even rumors that the imperial court would soon transfer the title of Mount Longhu to Mount Wudong to appease the people of Bailiang. Among the incense-burning army, there was a young man and woman who looked like a young couple, probably because they were from a small family. They did not wear embroidered clothes or mink coats, nor did they have intimidating squires. They did not even have a lantern. They were climbing the mountain together with another family they met at the foot of the mountain, and they used the family's lantern to make their way up the mountain easier. The young man introduced himself as Su Qi, a native of Bailiang. His wife's surname was Liu, and her hometown was Qingzhou. In his words, she was married to a chicken and followed the chicken and dog, which was why she had come to Bailiang to suffer hardships. The large family traveling with them consisted of 4 generations, a total of 16 people. The old man's surname was Yan, and he was 80 years old. He said he was Taoist Guangling, and he had been an official in the capital as well as a local official. He had only returned to his hometown last year. The old man spoke humorously and was extremely talkative. Along the way, he chatted with Su Qi about what he had seen and heard in the north and south of the Yangtze River, adding a lot of laughter to the boring mountain journey. Although Su Qi did not say anything surprising, he was able to pick up on the old man's words every time. Other than the old man, the other 2 men of the Yan family originally did not like this so-called Bailiang barbarian. This could not be blamed on their arrogance. Among the many territorial disputes in Liang, Bailiang, where Su Xiao was in charge, and Nanjiang, where Zhao Bing, the prince of Yan, was in charge, had always been the big brother. Not to mention the second brother. Both were barbarian lands in the imperial court. They could not even compare to the 2 Bailiang. As a result, there was once a big joke in the imperial court. They remembered that the first Bailiang scholar had passed the imperial examination like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, becoming a jinshi. This made Tai and City very surprised, and they wondered how there could be scholars in Bailiang. As a result, many people helped that scholar search the family tree. When they finally found out that the scholar's ancestral home was in Jianzhou of the Central Plains, they felt relieved. However, they did not care about the fact that the scholar had been born and raised in Lingzhou of Bailiang for many generations. It was not until Yan Jieshi became a relative of the imperial family, and then a grand scholar of the palace hall, Jean Lanting's meteoric rise, and the great scholar of Confucianism, Yao Baifeng, came to the capital to preside over the imperial college that their terrible impression of Bailiang as uncivilized was slightly improved. They pinched their noses and admitted that Bailiang also had a family tradition of scholars. The distance from the main peak of Wudong's Golden Peak to the southern Divine Path was 12 miles. It was also a mountain road. With the old and young of the Yan family, their legs were weak and they walked slowly. By the time the first morning bell rang, they were only halfway there. They rested at the pavilion for travelers and pilgrims to rest. The old man took advantage of the first rays of dawn to look into the distance. Su Qi and his wife stood side by side, admiring the scenery below the mountain. After the old man retracted his gaze and sat down, his young great-grandson immediately ran over to massage his legs and feet. The old man laughed heartily and dotingly picked up the child and placed him on his lap. He pointed to the east and said, "This scene is called The Sky Opens to White." The child clearly had no interest in the sky opening to white. He raised his head and asked in a childish voice, "Great-grandfather, is there really an immortal on the mountain like my mother said? Can immortals ride on the clouds?" The old master of the Yin family laughed heartily and stroked the child's head. He did not give an answer. He only turned his head to look at the mountain peak shrouded in clouds and fog. He sighed softly and said, "I don't dare to speak loudly for fear of alarming the people in the sky." Chapter 1342. The child, who did not get an answer, kept pestering him. The old man could only say, "As scholars, we must scrupulously abide by the saint's words of not speaking of strange forces and chaotic gods. However, I can still talk to you about something else. In fact, when I was young, I used to travel under the guise of traveling, and secretly went to visit immortals in green robes with a sword. Perhaps I didn't have the lucky chance, so I didn't meet those masters with white hair and youthful faces in the eyes of the world. However, when I was middle-aged, I went to the Taoist master mansion on Longhu Mountain with many people, and met the old Taoist master of that generation. However, we didn't have the opportunity to have a deep conversation. After all, at that time, my official status was too low and I was only at the bottom. At that time, I felt that being an official was inferior to cultivating Tao. There were so many scholars in the world, and it was so difficult to become a scholar after the death of a grand tutor. There weren't many people who cultivated Tao in the world, so it was relatively easy to become a first-rank official. The child was disappointed. Great-grandfather, then why did we come all the way to Mount Wudong? My father said that his bones were about to fall apart from the bumpy ride. A young Confucian scholar nearby suddenly blushed. The old man stroked his snow-white beard and smiled. Great-grandfather has never seen immortals, but when I was in charge of a region, I met a Taoist priest of the same age. We had a pleasant conversation, and that Taoist priest taught me a set of body-nourishing techniques. The reason why great-grandfather can live to this age is because of that Taoist priest's kindness. Although so many years have passed, I still remember that Taoist priest's appearance very clearly. He was tall, benevolent, righteous and heroic, with the style of an ancient wandering scholar. Compared to the yellow-purple noble of the celestial master's residence, he really didn't have any arrogance. The old man sighed. That Taoist priest was the previous leader of Mount Wudong, called Wang Zhonglo. I only found out that he was the leader of Beiliang's Mount Wudong after a long time, so before I was completely buried in the earth, I hurried here to take a look. At the same time, I also wanted to see how high Beiliang's northwest sky was, because when great-grandfather was an official in Taiyan City, there was an imperial censor who impeached a person. He said that after that person arrived in Beiliang and held a banquet, he pointed to the chair under his butt, and said to everyone that this chair was not the dragon chair, but it was much higher than the one in the capital. The old man's son was almost 60 years old. After hearing this he laughed and said, "It's most likely nonsense." The old man nodded. Beiliang Su Qi, who had been watching the old man carry his great-grandson, did not say anything. He turned around and silently looked into the distance. His wife held his hand, tilted her head and asked softly, "Is it true or not?" It was indeed the Su Fengnian's Su Qi. He said softly, "It's true. I was still young at the time. I was sitting on my father's lap. He was actually the one who said this to me. He probably wanted to tell me that being an emperor was meaningless." Su Fengnian gripped Lu Qingyan's slightly cold small hand, quietly revealing the truth. Officials retiring at 70 is Liang Imperial Court's rule. Being able to retire at 79 is not something anyone can do. The old man is Yen Song, the highest-ranking official in the capital, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. He did not have the same political opinion as Grand Secretary Zhang Jilu. Later on, he was pushed aside to Gangnam-do's Luzhou. He was disheartened, and thus began to study in peace. This time, Grand Secretary Zhang's reputation was ruined. The entire court kept quiet out of fear. Yen Song was one of the few who dared to stand up for Grand Secretary Zhang, so it could be seen that back then, he and Zhang Jilu had an open and above-board dispute. The reason why I traveled with him was because Su Zhao's impression of this person was not bad. Of all the people who scolded him, Yen Song scolded Su Zhao fiercely, but it was reasonable. The old man suddenly smiled at Su Fengnian. "Su Qi, before I entered Beiliang's territory and came to Wudong Mountain, I visited a few academies. The scene there greatly surprised me. It seems like your new King Liang is even more scholarly than the old King Liang. It really is rare." Lu Qingyan glanced at Su Fengnian, who revealed an expression of shame for the first time, and smiled knowingly. Su Fengnian turned around and said, "It must be because he knows that his martial arts are not as good as Su Zhao's, so he can only take a step back and fill in the gaps in his scholarly work." The child was confused. He tugged on the old man's sleeve and asked, "Great-grandfather, didn't my uncle say that the king of Beiliang's martial arts are very powerful?" A middle-aged man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "The martial arts of scholarly work and martial arts are not about the ability to fight." After chatting for a while, the group began to climb the mountain again. Now that they had come to Wudong Mountain to burn incense, there was one thing that visitors and pilgrims had to do. That was to see with their own eyes the many Taoists on the mountain, regardless of age or seniority, who collectively participated in the morning and evening exercises. The reason why the old and young of the Yin family had rushed up the mountain so early was to enjoy the scene. Hundreds and thousands of Taoists were practicing together in the square. It was rumored that the set of fist techniques was created by the previous chief, Hong Shixiang. Anyone could practice, learn, and benefit from it. When the group finally arrived at the square of Wudong Mountain, they did not miss it. Otherwise, they would have had to wait until dusk. Sure enough, just as the rumors said, countless Wudong Taoist priests who were standing close to each other were practicing martial arts together in the square. Even the layman could tell that the set of martial arts was comfortable. Yes, comfortable. There were no profound movements, nor were there any sounds like the normal practice of martial arts. It was quiet and peaceful. The old man Yen Song praised. What a natural and smooth move. The child who was sitting on his father's neck pointed into the distance, as if he had discovered some incredible immortal. With a face full of surprise and joy, he said, "There's a child about my age who is also practicing boxing over there. There, he's at the very front." Although the old man could not see the situation clearly, he was a little surprised after hearing it. Isn't it said that the person leading the fist techniques is the current chief, Li Yufu? Su Fengnian explained. Li Yufu took in an apprentice. Behind those Taoist priests, there were many pilgrims who were also practicing boxing. Perhaps it was not the intention, or even the form, but every one of them was very enthusiastic. It was just that they could not see the movements of the leading Taoist priest, so they could only practice boxing with the pilgrims in front of them or nearby. It looked a little out of place, but everyone was very serious. Then the old and young of the Yen family saw a young Taoist who did not seem to be very senior slowly walking from the front to the back. Along the way, he was constantly giving instructions to the pilgrims who were learning the fist techniques. He smiled and helped to correct any movements that were too forceful, or where the technique was not in place, or where the wrist was not enough, or where the back was misunderstood. Su Fengnian looked at the young Taoist who was leading the fist techniques meticulously. His expression was a little strange. When the young Taoist saw Su Fengnian, he smiled and walked quickly. Lu Qingyan whispered, "Do you want to practice too?" Su Fengnian asked. "Do you want to see?" Lu Qingyan smiled and nodded. Su Fengnian slowly walked forward and stood at the back of the line. Then he began to practice leisurely. The young Taoist was stunned for a moment. Then he stood beside Su Fengnian. Their movements were the same, smooth and pleasing to the eye. Su Fengnian closed his eyes. In the past, there was an unlucky guy who knew that he would be beaten every time he saw him. He would force a smile and say, "You are here." Su Fengnian whispered to himself, "The one who rides the bull, I am here." Chapter 1343. Wudong Mountain and Su Fengnian were fated to be, and it was Su Fengnian's blessed land. This was already recognized by Bailiang. It was said that Su Fengnian, the new Prince Liang, was able to become the world's #1, thanks to the hard work of the two headmasters when he was practicing on the mountain. That was why he was able to make rapid progress in the realm of martial arts. Nowadays, the elephant cleansing pool on the mountainside of Wudong Mountain had become the holy land of neo-martial arts. The stone house behind the waterfall was crowded with martial artists from all over the world who came to meditate and face the wall every day, just to touch the immortal aura of the invincible man in the world. Every now and then, there would be people fighting for a place. This disturbed several young Taoist priests who were in charge of cleaning the elephant cleansing pool. They often complained to their master that it was delaying their practice, and desperately begged for a change. Later, the headmaster, Li Yufu, let his disciple, Yufu, take over the responsibility. However, although Wudong Mountain opened the elephant cleansing pool to the public, the small thatched cottage and the small vegetable garden not far from the pool were always hidden under the instructions of Bailiang Palace. No outsiders were allowed to come near. The little Taoist priest Yufu would occasionally go to the thatched cottage to play. The originally abandoned vegetable garden also saw green again. After separating from the Yen family, Su Fengnian followed Li Yufu to the elephant cleansing pool. When Su Fengnian saw a large group of people bustling out of their tents and going to the pool to wash up with cotton towels on their shoulders, He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He turned to Li Yufu and asked, "Is it like this all year round?" Li Yufu nodded and smiled. "Yes, these martial artists generally do not make trouble. They take care of themselves. Every day, except for going to the square to practice martial arts in the morning and evening, they practice here. Wudang Mountain can't drive them away." It was unknown who had spread the news that youngest martial uncle had cut the waterfall with his wooden sword. Over the past half a year, more than 100 broken wooden swords had been fished out of the pool. Later on, there was another saying that the reason Wang Ye's divine skill was so great was because he found a martial art secret manual at the bottom of the lake. Therefore, even though these people were not landlubbers when they went up the mountain, now each and every one of them was very familiar with the water. However, they did not find the secret manual, but they did find a lot of pebbles as bright and clean as jade from the bottom of the lake. Scattered all over the place, there were at least several hundred of them. Later on, after some discussion, they found a craftsman at the foot of the mountain who polished a set of top-notch chess pieces and presented it to Wudang Mountain. Although the gift was not heavy, but the affection was heavy. Su Fingnian was speechless. The Jianghu he was familiar with was like this. The lower the level of the market, the more pitiful and lovable it was. He found a gap and squatted by the elephant pool. Beside him were two Jianghu men who were still wearing old unlined clothes despite the cold of spring. Su Fingnian knew that this was not the realm of being unaffected by the cold and heat. They were just pretending to be strong. In Jianghu, it was important to not lose to others. In the winter, if you wore a mink coat to keep warm, then you had to grit your teeth and wear unlined clothes. Even more ruthless, they would simply bare their arms. This was the same way as the literary world. In the midsummer, there were many madmen who wore fur coats and sang loudly in order to fish for fame. Su Fingnian squatted down and picked up a handful of cold water to wash his face. The burly man on his left glanced at him and was surprised that a young man who looked like a scholar had come to join in the fun. He asked in the jargon, "Newcomer? Is there a mountain?" Su Fingnian nodded. "Mountain? Qingliang Mountain should count as a mountain, right?" Su Fingnian asked with a smile. "There are so many people squeezed here. Not to mention eating and sleeping. Even farting and taking a dump isn't satisfying. May I ask, Senior, is there really someone breaking through here?" That fellow thought deeply. He probably felt that this kid was quite smart. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "How could there not be? 2 days ago, there was a brother who broke through the threshold of the third-rank realm in one night. It was a rather sloppy method, but after breaking through, his sword flowed like flowers and water couldn't get through. Before that, there was an old senior from Lingzhou who came here to comprehend the Tao. He stayed in the third-rank realm for more than 20 years. In the end, he just sat here for 3 months and broke through. I heard that after that senior became a master, he was in high spirits. On a full moon night, he let out a long roar. His voice was so loud that even a few miles away from the foot of the mountain could hear it. For a full hour, it was like thunder. Don't you think that's weird?" Su Fingnian held back his laughter and nodded seriously. "Us normal people can't even make a pot of tea's worth of time, let alone a full hour. Moreover, we'll definitely be mute for a month. For this senior expert to be able to roar for an hour, he definitely has a lot of internal strength. He's definitely in the master realm." The swordsman on the right secretly shuddered as he washed his face with cold water. He rolled his eyes and said, "Little brother, don't listen to little Kitten Kong's nonsense. What clear and long howl? What half an hour? Those are all nonsense. Who would be bored enough to shout for half an hour? Besides, isn't that old man afraid of disturbing the rest of the Wudang immortals? I, Su Shiying, don't respect any martial path master. I only respect the Taoists on this mountain. They are really skilled. My grandfather's grandfather personally saw old ancestor Huang. My grandfather also received help from old sect leader Wang. When sect leader Wang split the river with a finger, my grandfather was watching from the side of the river. Now that sect leader Li is also an expert, just looking at his fist, I have to give him a thumbs up. The man whose real name was Kong Dahu but who was ridiculed as Kitty Kong turned his head and looked at his brother who gave him a thumbs up. He laughed. Forget it, Su Shiying. You're always bragging about your relationship with the king of Bailiang. Other than the two words Su and Su being homophones, the two of you are like heaven and earth, not even half a copper coin. Su shurrying fiercely threw the cotton towel on his shoulder and glared. My grandfather was one of the first old soldiers to follow the great general to Bailiang. My grandfather still has the armor and the 8 dipper bow passed down by my grandfather at home. Kong Dahu laughed out loud and said, if your grandfather is really a foreigner like the great general, then why did you say that your grandfather's grandfather had seen the founder of Wudong sect, Huang Manshan? Did you not prepare your boast properly? Su shurrying felt guilty for a moment, and then became angry out of humiliation. He said, anyway, my grandfather was born in the 2nd generation of the Liaodong Old Barracks. Before the imperial court used the era name Yonghui, he had followed the great general to the north and south. My grandfather could shoot with the 8 dipper bow on foot and hit 8 out of 10. He could shoot with the 6 dipper bow on foot and hit 7 out of 10. My grandfather said that even the great general praised his archery back then. He said that when he went to Bailiang, he would let the Baimeng barbarians know the strength of the Liaodong warriors. Kong Dahu sneered and said, I've heard that other people say that divine archers can hit 100% of the time, or they can shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away. Your grandpa Su shurrying can only hit 70% of the time. How could he be praised by the general? Su shurrying. Oh, Su shurrying, are you not afraid of choking yourself to death with your bragging? Su Fengnian immediately had a whole new level of respect for Su shurrying, because in the early days of the imperial court of Liang, there was a martial arts examination called the Law of Testing and Equestrian Archery. According to the law, Su shurrying's grandfather's archery skills were indeed excellent. It was precisely because Su shurrying didn't mention anything about shooting with 100 shots that it was more realistic. Su Fengnian asked, Brother Su, why didn't you enlist in the army? Su shurrying sighed and said sadly, when my father was young, he wanted to study and pass the imperial examinations. My grandfather didn't like it and said that studying was useless. My father couldn't persuade my grandfather, so he could only enlist in the border army and become a small official in the Xianli ranch. In the end, I don't know how, but he angered a big shot above him. The big shot had an even bigger backer. I think it was that Huaihua great general Zhong Hongwu. When he came back, he was half dead. My grandfather was a person who cared about his reputation. Even when he died, he didn't say anything. He just wanted me, his grandson, to study. Unfortunately, I'm not cut out for studying. I only want to practice martial arts so that I can accumulate some military merits like my grandfather, and get an extra set of armor for the family to pass down as a family heirloom. At this point, Su shurrying grinned and said, I also have an older brother who joined the army at the border of Yuzhou. When he returned home during the spring festival last year, I heard him say that he would soon become an official crossbowman. My brother followed my father's example, and was very good at studying and practicing martial arts. Su Fengnian asked curiously, your father was wronged at the border. Why did he let your brother enlist in the army? Besides, the culture in Bailiang is gradually growing. Studying can also give one a good future. Besides, the northern barbarians are coming. It's not safe to be a soldier. Su shurrying, who always gave off a sloppy feeling, said sincerely for the first time, I don't know what my brother was thinking. At first, he really didn't want to be a soldier, but after a few years, he didn't want to study at home. Luckily, there was a young lady in his hometown who missed him. She's almost become an old maid. But last year, my brother promised his future sister-in-law that as long as he became the most difficult crossbowman in Bailiang's 300,000-strong border army, he would marry her grandly the next time he returned home. As for my father, when he returned home from the border, he only knew how to drink. After my brother joined the army, he drank the most. But in the past 2 years, he drank less and didn't say anything crazy. Especially after the spring festival, he even quit drinking. Last time, when he and my brother went to visit my grandfather's grave together, when my father toasted, Su shurrying didn't continue speaking. He lowered his head and washed his face fiercely. Although Kong Dahu and Su shurrying usually teased each other, their friendship was actually quite good. The Bailiang martial artists who came to the elephant cleansing pool to bask in the glory were divided into different groups. Small characters like them who didn't have any family background couldn't even squeeze into the areas with good feng shui near the pool, let alone meditating and facing the wall in the stone house behind the waterfall. Some of the disciples of sects and schools formed groups, each with their eyes on the top of their heads. Not only did they feast on fish and meat every day, there were also many young female heroes who stuck close to them and messed around in their tents every night. Every morning when they woke up, their faces were glowing. People like Kong Dahu and Su Shuriying could only watch enviously from afar. Those who were more daring would go and eavesdrop. Of course, the premise was that they weren't afraid of being beaten black and blue by the young heroes of the righteous sects. Chapter 1344. There was a commotion behind the three of them. It turned out that some people had recognized Li Yufu and his disciple, Yufu. They all went up to greet them. Li Yufu was famous on the mountain for treating people kindly and not putting on airs with anyone. This was not the surface of being smooth and slick, but the spirit inside. This was also the chi of Wudong. Wudong Taoists did not care about seniority or Taoist temples. They all had the homework of reading the fortune sticks for the common people on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, and even writing letters on behalf of others. On this matter, an unshakable rule had been set since ancestor Lu. Huang Manshan had read the fortune sticks and written letters for people. Wang Zhonglo was like this, Hong Shixiang was like this, Li Yufu was also like this, and maybe in the future, the little Taoist boy, Yufu was also like this. Cultivation in Wudong was to cultivate people before becoming an immortal, and cultivate oneself before becoming a Taoist. This was the true chi of Wudong Mountain. Su Fengnian and the other two turned to look at the young leader. Kong Dahu introduced him softly. This is Wudong's leader Li, a disciple that the old immortal, Yu Xingrui, took in the Eastern Sea in his early years. Leader Li's temper is very good. There are rumors in Jianghu that he killed an evil dragon in the #1 blessed land of Taoism, Earthlung Mountain. His cultivation is unfathomable. There are also people who say that the king of Bailiang made a special trip to Wudong Mountain to write to the imperial court, requesting for Wudong to be conferred as the ancestral court of Taoism. I think this is reliable. In the past, I didn't have much of an impression of that prince. Later he sent troops to the border and refused the imperial edict to enter Bailiang, which was very satisfying. He also killed the arrogant and domineering old military chief Zhong Honggu in Lingzhou. I feel that the new Prince Liang did not disappoint. This time, when the northern barbarians attacked, I heard that Prince went directly to the border and did not hide in Mount Qingliang. This matter was done to vent people's anger. Otherwise, if he became the #1 master in the world and still hid at home, it would be too embarrassing for Bailiang. For those of us who walk the Jianghu, if we leave Bailiang, wouldn't we lose face? Su Fengnian smiled helplessly. Su Shuriying softly said, if the battle at the border is fierce, I'll ask my brother to introduce us to kill the barbarians. Killing one is worth it, and killing two is worth it. Kong Dahu couldn't help but mock. You're just a pretty face. If you go, you'll definitely lose money. Do you really think that the northern barbarians are easy to mess with? Those barbarians have been relying on archers and horses since they were young. Their archery skills and horsemanship aren't bad. It'll be useless even if you go. Kong Dahu suddenly sighed with emotion. His Highness has done something wrong. He gave all the good stuff in the Tide Listening Pavilion's armory to that Wulin Alliance head of Mount Hui. It looks like that purple-clad woman is as beautiful as the rumors say. Otherwise, His Highness wouldn't have been so generous. Speaking of which, it's not a bad idea to leave some leftovers for us martial artists in Bailiang. Let's not talk about top-notch secret manuals, second or third-rate ones. Just give us 1 or 2 of them. Su Shuriying spat. With your little backbone, you want to become a peerless expert? Even if His Highness were to give you a pile of secret manuals, it would still be a dream. Kong Dahu didn't get angry. You, Su Shuriying, have a lot of backbone. Can't you just give me a few pounds? Su Fengnian tried to smooth things over with a smile. Wudong's nameless fist technique that everyone can learn has deep meaning. It contains Hong Shixiang's understanding of the Great Tao. I dare say that even if you only learn this fist technique for the rest of your life, you'll benefit from it regardless of whether you've been training in the past. Let's not talk about attaining the Tao and ascending to the heavens, or becoming a first-rank expert. After all, it all depends on one's fate. But if you want to talk about strengthening the body and extending life, you'll definitely be able to ask the King of Hell for a few more years. In my opinion, even the 100 secret manuals in the Tide Listening Pavilion can't compare to that fist technique that everyone can learn. Kong Dahu was skeptical. Little brother, is this fist technique really that extraordinary? Su Fingnian nodded and said, it's just like an article written by a blind person. It looks very knowledgeable, but in everyone's eyes it's just that. It's not really good knowledge. Similarly, the harder it is to learn a martial art, the higher the threshold. It might not be a good martial art. Kong Dahu laughed. This logic sounds nice, but it might not be true. Which martial art in the world doesn't have a high threshold? Little brother, do you think the old god of swords Li Chuangong's two sleeves green snake is hard to learn? How could it be something that anyone could learn? The new god of swords Dong Tai's sword technique, even a master wouldn't be able to understand it. Su Fingnian, who was rebutted, laughed. This is the brilliance of Wudong's fist technique. It is also the true meaning of Hong Shixiang's great Tao. The heavenly Tao that people can't reach is like the dangerous path at the peak of Mount Hua. It's just a narrow path. Although there are footsteps, there aren't many people. However, Hong Shixiang's great Tao is the flat path in the world. Everyone can walk on it. As long as one perseveres, even if one's talent is mediocre, one can walk far. Kong Dahu was stunned. He pointed at this brother and laughed. It sounds like a twisted logic, but it does make sense. Su Shiying patted Su Fingnian's shoulder and said, little brother, you have good perception. In the future, you will definitely become a famous master. Su Fingnian smiled. Thank you for your kind words. After the three of them stood up, Wudong's chief Li Yufu was still surrounded by people. The little Taoist child who went up the mountain during the heavy snowfall last year stood outside. He carefully sized up Su Fingnian. For some reason, the child had an unreasonable respect for this mysterious man whose identity he didn't know, but who was able to make his master pay special attention to him. But soon he felt a sense of closeness in his heart. But in the end, it was more fear than respect. So, from the beginning to the end, the child hid behind his master and didn't say a word to this guy. Just when Su Fingnian and the little Taoist child Yufu's eyes met, and the latter quickly turned his head, a handsome young man dressed in brocade clothes and marten fur crept up to Su Fingnian. He didn't dare to move forward 5 or 6 steps away. His fists were clenched and his palms were sweaty. Behind him was a group of disreputable friends who had nothing better to do, and came to Wudong Mountain to admire the scenery and the moon. They didn't care about the chief of Wudong or the fist skills. But now the officialdom of the old 3 provinces in Bailiang, as well as the descendants of the officialdom, had a completely different impression of a certain person. Especially after the young people who had competed with that person to see who was more prodigal back then added fuel to the fire. They had reached a consensus that the most manly thing in the world was a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf. After the young man with a look of disbelief stopped, he timidly said tentatively, I'm Lu Yukuan. My father is Lu Gongqi, the county chief of Danyang County in Lingzhou. Su Fingnian smiled. Your elder brother is Lu Yushan, the cavalry captain of the Dragon Elephant Cavalry? At that time, he followed the Longxiang army straight into the enemy's territory and beheaded 12 people? Lu Yukuan, who was the most domineering in the eyes of his companions, suddenly had tears in his eyes and trembled all over, as if he had been struck by lightning. Eldest young Master Lu was about to kneel down, but when he saw the man in front of him gently shake his head, he immediately straightened his knees that had already bent a little, not knowing what to do. Last year, in the farce of the officialdom in Lingzhou, many meritorious generals were forced to take off their armor in front of the public by a young man with the title of Lingzhou General, revealing scars all over their bodies. Lu Yukuan was there to watch from a distance. At first, he did not feel that the scene was very shocking. But later, he saw his elder brother who had returned from the border. His elder brother, who had always looked down on him, almost broke off relations with his father and the whole family because his father, who was a civil official, made a few sarcastic complaints at the dinner table. Later, he drank wine with his younger brother for the first time, and talked intermittently about the war on the border. He talked about how his fellow soldiers died in battle calmly. Only then did Lu Yuquan begin to understand the heavy significance. So Lu Yuquan climbed Mount Wudong in the cold spring. He just wanted to know how the new Prince Liang practiced martial arts. Su Fengnian did not want to reveal his identity here, so he stopped chatting with Lu Yuquan. Then he said goodbye to Kong Dahu and Su Shiying, gave Li Yufu a look, and walked to the hut with Lu Qingyan. After he left, Kong Dahu and Su Shiying looked at each other. How did this guy get involved with the dignified satrap's son? Looking at the situation, he was at least a figure with a family background of the same level. How could he be patient enough to talk to the two of them for a long time? The corner of Su Shiying's mouth twitched. At that time, he had pretended to pat that guy on the shoulder, for fear that these aristocratic sons, who liked to hide knives behind smiles, would turn around and attack him. He hoped that he would not be put in a sack and sink into the elephant washing pool before he could figure out a master. Lu Yuquan had the courage to observe for a long time. When he saw the king of Bailiang squatting and chatting with the two poor martial artists for a long time, he hurried forward and made a toast. He took the initiative to get close to them and said, "Brothers, I am Lu Yuquan from Lingzhou. It is fate that we met. I have wine, the most authentic green ant wine. Why don't the three of us drink it together?" Kong Dahu asked stupidly, "Young master, you don't charge, do you?" Lu Yuquan smiled helplessly and said, "You are slapping my face, aren't you?" Kong Dahu and Su Shiying went to Lu Yuquan's luxurious silk tent in a daze and drank the boiling hot green ant wine. Around them, a group of playboys in bright clothes were looking at them with admiration. And the eyes of the few young and beautiful heroines were even brighter. When the two finally learned the man's identity, they were dumbfounded. In the 4th year of Xiangfu, Su Shiying, a cavalryman from Liangzhou, died at the border after his brother, who was a crossbowman. In the 6th year of Xiangfu, Kong Dahu, a foot soldier from Yuzhou, died in Beimang's Aquarius prefecture. The two of them smiled before they died and died without regrets. Chapter 1345. On the way to Little Lotus Peak from the thatched cottage, Su Fengnian and Lu Qingyan unexpectedly met the old and young of the Yin family again. This kind of fate made the old family head, Yin Song, feel quite marvelous. In their conversation, some of the misgivings of a shallow friendship lessened. If Yin Song's post in Liyang before the destruction of the Great Chu was added, the old man could be said to have been a seasoned official. He had seen the 4 reigning emperors of the Great Chu and Liyang imperial courts. In fact, he had seen the new emperor Zhao Zhuan of Liyang a long time ago. However, when Yen Song was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, Zhao Zhuan was still a young 4th prince who was not outstanding in any aspect. When he saw the old man who often went to the diligent room to teach, he also had to bow like a student. Yen Song's eyes were shrewd and ruthless. Naturally, he would not consider Su Fengnian to be an ordinary Bailiang pilgrim. Later, when Wudong sect leader Li Yufu received him, it confirmed the old man's opinion. It's just that both sides were well aware that there was no need to put it on the table too openly. As for which Bailiang's descendant this young man was, Yen Song, who had already seen the highest point of the Liyang temple, had nothing to do with Bailiang, so there was no need to fuss over it. As the two people climbed the mountain, they unconsciously talked about the blue-eyed Grand Secretary. Regarding Zhang Jilu, Yen Song, who was standing in the opposing camp, felt regret. He said that Zhang Jilu was still half a step away from becoming a saint. He had achieved the goal of helping the world, but unfortunately he was not able to protect himself. Deeply worried, Yen Song said, "Vassal kings, foreign relatives, eunuchs, military officers, civil officials. These 5 types of people, if they do not stand upright, are the most likely to cause chaos in the world. Our dynasty's empress is virtuous and virtuous. The foreign relatives have never been able to make a name for themselves, which is the world's greatest blessing." The eunuchs were led by Han Shengxian, Song Tonglu, 2 heads of the Directorate of Rites. There's nothing to say about their character, but they were all loyal to the Zhao family's Son of Heaven. They were also very cautious in matters of authority. Our dynasty's eunuchs scrupulously abide by their duties, so there's no need to worry about eunuchs interfering in politics. With the assistance of Zhang Jilu, the late emperor did his utmost to weaken the feudal vassals, quietly suppressing military force, combining hardness and gentleness. It was quite effective. The new king of Jinggan, Zhao Sun, is also devoted to the country. The king of Guangling, Zhao Yi, has no ambition. Your Bailiang is restrained by Beimang. Even if you want to, you are powerless. Then there is only the king of Yanqi, Zhao Bing, who has elite troops and is good at hiding his strength. There is no big enemy in Nanjiang, so Zhao Bing can slowly accumulate power. He must be a big problem for our dynasty. Then Yen Song said self-deprecatingly. As for us civil officials, scholars can't rebel for 10 years. The emperor is the easiest to get rid of. The grand tutor has always been the highest pursuit of a scholar. Even if you can't become a grand tutor, there are so many second and third rank officials that you can be. As for posthumous titles, other than Wenjing, there are a lot of other titles that can be taken into the coffin. Taking a step back, being an official is not promising, but you can still leave your name in history. That's why I say that we civil officials are the most ambitious, but also the least promising. But Yin Song suddenly paused. With a solemn expression, he said in a low voice, with Zhang Julu as a role model for all scholars in the world for 20 years, it's different. Su Fengnian smiled and said, that Jin Sanlang, who rose to the top, said something that poked through the window paper. It was Zhang Julu who taught him that the people are important, and the monarch is not. It was also because of this that Jin Lanting submitted to the new emperor, that the late emperor decided to kill the grand secretary. Yen Song said bitterly, that little bastard, he's not a son. He's not a subject. Tantanon hit him well. Su Fengnian seemed to dismiss it with a smile, but Lu Qingyan intuitively sensed that he was revealing a trace of murderous intent. Yen Song sighed and said, almost all of the civil and noble officials of Spring Eternal Hui's Xiuqi and Jiping are excellent. There are no big problems to be found. However, after following Zhang Julu for so many years, once they lose the breadth of mind of the Grand Secretary, there will be a result of going too far is as bad as not going far enough. The more peaceful the world is, the easier it is for the competition between gentlemen to degenerate into a competition between personal feelings. This old man has many students, and the number of his favorite students can be counted with 2 hands. It's not that this old man is boasting, but he has always followed the teachings of the sage and taught without discrimination. In the first 10 or 20 years, nothing can be seen, but by the time this old man is about to retire, the difference is like heaven and earth. Regardless of whether they are from aristocratic families or from poor families, they can all be considered capable officials and have good governance. However, except for a few students who have managed to start and finish well, the rest more or less have some corruption. However, those with good family backgrounds have a much better table manners. Those who suddenly become powerful are unsightly. This old man was also puzzled. Later on, after thinking about it, it was one of the poor students who revealed the secret. They are afraid of being poor, and they are also afraid of being poor. Even if they don't think for themselves, they have to accumulate wealth for their descendants. Su Fengnian smiled and said, actually, this is human nature. Yen Song shook his head and said, as an official, it is human nature to let your descendants have no worries about food and clothing. However, to let your descendants sit on a mountain of gold and silver for 10 lifetimes is too much. Yen Song took a deep breath and forced a smile. Perhaps this is only this old man's view of the big picture. Yen Song said bitterly, 2 years ago, there was a student who this old man hoped would one day become an important minister in the palace. He was almost 50 years old. After the scandal was exposed, he knelt outside this old man's study for several hours. This old man wanted him to die, but when he thought of that young face and that pair of clear and clean eyes when he asked me for advice, this old man couldn't be ruthless. In the end, he just let him lose his official position. I heard that now that the new emperor has ascended the throne, his thoughts are active again. He wantonly operates in the capital, trying to recover. You have to know that the target of his extravagant spending just so happened to be the clan members and nobles that he thought were the rats and worms of the country back then. I still remember that this old man had tried to console him back then. Su Fengnian asked, did he succeed? Yen Song said incomparably self-deprecatingly, with a lot of money to clear the way, and the identity of the student of my political enemy, of course he succeeded. He became the director of the Ministry of Rights. After that, he even wrote a letter to me, his teacher, saying that he would inherit my mantle, and become the assistant director of the Ministry of Rights. Su Fengnian clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "This guy's skin isn't thin. It would be great if he came to our Bailiang." The old man asked doubtfully, "Why is that?" Su Fengnian joked, "Just his skin is as thick as a city wall, and he can help block tens of thousands of Beimang soldiers." Yin Song immediately laughed heartily. The other Yin family members beside him also laughed. The long mountain path eventually came to an end. At noon, they arrived at the top of Little Lotus Peak. Looking into the distance, they felt relaxed and happy. Yen Song sighed sincerely to Su Fengnian, who was standing beside him. To tell you the truth, this old man came to Bailiang because someone invited this old man. He happened to be one of Bailiang's students. He said that Bailiang was a good place for people to vent their frustrations. This old man didn't believe him, but that guy wrote 8 letters in one go. This old man was so annoyed that he thought that it would be good to visit the northwestern frontier fortress before he died. He wrote a lifetime's worth of feminine and graceful poems. Who knows, maybe when he's about to die, he'll be able to write 1 or 2 frontier fortress poems that will be handed down for generations. The old man's grandson stood up for him and said, "Grandpa's poems are wonderful. The late emperor praised them endlessly. Even Huang Longshi, one of the top 3 in the spring and autumn period, admired them. What's so feminine about them?" The old man, who was in an extremely good mood, laughed and retorted, "Nonsense. What admiration? Don't flatter this old man." Huang Longshi only commented that it was weak and passable. Although he retorted, it was clear that the old man was somewhat proud of this harsh comment that sounded more positive than negative. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It's not easy to make Huang Sanjia, who never praises people, say that." The old man narrowed his eyes and stroked his beard. "That's right. This old man can only accept such words from an outsider like young Master Su. What's the point of flattering his own grandson?" Lu Qingyan smiled knowingly. This old man was also a wonderful person. Chapter 1346. Lu Qingyan hesitated for a moment and said, "You said that Bailiang is powerless among the vassals, but I don't agree." Yin Song turned his head. Oh. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyan only said something that did not seem to make sense. She asked, "I think that as long as the general is here, the world will not be in chaos. Bailiang will not dare to go south, Westchu will not dare to send troops, and Nanjiang will continue to be dormant. What do you think?" Yin Song was silent for a long time. Yin Song, who seemed to be absent-minded, sighed softly and nodded. "I see. This old man understands." Lu Qingyan quickly said, "I don't dare." The old man looked away with a complicated expression and looked at Su Fengnian. "If I remember correctly, you once said in Tai and City that you would do something for the people of the Central Plains?" Su Fengnian asked, "How did you guess?" Yin Song said calmly, "For a woman to have such knowledge, she must be the daughter of a big family. She also has a Qingzhou accent. Coincidentally, I have worked with Lu Feiqi, who is the backbone of the Green Party, in the imperial court for many years. Then, her identity and your identity will naturally come to light." The old man snorted and turned to leave. Most of the Yin disciples did not know why their ancestor's face suddenly turned from sunny to gloomy. They just followed him down the mountain uneasily. They thought that the trip to Wudong Mountain was a trip with high spirits but ended with disappointment. Lu Qingyan said apologetically, "It's my fault for drawing legs on a snake." Su Fengnian touched her cheek and said softly, "Don't worry. The teacher of our Bailiang's dean has already prepared to stay in Bailiang." Lu Qingyan smiled. A pillar of the country who is not a cabinet minister, but better than a cabinet minister, betrayed the Central Plains and went to Bailiang. This is not good news for the Liang Imperial Court. Su Fengnian nodded. Yin Song is ending his career for the scholars. Lu Qingyan blinked. Song Dongming is very smart. Su Fengnian reached out and tapped her forehead. "Not as smart as you." Lu Qingyan smiled. Su Fengnian explained, "I didn't just accompany you to the mountain to burn incense and pray for blessings. This is my blessed land. To be precise, this is a part of my territory. When I fought with Wang Xianji, if it wasn't for the Wudong Mountain going all out to set up the Zhenwu formation, I wouldn't have had a chance of winning. Ever since he was born, Because of his identity, fortune and misfortune were interdependent. The fortune was him, and the misfortune was his family. After I started practicing martial arts, I had many battles where my life was hanging by a thread, but I didn't die every time. Even if my vitality was greatly damaged, I could always recover afterwards. At first, I thought it was strange. Later, when I gradually reached a higher level in martial arts, I understood that the bigger the restaurant, the bigger the customer. I was like a guest going to a restaurant. Although my identity was special, and I could often eat exotic delicacies, I still couldn't escape the fate of eating whatever the owner of the restaurant gave me. Huang Longshi had once divulged a heavenly secret, saying that I would probably have to eat my last meal in the next few years, and then there wouldn't be a next meal. This was probably the fate of that me in this life. I guarded the northwest gate, but I died in battle. Bailiang was gone, and 300,000 cavalry were gone. I only left a few words in the history books that I didn't know how to praise or criticize, and then this page would be over. What happens to me in the future will depend on how the heavens write the history books. Su Fengnian's eyes were resolute. But ever since I started practicing the blade, I never thought about accepting my fate. At that time, I was just a useless prince, and I wanted to take revenge against experts like Yang Taisui and Lu Haoshi. Later on the mountaintop, I wanted to slay the dragon and the celestials. Now, I want to protect Bailiang. I don't want to eat the last meal the heavens gave me. That's why you've also seen it for yourself. The heavens aren't easy to negotiate with either. Very quickly, the worst situation of northern Meng being pressured by 3 fronts appeared. This might be the so-called retribution of the heavenly Tao. Lu Qingyan held Su Fengnian's hand tightly. The cold wind blew against Su Fengnian's face, and he smiled. You must have suffered a lot to marry me. Lu Qingyan stood shoulder to shoulder with this man. There's joy in the bitterness, and the aftertaste is endless. It's enough for me to eat for several lifetimes. Li Yufu brought his disciple Yufu to the top of the mountain. There were several thatched cottages here, and they were all clean. They only saw Su Fengnian standing on the side of the cliff. Lu Qingyan's body was weak, and she couldn't stand the wind at the top of the mountain, so she went to rest in one of the cottages. Li Yufu walked to Su Fengnian's side, but the little Taoist boy didn't dare to come closer. He stayed a few feet away from the two. Su Fengnian whispered, "Is it easy?" Li Yufu looked back at his disciple and smiled. "It's more troublesome than I thought. This child is stubborn, and likes to get to the bottom of things. A few days ago, I helped an old man who came to the mountain to burn incense. It was a bad lot, and his grandson was going to die at the border. This disciple complained about what I did at that time, and was angry with me for several days." Su Fengnian curiously asked, "How did you do it?" Li Yufu replied, "I didn't tell the old man the truth. I only said that it was a good lot, and it's half a blessing and half a curse. It depends on fate." Su Fengnian asked, "What did the child complain about?" Li Yufu said helplessly, "He complained that I shouldn't have lied, or I should have been a good person to the end and changed the lot for the old man's grandson." Su Fengnian thought about it and didn't say anything. He wasn't the little Taoist boy Yufu, so he naturally knew the complexity of the matter. He sighed. It seems that the old chief Wang Zhonglo must have suffered a lot when he had such a little junior brother. Li Yufu smiled but didn't say anything. Su Fengnian whispered, "I've squandered most of the aura of Mount Wudong. I'm sorry." Li Yufu shook his head and said, "Since ancient times, mountains and rivers have spirits." Su Fengnian asked, "Aren't there immortals who are spirits?" Li Yufu smiled and said, "Huang Longshi said that there were immortals in the world, and then there were no more immortals around. The more people know about it, the more they value chivalry. At that time, chivalry will become the backbone of Jianghu and the world. In my opinion, immortal cultivation is too difficult. It's far away, but it's easy to be human. If a difficult thing can't be done, everyone has an excuse. If an easy thing can't be done, it's hard to find an excuse for yourself." Su Fengnian said, "I may not climb the mountain in the future." Li Yufu whispered, "I will go down the mountain often." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "In the future, that child should be beaten. Who told him to kidnap my sister without telling me in his last life? He still owes me." Li Yufu smiled and didn't say anything. Su Fingnian didn't rush down the mountain. Instead, he stayed at the top of Small Lotus Peak. Lu Qingyan sat with him at the turtle-carrying tablet for a while, and then went to sleep. When she woke up the next day, she didn't know if she had a dream. She seemed to have seen a scene in a daze last night, but she couldn't be sure. After she opened her eyes, she saw Su Fingnian sitting by the bed. The latter smiled warmly, but didn't give an answer. That night, a father and son stood side by side. The old man folded his hands in his sleeves and his back was slightly hunched. The old man looked at the territory of Bailiang. The young man smiled and said, "Father, I just know that without you there are no tigers in the mountains." The old man just gave an irrelevant answer. "If you can't bear it, don't force it. I only said half a sentence before. There's no reason that no son can't die. The second half is true, but there's also no reason that no son must die." Su Fingnian shook his head and said, "I'm the king of Bailiang. I'm not guarding the country for the emperor of Zhao, nor am I guarding the northwest for the people of the central plains. Father, you also said that where mother was in the past was where Su Zhao's home was. Later, where our children were, was where your home was. So to me, Su Fingnian, where my parents' graves are, is where my home is. I'm afraid of death, but if there's a day when I die, I'm not afraid of dying in Bailiang." The old man pointed to the distance and laughed loudly. "This is a great place. I, Su Xiao, led the cavalry under my command and trampled all over the 9 countries of spring and autumn. Xiaonian, will you go to Beimeng for me one last time?" Su Fingnian nodded and said, "Okay." Chapter 1347. On the Lantern Festival of the second year of Xiangfu, Bailiang Province, Chongqing City, the provincial city of Yuzhou, the lanterns were lit, and the fireworks were dazzling. Among them was a middle-aged man in a Confucian robe, who was enjoying the scenery with his family. Although he was not eye-catching in the officialdom of Yuzhou Province, he was only a secondary Class 5 civil official. There were so many generals in Yuzhou Province. Tang Wenjin was just an assistant official from a poor family. His superior official, Hong Xinjia, was able to enter the field of vision of the central government of Liang Province, especially the Ministry of War, because of Gu Jiantang's favor. However, perhaps not many people in Yuzhou Province had heard of Tang Wenjin's name. Nevertheless, Tang Wenjin's significance to Yuzhou Province, especially the military significance of the frontier line, could not be underestimated. Tang Wenjin had made a great contribution to the Wutong system, which was said to be capable of killing 160,000 northern barbarians. It was Tang Wenjin who had followed Hong Xinjia step by step across the gourd mouth and participated in the whole process, from the drawing of the geomancy map, the selection of the Wutong system, and the excavation of the ground. It could even be said that Tang Wenjin had the most meticulous and perfect military map in his mind. Once the war broke out in Yuzhou Province, if Hong Xinjia and Tang Wenjin were not at the gourd mouth, the effect of the Wutong system would be greatly reduced. Being exposed to the wind and the sun all year round, this civil official, who had a good reputation, had a dark complexion. His beautiful and fair-skinned wife, who was from Yanji County, made Tang Wenjin look like a big piece of charcoal. This time, Tang Wenjin returned to Chongqing City from the border to report the detailed military situation to the general of Yuzhou, Huang Fucheng. The reason why he enjoyed the lanterns with his wife and son on the Lantern Festival was not because he was bored, but because Tang Wenjin felt that if he missed this family reunion, he would be separated forever. Although Tang Wenjin was a civil official, most of the civil officials in Bailiang could ride and shoot the enemy. Since ancient times, Yanji County had been rich in beauties. In the unofficial history, there was a saying that the common people still took delight in talking about. It was precisely because of a foxy woman from Yanji County that caused the Great Qin dynasty to perish for 2 generations. Therefore, the people of Bailiang had a humorous saying: "If you marry a wife, you should marry a daughter from a rich family in Lingzhou. And if you marry a concubine, you should marry an aunt from Yanji County." Tang Wenjin married a woman from Yanji County, but he did not take any concubines. For many years, they lived in harmony. The only flaw was that they gave birth to 2 daughters, but they did not have a son. However, Tang Wenjin did not feel any regret. He doted on his 2 daughters very much. On the other hand, his wife always felt that she had let down the Tang family. Tang Wenjin often joked and comforted her, saying that the Wubao beacons at the mouth of the gourd were his sons. If it was not easy for parents to raise their children with a handful of shit and a handful of urine, then Tang Wenjin, who was in charge of trivial matters, could indeed be called the biological parents at the mouth of the gourd. Tang Wenjin had some solid martial arts skills, so it would not be difficult for her to kill 3 or 4 northern barbarians. Moreover, it would only be meaningful if there were many skills in the army that could be used in a battle formation. Naturally, it would not be enough to deal with the top experts of the Jianghu. Tang Wenjin was a scholar in her bones, and she had never planned to play catch and kill with any experts in this life. Therefore, Tang Wenjin did not know that in the crowded crowd, there were no less than 10 pairs of eyes paying attention to him. Those gazes were all like dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. They were experienced and were not even enough to make Tang Wenjin have some kind of intuition. At most, he only misunderstood them as lechers who were drooling over the wife beside him. Tang Wenjin and his wife each held the small hands of their daughters. It was inevitable that he was a little absent-minded because his mind was on the mouth of the gourd. He was thinking about which Wu castle needed to be strengthened, which beacon needed more manpower, which post road and which pass needed to be assigned scouts. In the army of Bailiang, young civil officials such as Hong Xinjia and Tang Wenjin, as well as the new Honglu general Cao Xiaojiao, were forcibly classified into the Qin faction. Besides being in their prime years, these border officials were more or less influenced by the former governor of Bailiang Qin Jibao. They believed that details would determine the war situation. Therefore, they had a lot of differences with the veteran generals such as Yan Wenwan and Chen Yunxue. When the king of Bailiang changed, many people were afraid that they would be suppressed and purged. Thankfully, Su Fengnian did not touch the bottom line of these hardcore people after he took the throne. On the contrary, many of these hardcore people were promoted more or less. Undoubtedly, Cao Xiaojiao, the #1 troublemaker in Yuzhou province, was a typical example. They also reciprocated the tacit consent of Su Fengnian, and the specific implementation of the policy of pacifying the border army and mobilizing the provincial army, which was carried out by Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang. Tang Wenjin had no impression of the king of Bailiang. He did not admire or dislike him. As long as he did not come to the defense line at the mouth of the gourd, Tang Wenjin would continue to work for him without complaint. Tang Wenjin suddenly smiled and felt a little proud. It was true that the mouth of the gourd had consumed a huge amount of Bailiang's provisions, but he and General Hong were using those stones to exchange for the lives of the Bailiang barbarians. It was a good deal for Bailiang. The late emperor of Liang, Zhao Dun, was an open-minded ruler. Although he and the empress lived a simple life, they did not forbid women from wearing makeup. Bailiang was far away from the emperor, so they did not know what it meant to overstep their authority. Although the people were poor, their families were not poor. Every festive season, rich and powerful women would compete with each other for beauty. As long as they had money and dared to wear it, they would not be restrained even if they wore phoenix coronets and robes. At this time, in the crowd, there was a young woman who imitated the heavenly treasure makeup style of the old southern Tang imperial women. She had a graceful figure and a personal maidservant who combed her hair into a bun. One of the two women was plump and the other was slender. They complemented each other very well and were very eye-catching. Many idlers who liked to wait for an opportunity to take advantage of them swarmed over. In order to block the disaster for her mistress, the maidservant had already dropped several of the exquisite little combs made of gold, silver, and jade. However, it was still impossible to guard against them. The young woman's delicate buttocks still could not escape from the disaster. She was gently patted by a nimble skinny monkey with a mouth full of yellow teeth. Obviously, he was a veteran. The young woman was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she hurriedly ran away. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Tang Wenjin's wife. In addition to sympathy and annoyance, she also had a hint of jealousy and ridicule. She whispered to her husband, "Wearing such gaudy clothes and without the protection of a strong servant, isn't she just attracting bees and butterflies? Who's to blame?" Tang Wenjin did not care about these trivial matters. He nodded carelessly and had no intention of being a hero and saving the beauty. Cold women's temperaments were mostly unyielding and valiant. They were not inferior to men. Don't be fooled by their appearance of being gentle and timid. If they were really angry, they would definitely roll up their sleeves and fight fiercely, scratching other people's faces until they bled. Wasn't the wife next to Tang Wenjin the same one who, after marrying from a small place in Yanji County to the provincial capital, rewarded the prodigal with a ruthless kick to the groin when she participated in the lantern market for the first time? Not far away, a tall old man with a felt hat on his head threw a string of copper coins as a reward to the dwarf who was performing a fire-spitting performance. At the same time, in the sea of people, there was a traveling monk who was becoming more and more common in Bailiang. He carried a bamboo rack with scriptures on his back. There was a young couple dressed in coarse linen. They were buying a stick of candied haws for their child from the man selling them. In the northeast corner of the downtown, there was a prosperous Dongfu temple. From the top of the bell tower, one could overlook half of the market. There were young masters and beautiful women in luxurious clothes talking and laughing. There were poor scholars scratching their ears and cheeks, trying to recite something. There were old men in their twilight years muttering to themselves. In the corridor outside the attic, a short Taoist holding a horsetail fly whisk glanced at the scenery where Tang Wenjin was standing. Then he took out a small booklet from his chest and dipped his finger in his saliva. He opened the booklet and saw the name Tang Wenjin in the light that was almost as bright as day. He chuckled softly and said, "Wenjin, what a great name. I heard that in the imperial court of the Central Plains, only a rare court official could receive such a title after death. Boy, you should take it easy in your next life." Just as the Taoist finished his soliloquy, a series of imperceptible changes took place in the downtown area. The girl from the Heavenly Treasure makeup, who was molested by the skinny monkey, lowered her head and ran a few steps away from Tang Wenjin. She twisted her waist. Even though she was in a difficult situation, she still had a natural charm. At some point in time, the servant girl in the bun had taken a small silver hairpin from her head. She should have flicked her wrist and flicked it upwards, but when her young miss twisted her waist to the left, the silver hairpin brushed against the right side of her waist and accurately pierced towards Tang Wenjin's heart. But at this moment, her wrist was tightly grasped by the skinny monkey, who looked no different from an ordinary ruffian. The servant girl pretended to be panicked and turned her left elbow, trying to hit the temple of the man who was trying to stop her. But in an instant, her body went limp. After the skinny monkey, who looked only obscene, held the servant girl's wrist with one hand and suddenly exerted force with the other hand, which was only a foot away from the girl's back. It was the mountain-splitting punch, which was Lu's specialty in the external martial arts school of Bailiang. This punch directly broke the delicate girl's spine. Then he carried the servant girl on his shoulder and shouted loudly that he was going to marry a wife and go home. He ran all the way, which made the people around laugh. They thought that this was a guy who dared to molest a girl in the street. He would have to eat in the state prison after this. Chapter 1348. The skinny monkey-like man who was running with the woman on his shoulder had an obscene smile on his face, but his eyes were actually very deep. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, the first in external martial arts in Bailiang, although his name did not appear in the genealogy of the Lu family, his skills and temperament were naturally the best. In fact, he was an A-class master of the whisk room who had been lurking in Chongqing City in Yuzhou province for many years. At the age of 20, he was already a level 3 master of both internal and external martial arts. The maid he killed was not simple either. She was a butterfly catcher from the spiderweb room in Baimang. After the successful strike, the skinny monkey-like man did not make any unnecessary movements and directly withdrew from this unconventional battlefield. He clearly remembered that when he first joined the whisk room, the senior who led the way only taught him a seemingly simple truth. There was a fine line between killing and being killed. After saying this, the senior smilingly asked him if he understood. Before the skinny monkey-like man nodded, he was sent flying backward. After lying on the bed for 2 months, he could finally get up and walk. After that, he understood a little. In the whisk room, which was built by Chu Lushan, rules were the most important. When and where to kill, what method to use to kill, when and where to withdraw. If there was an accident, someone else would secretly remedy it. No one was allowed to act on their own. The most taboo in the whisk room was to be self-righteous. If anyone dared to break the rules, Chu Lushan, the team leader, had a variety of rules to teach people. Therefore, for so many years, the assassination of the Whisk Room's spies and men of sacrifice was very clean from the beginning to the end. Over time, there were very few accidents. After seeing the butterfly catcher being carried away, the old man in the felt hat who had thrown a string of copper coins to the vaudeville dwarf blocked in front of the man and woman in linen clothes, preventing them from getting closer to Tang Wenjin and her husband. The old man greeted them with a smile, as if he had met a longtime friend of his. In an instant, he exchanged 6 moves with the young man. Finally, the old man with a kind smile put his arm around the young man's shoulder and stabbed a poisoned dagger into the waist of the Baimang catcher. What's more, the dagger was quickly pulled out and stabbed again. The young woman who had disguised herself as the butterfly catcher looked at all of this as usual. Even when the old man in the felt hat supported her husband and quickly moved away from her, she did not move. However, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. When the old man in the felt hat realized that something was wrong, his head seemed to have been hit violently and he leaned back. The old man with blood oozing out of his forehead saw a young child standing not far away. The child, who looked innocent, tilted his head and gently spat out the second hawthorn seed. Then the old man in the felt hat, whose vision was blurred, laughed. The butterfly catcher hurriedly squeezed into the crowd and disappeared in an instant. However, the child whose real age could not be guessed was left behind forever. There was a wooden stick that was originally used to skewer the candied hawthorn on his forehead. The honest old man who was selling candied hawthorns on the street picked up the child and quickly walked to the old man in the mink hat who was about to fall back. He inserted the stick that was full of candied hawthorns into the ground and freed one hand to support his old friend and the dead catcher. The old man in the felt hat was speechless. He looked at his old friend who had quarreled with him for half of his life. His lips trembled, but he could not say anything. The latter's eyes were red. He first wiped the blood on his old friend's forehead, and then pulled his old friend's felt hat to cover his forehead. He said softly and hoarsely, "Lao Rong, when the Qingming festival comes back, I'll definitely bring you a pot of good wine that Master Chu gave me last year. Don't worry." The old man in the felt hat leaned back against the stick and slowly closed his eyes. A dozen or so steps to Tang Wenjin's right, a Wutong courtyard's eagle soldier and a northern Mang dragonfly catcher perished together, both of them using the dagger in their sleeves to kill each other. The two of them sat side by side on the ground, as if they were good brothers who held each other's arms after getting drunk. The young woman in the makeup that day was indifferent to the changes around her. Her only target was Tang Wenjin. The spider web that Li Mibi painstakingly managed had a pair of cocoons, 6 pole lifters, 300 catchers and 80 butterfly catchers. She was the best among the butterfly catchers. She even had the chance to become the first female pole lift in Baimang. The premise was that she had to kill Tang Wenjin tonight. The 16 Yuzhou officials that she had killed before could not be compared to Tang Wenjin. Therefore, the death of those butterfly catchers was worth it. One step. She was only one step away from Tang Wenjin, who was still in the dark. Suddenly, the inconspicuous young woman beside Tang Wenjin bumped into her arms. In the corridor outside the clock tower, a burly young man with a sword appeared beside the short Taoist. He leaned his body and put his elbow on the railing. He narrowed his eyes and watched the hidden battle in the downtown area. He curled his lips and said, "What a waste of effort." The old Taoist withdrew his gaze. He seemed to be unwilling, but he still put away the booklet. He put the fly whisk on his arm and said flatly in the Liang official language, "If you want to blame someone, blame your spider web for the wrong information. You couldn't even find out that Tang Wenjin's wife was a spy for Bailiang." The young man with the sword had a much more pleasant Liang accent. He sounded exactly like a Central Plains person. He said casually, "I'm just a pole lift who does the dirty work. I'm not an immortal. To be honest, you, the great immortal of the Dao sect, are the ones who are called immortals." The old Taoist did not get angry. There were 135 targets in the booklet. So far, only 37 people have been killed. Not to mention the Jianghu men of sacrifice of our dynasty and the scouts and riders of Bailiang. 1 pole lift, 12 butterfly catchers, and 31 catchers have died in your spider web. Isn't the loss outweighed the gain? The pole lift of Baimang did not speak. The great immortal of the Dao sect frowned. We don't have any backup for this trip to Chongqing City. Do you want to join hands with me to kill the heavily guarded Yuzhou General Huang Fujin? The young swordsman with old age spots on the back of his hands sneered. Apart from you, Cui Wazi of the Dao sect, who came with me to watch the show, the yin yang face in the princess's tomb, the great music house of the chess and sword music school, and the two on the devil's master ranking didn't show up. Aren't you curious where they are? Why did the 5 of you only make a few moves along the way? It's not like Bailiang didn't send anyone to guard the front line of the Calabash Cave. Half of the Tide Listening Pavilion's experts are hiding there, waiting for an opportunity. The immortals of the Dao sect were good at cultivation, but they were not enlightened when it came to these dirty tricks. Cui Wazi was famous outside the Dao sect, but his reputation in the sect was average. His talent was average. Not to mention the immortal Yuan Qingshan, who had already attained Dao and ascended, he could not even be compared to the senior brother, who had been sleeping in a small building in Xijing with the flood dragon in the vat for 20 years. However, the Empress had assigned tasks to all the major sects, so the Dao sect had no choice but to push him, the great immortal of the Dao sect. Cui Wazi also knew his own limits. Even though this spiderweb lifting pole beside him had not reached the Finger Xian realm, and he was not even sure if he had reached the Vajra realm, but if the two of them were to really go all out in a fight, the one to die would definitely be him, a genuine Taoist Finger Xian expert. Therefore, among the 5 first pin experts of Jianghu, the other 4 obviously looked down on Cui Wazi. He had no choice but to be an accountant. The old immortal asked tentatively, could it be that State Preceptor Li was targeting Huang Fujin from the beginning? The old man quickly added, or the more prestigious Yuzhou provincial governor, Hu Kuei in the Bailiang Frontier Army. The spiderweb bandit, who was skilled in disguise, could not help but roll his eyes. Playing the lute to a cow. Chapter 1349. Cui Wazi clenched the handle of the fly brush and said gloomily, I respect Master Li, not you. Don't push your luck. However, the sword did not pay any attention to this virtuous and respected enlightened master of law. Instead, it turned around and stared fixedly at a weak and delicate woman who had previously accompanied a certain silk-clothed young master in a show of cultured elegance. In the general's mansion in Yuzhou, Huang Fujin, dressed in official robes, sat on a red sandalwood chair. In the hall stood an old swordsman who was resting with his eyes closed. He was carrying a heavy sword case. He was the master of the profound finger technique, Mi Fengjie, who had been recruited by the king of Bailiang himself. Compared to Cui Wazi, who practiced the profound finger technique on the bell tower, Michigan Fengjie's profound finger technique was based on the sword. Huang Fujin knocked on the table with one hand and held a teacup lid with the other. He gently fanned the steam rising from the tea in the cup. This powerful general had a mixed reputation in Bailiang, but no one could deny that he was the king of Bailiang's favorite. In Yuzhou, he was probably the only one who could bear the title of trusted subordinate. Huang Fujin could drink, but he did not like to drink. When he drank tea, he only drank strong tea that was so bitter that it made one's mouth feel bitter. Huang Fujin was silent. According to the intelligence reports from Wutong'an and Fushui, Beimeng's network and Jianghu forces had infiltrated the hinterland of Yuzhou. Although they had spread out in all directions in the beginning, the Eagle Guard and Peregrine Falcons in the dark, and the local garrisons on the surface had been exhausted and suffered heavy casualties. Later on, these desperados had chosen a central route to the south. Then, under the cover of large-scale assassinations on the left and right, they had gone straight to Yuzhou's capital, Chongqing City. The target of the assassination was obvious. It was either him, the general of Yuzhou, or Governor Hu Kuei. In Chongqing City, in addition to Mi Fengjie, who had a hidden identity, there were also many second-level Supreme Power Masters and Governor, whose mansion to protect Hu Kuei. There was also that crazy woman Fan Shaochai, who was hiding in the city. It seemed reasonable for Beimeng to attack Chongqing City, which was heavily guarded but had plenty of bait. After all, the life and death of Huang Fujin and Hu Kuei could affect the situation in Yuzhou province. Huang Fushi suddenly covered the teacup and said in a low voice, "That's not right." At the same time, on the outside corridor of the clock tower, Beimeng, who realized that his identity had been exposed, lifted the pole and jumped without hesitation. leaving the immortal of morality sect to deal with the dangerous woman who had hidden herself deeply. He laughed and said, "Cui Wazi, it's time for you to sacrifice your life for the country. When we successfully kill Yan Wenwan, I will personally send the compensation to the Dao sect." General Yan Wenwan's tent was not in the hinterland of Yuzhou. It was only 150 miles away from the mouth of the gourd. At first, when the Yuzhou border army heard that a large number of Beimang assassins had infiltrated, they sent out 20 scouts of each group of 50 people. Great Ancestor Gu was different from Qin Yunshui, who was stationed in Yuzhou. Great Ancestor Gu was in charge of the situation at the border of Liangzhou province. Because he was worried about the safety of the commander, he even asked Zhou Kong, the deputy commander of the cavalry army, to send the most elite crossbowmen to the old general's tent. He completely ignored Yan Wenwan's objection and sent them to the old general's tent in case of any accidents. As the spy reports were sent, it showed that the Beimang assassins kept coming south. Especially the tent of the deputy commander of the infantry army, Chen Yunshui, was attacked at night. The Yuzhou army suffered heavy casualties. If it were not for the fact that there were enough third-level masters and masters in the ambush, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the alert of Yan Wenwan's tent did not weaken, everyone was obviously relieved. This day just happened to be the time when the northern Mang cavalry crazily poured in from the other side of the gourd, the smoke of war rising from all directions. Yan Wenwan led 1,000 cavalry to rush to the front lines. Around the 1,000 cavalry, the crossbowmen on the 3 white horses and the first-rate scouts of the Yuzhou infantry were carefully and skillfully scouting. The more they did so, the more uneasy Yan Wenwan's guard commander felt when the 10 of them blocked the path of the 1,000 cavalry. At the end of the road, the person in the lead was a woman whose face was covered by a white veil. Beside her was a middle-aged scholar with thin eyes and a long beard. He had a Xiaoyao bandana on his head and a dark purple bamboo flute at his waist. They were the Princess Tomb and Little Thoughts. Chess and Sword Music School, Great Music House. Behind the 2 of them were 2 of the 10 giants of the Beimang Demon Path. A dwarf sat on the shoulder of a giant. It was a weird scene. The Beimang Jiang who only knew their nicknames, Iron Horseman and Thirsty Horseman. The latter was especially notorious. Just like the demon Xieling who liked to eat people's hearts and livers, they liked to drink the blood of living people. In the most unsociable position at the back, a white-haired old woman was coughing heavily. She had a delicate and beautiful flower on her head. The other 5 were all outstanding first-rate experts of the Beimang Jianghu. Yan Wenwan raised her arm, and the 1,000 cavalry suddenly stopped. The old general chuckled and said, "This time, the northern barbarians have quite the appetite." The cavalry commander of the personal army was deeply worried. He urged his horse to Yan Wenwan's side. But before he could speak, Yan Wenwan laughed and said, "Don't worry. There's nothing for us to do today. Just enjoy it. In the end, there's still the existence of 10,000 enemies in the world. We generals who rely on the strength of our soldiers and horses have no choice but to accept it." In the cavalry commander's confusion, one of the cavalry silently stepped out of the formation. A man holding a long spear took off his helmet. This man, who was hailed by the world's famous general, Yan Wenwan, as the enemy of 10,000 enemies, slowly urged his horse forward. Many years ago, during the era when the sword god Li Chungang was the champion of the Jianghu, there was a man from Beiliang. 1 man, 1 horse and 1 spear, he was unstoppable on the Beimang grasslands. His name was the Spear Immortal, Wang Xiu. After that, the world only knew that Wang Xiu taught a disciple who surpassed his master, the white-robed Chen Jibao. But even the people of Beiliang, and even the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, did not know the reason why Chen Jibao was unable to take away the famous spear. After killing his master, Wang Xiu. It was because someone used an ordinary wooden spear to block Chen Jibao, who was wielding the plum ziqing. Looking at the seemingly ordinary cavalry charging with a spear, the leader of the great music house sighed helplessly. "It's Su Yambing. Our previous plan has become a joke." A gust of wind blew past him and the princess. The great music house felt even more helpless. "You're courting death." The burly steel horseman galloped past them like lightning, and the dwarf laughed cruelly. When the distance between the two parties was about 50 steps, Thirsty kicked the giant's shoulders with both legs and used the momentum to leap forward. The thin and small figure's trajectory in the air was very ghostly and gaudy. In the end, it only brushed past him. The 1,000 cavalry behind Yan Wenwan did not see how the spear-wielding man attacked. They only saw the devilish dwarf explode into a cloud of blood in the air, and then the burly giant turned around and fled with all his might. They still did not see how the spear-wielding man on the horse moved his spear, but the enemy did not dare to run in a straight line. They circled back and forth, battered and exhausted. The next scene was even more inconceivable. The Baimeng demon nicknamed Steel Horseman seemed to have been forced into a desperate situation for no reason. He turned around again and charged toward the horse. In the end, like an idiot committing suicide, he crashed into the tip of the spear, allowing the spear to pierce through his head. Su Yambing flicked his wrist lightly and flung the giant corpse away. He continued to charge. It was not that Thirsty and Steel Horseman were too weak to withstand a single blow, but that the opponent they chose to attack with his spear had no chance of survival. In the past, when Wang Xiao, one of the 4 great grandmasters, fought against others, even if many of his opponents were on the same level as him, there were still very few who could withstand a single blow from him. Su Yambing had already surpassed Wang Xiao's peak state by a lot. This was even more so. This meant that the battle between Su Yambing and Chen Jibao in the future was destined to be a matter of a single spear. Chapter 1350. After the new Jinshi in Liang, they were often not immediately appointed to an official post. Before they were officially promoted to an official post, they were sent to the 6 ministries and 9 ministers to practice their political affairs. This was the so-called Jinshi system. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he went one step further on the basis of the assistant minister of the Ministry of War to patrol the borders established by the previous emperor himself. He created the precedent of the Ministry of War officials observing the borders. This was originally one of the proposals of the king of Jing and Zhaosun in the past. The purpose was to prevent the Ministry of War from only thinking about military affairs on paper and not being practical. It could be seen that the current emperor of the Zhao family was especially fond of this young vassal king, who was loyal and devoted during the Jingnan crisis. This time, the Ministry of War was leaving the borders of the capital, which attracted the attention of the whole court. The ranks of the officials of the Ministry of War were not high. Among them, the assistant minister of the carriage department, Kong Zhenrong, the manager of the military selection department, Gao Tingshu, and the others, and the manager of the military storage department, Yin Qiji. In the capital's officialdom, they were all typical hairless young faces. There were 2 reasons why the big shots in the imperial court paid attention to them. The first reason was that the first choice for observing the borders was not the expected 2 Liao provinces, where the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, was already coordinating with the Eastern Front. It was the northwestern frontier fortress of the Great Desert Smoke, Bailiang Road. The second reason was that the officials carefully selected by the Ministry of War were extremely thought-provoking. Among them Gao Tingshu, the new second place, and Wu Zongxian, the same year in the officialdom, were able to rise to fame in Taiyan City. Obviously, it was not enough to rely on their first or third place status. If it were not for Jin Sanlang, who spared no effort to add fuel to the fire, they would have been eclipsed by the government observation in 2 or 3 months at most. In the Zhao family yamen, where there were many high-ranking officials, the Yonghui era had lasted for more than 20 years, so there was no shortage of Zhuangyuan, and Tanhua. As for the Jinshi, there were even more. Who in the world did not know that Jin Lanting, who had helped Gao Tingshu and helped him, had regarded the Bailiang Su family as enemies? In addition, Yin Qiji and Kong Zhenrong's accompanying patrol was even more interesting. The Yen family entered the capital because of a woman, and Yin Jieshi and Yin Qiji became relatives of the emperor. What was even more unexpected was that the 4th prince, who had no ambition, could easily break the unshakable shackles of the imperial family's inheritance by not fighting for power. In the end, he smoothly became the emperor in the south. The emperor's father-in-law, Yin Jieshi, was previously a scholar of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Yin Qiji, who was often teased and bullied by the playboys of Tai and City when he first entered the capital, had now become the emperor's uncle. who did not know that the emperor not only had a deep relationship with the empress, but also had a close relationship with this gentle and elegant brother-in-law before he ascended the throne. Otherwise, how could Yin Qiji, who was also a jinshi, become the head of the armory department of the Ministry of War? How could he be personally escorted by the assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, and even have Minister Liu of the Ministry of War personally greet him? Kong Zhenrong was also born in Beiliang. His father, Kong Dai, had entered the capital to become an official and joined the second prince's tutelage. Kong Wuqi and Yin Qiji were brothers who could wear the same pants as the king of Beiliang when they were young. Adding on Li Hanlin, the only one left in Beiliang, the four of them had visited at least 70 or 80 brothels together in Beiliang, if not 100. Thus there was a lot to chew on. Of the four brothers, not to mention Su Fengnian, the hereditary king of the border, even if Li Hanlin had a father who was a second-level official in Liang, what position was he in now? He was just a small crossbow bolt. Moreover, Li Gongda, who was widely recognized as a skilled official, had only been a governor for a few days. His but had not even warmed the chair before he was quickly pushed aside by an outsider like Song Dongming. On the contrary, in the capital, not to mention Yin Qiji, who had an extraordinary status, Kong Zhenrong was already a powerful figure in the Ministry of War. If they were in any other province, even an old county governor would have to address Kong Zhenrong as his brother, and treat him with great care. Perhaps, the latter would not be willing to accept it. Not long after they entered the border, they received the shocking news that the Beimeng army was advancing on 3 fronts. The old men of the Ministry of War intended to take a detour around the relatively peaceful border of Yuzhou, as an explanation to the imperial court. After that, they would immediately set off for Jibei to greet Yuan Tingshan, who had recently risen to power. After that, they would go to Liao province and meet with Gu Jiantang, and the right assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong. It was supposed to be a safe and peaceful journey. However, they did not expect that they would encounter such a tricky situation as soon as they entered the eastern part of Yuzhou. Who knew if that northwest barbarian surnamed Su would feel that he had been disgraced by the imperial court, and become so bold that he would order the Beiliang frontier army to disguise themselves as Beimeng cavalry, and wipe out all the officials of the Ministry of War. Among the officials of the Ministry of War, a few old men who had witnessed the dangers of the officialdom hurriedly stopped at a courier station at the border. They discussed for the entire night, but still failed to come up with a perfect plan. However, the young and vigorous Gao Tingshu did not agree with them. Not only did he propose to go straight to the calabash mouth of Yuzhou, but he also proposed to take a look at Huta City, which was the most impregnable pass in the northwest of Liangzhou province. The old men, who were already afraid of the cold, were so scared that their lips turned purple. If not for the fact that the bannerman was a junior in the officialdom who had a good impression on both Gu Jiantang and Minister Liu, he would have been kicked out of the Ministry of War by the time he returned to the capital. Compared to Gao Tingshu, who was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, Yin Qiji, who had been gentle and courteous along the way, was much more amiable in the eyes of those old foxes in the officialdom. After a torturous night at the courier station, they did not know how many times they had picked the wick. In the end, it was Yin Qiji who came up with an idea that made the old men feel more and more appropriate, the more they thought about it. The imperial uncle proposed not to go to Yuzhou province or the northern line of Liangzhou province, but to go directly to Beiliang Palace and Mount Qingliang. Liang Shihu, who was in charge of the specific affairs of the department for purging officials, stroked his beard and made up his mind. He squinted his eyes and smiled as he said, "Good." Official Liang found this young imperial uncle more and more pleasing to the eye. Going to Mount Qingliang, which was famous throughout the world, was a good idea. No matter how unruly the king of Beiliang was, even if he had dared to send troops to resist an imperial edict, he would not be so daring as to kill someone in his own palace, right? Besides, with the friendship that Yin Qiji and Kong Zhenrong had built up with the king of Beiliang, even if there was not much left, going to Beiliang Palace would not be a hangmen banquet. Besides, who had not heard of the spectacular sight of tens of thousands of carp swimming in Tidehark Lake? There were so many officials in Grand Peace City, but how many of them had the opportunity to see it with their own eyes? After leaving the capital, Gao Tingshu, who appeared to be in high spirits, hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not say anything that would offend the public. It seemed that Manager Yan's status as the imperial uncle was not something that he, the second-ranked scholar with an unstable foundation, could provoke. Chapter 1351. When the political observation team stopped at the relay station bordering Liangzhou to rest, Kong Jinrong, who was returning to his hometown for the first time since he entered the capital, found Yan Qiji, who was reading Sages at Night. He sat down and did not say anything. After a few years of polishing, Yan Qiji gradually lost the childishness of a foreigner entering the capital. Furthermore, he had a scholarly temperament. After the Yan family had a meteoric rise, this young scholar with a weak temperament had imperceptibly become more assertive. This made his father, who was the Grand Secretary of the Grand Hall, feel very gratified. Kong Jinrong did not speak, and Yan Qiji did not take the initiative to speak either. There was only the sound of him flipping the book, and the occasional sound of the lamp wick cracking in the room. In the end, it was Kong Wuqi who could not hold it in and asked in a low muffled voice, "Yan Qiji, do you think Brother Feng will be angry and refuse to see us?" Yan Qiji continued to read, and seemed to be unsure. He said softly, "I don't think so." Kong Jinrong, who had just shaved his beard this morning, touched his stubble and sighed sadly. "You are lucky. You and Hanlin have been together with Brother Feng for a few more years. I ran to the capital a few years before you. The last time Brother Feng went to the capital, my father was muddle-headed and tricked me to go to the south of Jingji early. In the end, we did not meet. Yan Qiji, you read more books. Do you think Brother Feng will think I am not loyal? If I had known it would be such a depressing situation, I would not have gone to the capital with my father even if I had run away from home." Yan Qiji did not flip the book again. He stopped at the page in his hand and was silent. Kong Jinrong asked, "Why don't you go to the Ministry of Personnel, or the Ministry of Rights? Why did you come to the Ministry of War? Didn't you hate war and bloodshed the most since you were young?" Yan Qiji sighed. "It is because I hate it that I want to go to the Ministry of War." Kong Jinrong rolled his eyes. "You scholars have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. You don't say it directly. Others take off their pants to fart, but you wear your pants to shit." Yan Qiji's eyes suddenly sharpened. He looked out of the window and whispered, "When you go back, tell Uncle Kong to stop writing to King Tang of Gangnam-do." Seeing Kong Jinrong's confused appearance, Yan Qiji almost squeezed out word by word. Especially the matter of King Tang sending people to the capital to present the auspicious white deer. "Tell your father not to get involved." Kong Jinrong wondered, "Isn't this a good thing?" Yan Qiji sneered, "You don't have to care about anything. You just need to tell your father that it was an unintentional remark I made after a family banquet. Your father knows the severity of the matter." Kong Jinrong, who used to be Yan Qiji's shield, looked at Yan Qiji's face and said softly, "Eating chicken Yan, I don't think I know you." Yan Qiji's originally tense face softened a little. He picked up the book on the table again and said almost to himself, "I didn't want to either." The following trip to Liangzhou made the hearts of the officials, including Liang Jinrong of the Department for Purging Officials, slowly relax. Not only did the local armies of Liangzhou open the gates for them, there was also a newly appointed lieutenant who personally escorted them to the outskirts of Liangzhou city. Although there was a hint of surveillance, at least on the surface, it gave enough face to the Ministry of War's political observation this time. Liang Jinrong did not have a military background, but as an old official of Zhonglu of the Ministry of War, his vision was not bad. He could tell that Beiliang's local army was strong, far superior to the capital in Jizhou. Naturally, he began to feel fear of the Su family's 300,000-strong cavalry. He sighed with emotion. It turned out that Beiliang's light cavalry was already so majestic. When the group of officials, who were looked at like monkeys by the people of Liangzhou, arrived at the gate of the king's mansion at the foot of Mount Qingliang, and saw the 2 stone lions that were as tall as 2 people, even the experienced and knowledgeable old men of the Ministry of War looked at each other and gasped. How majestic! Yan Qiji and Kong Jinrong's expressions were complicated. Gao Tingshu snorted coldly, scaring Liang Jinrong into coughing heavily, afraid that the people of Beiliang Palace would hear. In Liang, there had always been a saying that the local officials were 3 feet lower than the officials of the capital. This meant that the prestige of the officials of the capital was naturally 3 ranks higher than that of the local officials. Now there was no need to mention the officials of the Ministry of Personnel, who were arrogant towards the officials of the capital. Although the Ministry of War, which had lost its backbone, was beginning to be overshadowed by the Ministry of Personnel led by the new, heavenly official of Liang, Mao-chun, its prestige was still there. Liang Zhenrong was the chief official in charge of all the political plans in the world and a proud scholar. Therefore, when he led the way through the side gate of Bailiang Palace, he had the air of a capital official that swayed his sleeves as he walked. Even the steward of the king's mansion could not help but take a few more glances. The king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, did not appear from the beginning to the end. It was the deputy of Bailiang's Ministry of Economy, Song Dongming, who came out to greet the guests. He said that the king of Bailiang was in charge of military affairs at the border and could not leave. Liang Zhenrong and the other old foxes could not wait for the son of a butcher to ignore them. They said a bunch of flowery words that did not cost any money and praised the king of Bailiang for being so busy every day that he even had to go to the front lines to guard the northwestern border for the imperial court. Song Dongming, the self-appointed deputy of Bailiang's Ministry of Economy, smiled and accepted everything on behalf of the king of Bailiang. It was probably because the deputy had the aura of a famous scholar from the Central Plains that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Liang Zhenrong and the others immediately felt a lot better. They also felt that it was a pity that Song Dongming was a bright pearl covered in dust. If he went to the imperial court in the capital and stood side by side with the officials of the imperial court, that would be a sight to behold. After Song Dongming held a welcoming dinner for the officials from the Ministry of War, unexpectedly he did not have any intention of fooling around. As soon as he put down the chopsticks on the table, he stood up and led everyone to his office on the mountainside of Mount Qingliang to take a seat. He took the initiative to talk about the Northern Liangdao military officer's appointment and the border army's promotion and change, including the sensitive and important military affairs. Observing politics from the Ministry of War was a bit like patrolling on behalf of the heavens, but Liang Shihu dared to think this way when he went to Jizhou. How could he dare to be so arrogant in Northern Liangdao? He had originally thought that they would be lucky if they could eat a few meals and drink a few pots of green ant wine. He had even prepared himself to be ignored. The elders, including Liang Zhenrong, insisted on only listening and not speaking. However, Gao Tingshu was not so particular. He asked many times about the distribution of troops in Bailiang and the specific military affairs at the border. Song Dongming did not show any displeasure and always found some excuse to skip the questions. Liang Zhenrong was originally happy that Gao Tingshu was the first to stick his head out. If he could really find out the truth, it would be a great contribution. However, after the young manager kept asking, Song Dongming narrowed his eyes and lowered his head to drink his tea. Liang Zhenrong could no longer sit still. He glanced at the door in fear, afraid that if the deputy threw his cup, 500 executioners would rush out and push them to the ground, chop them up, and feed them to the dogs. Liang Zhenrong hurriedly tried to smooth things over. He said that he had heard that the scenery of the Tide Hark Lake was the best in the world, and wanted to bring his colleagues to see it for themselves. Song Dongming did not stand up this time. He only smiled and let his subordinates lead the officials to Tide Hark Lake. Song Dongming then went to the top of the mountain alone. He looked at Su Fengnian, who was travel-worn, and asked, "Since you're back, why don't you talk about the old days?" Su Fengnian shook his head. He looked at Tide Hark Lake and said, "Sir Song, come with me to the back of the mountain. Let's go together and engrave the 296 names on the tombstone." Song Dongming nodded. The deputy of the administrator, who was walking with Su Fengnian to the back of the mountain, was obviously angry for a long time. Finally, he could not hold back his anger and said, "What a good saying. But what about the 296 people in Bailiang?" Su Fengnian said calmly, "Bailiang will remember it." Chapter 1352. Behind the mountain was a forest of steels. Stone steels were everywhere, and there were even more under construction. Most of them were still wordless, but there were already several hundred stone steels in the periphery that already had owners. They were all made from calligraphy pills, and they were all from the Dragon Elephant Cavalry who had died in the battle in Liuzhou at the end of the auspicious year. There was an ancient saying that one would be thin if they used ink, and fat if they obtained vermilion. Therefore, calligraphy pills were best made with strength and hard bones. The people who had drawn these stone steels were two renowned Bailiang calligraphers. Because Mi Chang and Peng Henian lived in the north and south of Liangshan, there was a saying that the south's muscle and the north's bone. Because of the conflict between the north and south, the two old calligraphers put on a stance that they would never interact with each other. Moreover, when great General Su Shao was still alive, they did not think much of Bailiang's military and political affairs. However, when the Bailiang Palace announced that they were going to erect 300,000 stone steels, Mi Chang was the first to go to Mount Qingliang. He asked a few questions, and after getting the answers, he stayed there and then wrote a letter to Peng Henian. The general idea was, "Grandson Peng, do you dare to come face to face with your grandfather?" Afterwards, Peng Henian took the set of 4 treasures of the study that he regarded as his life and ran to the back of Mount Qingliang. He and Mi Chang built a hut and lived next to each other. The two old enemies actually became neighbors. Then, in the midst of the two old men sparring, or more accurately, quarreling with each other, the deputy administrator Song Dongming personally gave them a list. On the list were names and 2 simple things: when and where they were born, and when and where they died. At the beginning of the calligraphy pill, the two old men still had the intention of competing. Later, when Mi Chang wrote a name, he suddenly burst into tears. Lu Hongyi, a young man from Chenshui County in Lingzhou. When he was young, he relied on his family background and was unbearably naughty. This old man even scolded him for wasting that name. This child was only 21 years old. How could he die just like that? After that, Mi Chang Peng Henian became more and more silent. Other than communicating with the stonemasons who were responsible for carving the words on the back of the book, he did not like to talk much. Today, when the Mi and Peng elders heard that someone had arrived at the steel forest, their hearts tightened. With complicated feelings, they took their luggage and ran over to take a look. To their surprise, it was the king of Bailiang who had come in person. The two elders were not used to bowing to anyone, so their actions were very unfamiliar. Su Fengnian hurriedly helped the two elders up, but did not exchange any pleasantries. After a moment of hesitation, he divided the pile of paper into 4 portions, one for him and one for Song Dongming, and the other half for Mi and Peng, the 2 calligraphy grandmasters. The 4 silently began to write on the steel. Behind the 4 of them, there were 2 to 3 skilled craftsmen who had already prepared the tools and were waiting for the carving. In the evening, the sound of metal and stone clanging could be heard. Su Fengnian and Song Dongming finished half an hour earlier than the 2 old men. By the time they finished the last batch of rice, it was already dark. They didn't even have time to wipe their hands full of red rice. The old man walked to Su Fengnian's side with a tired look and asked in a deep voice, "Why are there wars everywhere in the hinterland of Yuzhou?" Su Fengnian said softly, "The spies of Beimeng have infiltrated and are wantonly assassinating the officials of Yuzhou." Mi Chang directly pointed at Su Fengnian's nose, jumping up and down as he cursed. "Back then, when your father was still alive, Northern Meng also had assassins ambushing us. How could they have been stopped outside the pass? How did you become the king of Bailiang? Aren't you the best ace in the world, Su Fengnian? Do you only know how to stare all day long? You watch people die in front of your eyes, and then you collect their corpses and pretend to write a few names." Song Dongming was about to speak when Su Fengnian, wearing a thick fur coat, waved his hand and stopped the deputy administrator's explanation. He looked at the old man and said apologetically, "I didn't do a good job." Peng Henian's personality was not as impatient as Mi Chang's, but he was still angry. However, he still pulled on the latter's sleeve. When Su Fengnian had walked far away, the gloomy-faced Mi Chang spat heavily at the back of the figure. He threw the priceless green crab-shell inkstone in his hand onto the ground and said, "I'm not writing anymore. I'm not staying in Bailiang anymore. I'm going to Jiangnan. I'll write the word Su Fengnian is a bastard, for as long as I can live in this life." Not long after, Song Dongming turned back, and saw Mi Chang standing in the same place with his eyes closed. Peng Henian squatted on the ground and sighed. Neither of them picked up the inkstone. Song Dongming bent down to pick up the inkstone. He was not in a hurry to return it to its owner. He looked at the top of Mount Qingliang and said in a low voice, "The two of you probably haven't heard of Beimang's sword aura is close to Huangqing, and who the founder of the chess and sword music school's bronze statue is. Neither of you have seen a real dragon. In fact, I, Song Dongming, have never seen one. But I know two things. First, Huangqing died in Liuzhou. The real dragon raised by Beimang is also gone. Along with it, hundreds of qi cultivators hiding in Beimang's Shijing are also dead. The second thing is that there are two tombstones here. They are almost engraved with two names. Coincidentally, both of them have the surname Su Longxiang and Su Fingnian." Song Dongming turned around and returned the ancient inkstone to Mi Chang. He smiled calmly and said, "If Beimang is really gone one day, Su Fingnian will definitely be included on the tombstone. Of course, I, Song Dongming, am an outsider. At that time, I hope that old me will be willing to write it." After saying that, Song Dongming slowly left. Peng Henian deliberately did not look at Mi Chang, whose face was flushed red. He counted with his fingers and seemed to be talking to himself. "Su Fingnian is a bastard." That's not right, old me. You calculated wrongly. It's 9 words, not 8 words like you said." Mi Chang carefully kept the ancient inkstone. He rolled his eyes and said, "Mi Chang is a bastard, okay? It's exactly 8 words." Peng Henian laughed out loud and said, "Sure, why not? Isn't your birthday in a few days? I'll write a piece of calligraphy for you. How about that?" Mi Chang did not care about being polite. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Write your head." Chapter 1353. After that, the two old men did not immediately leave the steel forest. Like last time, they carefully examined the stonemason's carving to prevent any mistakes. Generally speaking, even for the book core, because the stonemasons who carved the book core were often very different in terms of calligraphy, there was often a situation where the book core was out of shape. Although Mi Chang and Peng Henian did not ask for too much, they still wanted to make it perfect. Perhaps the two old men felt that this was the only thing they could do well. However, the stonemasons' carving skills were satisfactory. Although they were not as good as the original, they were enough to express 50 to 60% of the original book core's charm. The stonemasons' meticulous carving was naturally much slower than their writing. Mi Chang carried a lantern and checked the steels one by one. Suddenly, he heard Peng Henian anxiously calling him over. Mi Chang thought that one of the stonemasons had made a mistake and ran over to take a look. He did not expect that Peng Henian was standing in front of a row of steels. There was no stonemasons working in front of the steels. He only saw old man Peng squatting in front of a steel with a lantern. He could not wait to stick his eyes on the steel as if he had discovered the book core. Mi Chang went over to take a look. It was the king of Beiliang's Su Fingnian's book core. At first glance, the meaning was not ordinary. However, in Mi Chang's opinion, although it was indeed superior, it was still far from being a celestial item. It was far from enough to make Peng Henian make a fuss. Peng Henian did not turn around. He stretched out his hand and touched the carving. Soon, he staggered backward and fell to the ground. His eyes were closed and tears flowed out of his eyes. He threw the lantern away and covered his face with his hands. His expression was extremely painful. He pointed at the steel and shouted, "Old me, come closer and look with your eyes wide open. But remember, don't look for too long. Remember." Mi Chang raised the lantern and looked carefully. He only felt a sharp chill in his face, making him feel as if he was in an abyss. Obviously, this was not because of the Su Fingnian's book core, but because of the finishing touch of the carving master. Mi Chang's eyes soon stung. He closed his eyes and shook his head hard. He murmured, "The beginning and the end are decisive, like the kundo-cutting jade. How could this be carved by the best stonemason in the world in such a short period of time? This is truly a work of the gods." Peng Henian sat on the ground and rubbed his eyes. He sighed. "Someone wrote it with their fingers. That's the only explanation." Mi Qian said incredulously, "Most martial arts grandmasters can make swords with their fingers, but there is no one in this world who can write such charm." Peng Henian smiled bitterly. Could it be a ghost? Mi Qiong stood up and looked at the night sky with the lantern in his hand. "I didn't believe in ghosts and gods before, But now I hope that ghosts and gods really do exist in this world and can bless us, Bailiang, and defeat Baimang. Peng Hinian slapped his head. Hurry and have someone tell His Highness about this. Don't complicate things. Su Fingyan quickly rushed over. Beside him were a man and a woman who carried the lantern. There was a great difference in age between them. One was Mi Fengjie, the master of the heavy sword cave, whose realm was still steadily rising. The other was Fan Xiaochai, a loyalist of the northern Han nobility. The former had been guarding Huang Fujin during the Battle of the Spies in Yuzhou, and had not accomplished anything. However, Fan Xiaochai had killed Cui Wazi, the Taoist priest of the Dao sect, on a clock tower in Chongqing City. By the time the spies from Wutong'an and Fushui went up to clean up the mess, the scene they saw was truly tragic. Minced meat was everywhere, and the walls were stained with blood. At the time, they saw Fan Xiaochai sitting on the balcony railing, fiddling with the flybrush that had been left behind by a Xian finger expert. She did not seem like a powerful top-notch assassin, but rather like an innocent young girl. Su Fingyan squatted in front of a monolith. Beside him was a middle-aged man who was also the leader of Bailiang Palace's guards. The latter was apprehensive as he reported, "We've found it. This stonemason is called Wu Jiang. He should be using an alias. He has been a third-rank servant for 16 years and 4 months. His nickname is Old Ginger, because the old man likes to eat ginger, regardless of whether he eats or drinks." Last year, when the Monolith Forest was recruiting craftsmen, Wu Jiang was transferred here from the prince's estate. His Highness, this subordinate was incompetent and did not recognize him well. "Please punish me." Su Fingyan shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you. There is no need to blame yourself." Su Fingyan slowly stood up. He turned to Mi Fengjie and asked, "How is it?" Mi Fengjie said in a low voice, "I only saw a word and a sword. The sword aura was unstoppable." Su Fingyan smiled. Wu Jiang Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang Jiang family. Is the Chu without boundaries? Su Fingyan said softly, "This person has no ill intentions. You don't have to investigate this matter." Su Fingyan returned to Mount Qingliang and walked towards the mausoleum. His parents were sleeping there. After Su Zhao's death, Su Fingyan built a cenotaph for his master Li Yishan. Su Fingyan walked into the mausoleum path alone and remembered many things. His master said that the words on tombstones were the saddest in the world, because the epitaphs were all written by the living in the world of the living to the dead in the world of the dead. The deeper the feelings of the person who wrote it, the harder it was to write it, the more godly it was. According to his will, Li Yishan's ashes were scattered on the yellow sand of the northwest border. Originally, his master did not want a grave, but Su Fingyan still made a cenotaph on his own initiative. He did not write an epitaph, just like the monument forest behind Mount Qingliang. He only wrote his name and the time and place of his death. He believed that his master's spirit in heaven would not be too angry about this. Su Fingyan felt that Huang Longshi was dead. It was a strange feeling, but he did not doubt it. The 3 great devils of spring and autumn, Catman Han Shengxian, died in Su Fingyan's hands. Butcher Su Xiao was gone, and 3-inch tongue chaotic spring and autumn's Huang Longshan was also gone. The 3 were no longer in this world. Huang Longshi occupied the top 3 of the 13 ranks of spring and autumn. He boasted that he was first in 19 Dao, first in cursive script, and first in divination of yin and yang. Sword armor Li Chungjing died. Soldier armor West Chu's War Saint Yi Baikue died in the Battle of the Western Fortress, which made Qinji bow. The peerless Sejia, the Empress of Chu, had also passed away. Zither armor, the blind zither player of the old southern Tang, drowned in the river with his zither after the fall of the country. Western Shu painting armor Zhou Yueying, before he died, he painted a long scroll of Shu's mountains and rivers. He lay on the scroll and died drunk. Earth armor Situ Shentz, proficient in geomancy looking for qi, pulse and acupoints. After Li Yang unified the world, he was secretly sentenced to death. Dharma armor Sun Ping, cooked and eaten by the people. Taoist armor Qi Xuanjin died on the demon-slaying platform. Monk Shijia Dragon Tree died outside the Dao sect in Baimang. Out of the 13 ranks of spring and autumn, 12 of them had already passed away. Only one unimportant Dao armor was left. It was likely that he had also died in obscurity, due to the general trend of the world. In fact, ever since Gu Jiantang became recognized as the world's #1 saber master, this Dao armor, who had only appeared briefly in Jianghu and whose name was unknown, was mentioned less than Li Chungang, who had stayed under the tide listening pavilion. When Li Chungang returned to being a sword immortal in the great snow plains of Mount Hui, he could not be compared at all. On a night in early spring, snowflakes floated down from the sky. The snowflakes seemed to be getting more and more intense. Su Fingnian could not help but stop and raise his head to catch the snowflakes. For some reason, Su Fingnian thought of White Fox's face and his or her 2 sabers, spring thunder embroidered winter. Su Fingnian still did not know who White Fox's face was. Was it really called Nangong Push? Why did she come to Bailiang? Why did she insist on entering the tide listening pavilion? Su Fingnian would leave for Yuzhou the next morning. The reason he did not meet Yan Qiji and Kong Zhenrong was not because he had a problem with them, but for their own good. But even if he was misunderstood, even if he did not meet them, Su Fingnian still rushed back to Mount Qingliang. This was what brothers were like. Su Fingnian only recognized 4 brothers in his life: Li Hanlin, Yan Qiji, Kong Wuqi, and Wen Hua. Suddenly, Su Fingnian, who was walking slowly in the wind and snow, saw a strange figure standing in front of the 2 tombstones with his back to him. This scene did not make sense, nor did it make sense. The Bailiang Palace of today could be said to be heavily guarded, compared to the situation in which His Royal Highness had deliberately created a loose exterior and a tight interior in order to fish. Not to mention entering the forbidden area of the mausoleum. The figure turned around and said flatly, "Return on a snowy night." Chapter 1354. Su Fingnian did not know who the person on the stele was referring to, but with his excellent memory, he recognized the old man's identity at a glance. It was the old servant of Mount Qingliang who had temporarily become a stonemason, Wu Jiang, who loved eating ginger. When they first met, the old man was standing among the group of stonemasons. His figure was stooped, his face weathered, and he was not eye-catching. If Su Fingnian had not fallen so much, he might have been able to see some clues at that time. Su Fingnian did not retreat, but instead advanced slowly. Only then did he realize that the old man, who had straightened his back and did not pretend to shrink back, had an excellent bearing. He actually had the powerful aura of an elder in the palace hall. In Su Fingnian's impression, the older generation of masters who were pure Jianghu people, except for Han Shengxian and Sui Xiegu, were easily intimidating. At first glance, old Huang, the old man in the sheepskin coat, and the old Zhenren of Mount Longhu, Zhao Shituan, were not even close to the high and mighty masters of the martial arts. This confirmed Su Fingnian's previous guess. Even if the old man, who used the pseudonym of Wu Jiang, was not the West Chu dynasty's master of calligraphy, Qi Lianhua, who was known as the second of the millennium ranking, he was still closely related to the master of calligraphy. It was not difficult for a person to hide one's inadequacies, but it was not easy to hide one's inadequacies in calligraphy. Qi Lianhua, who was born in a powerful family, was recognized as a master of calligraphy with extraordinary talent. However, in the Dechu dynasty, he was only an official in the Hanlin Academy. He only did small things like helping the emperor surnamed Jiang write articles on titles and inscriptions on steles. He edited half of the history books of the previous dynasty that died without any illness. Therefore, at that time, he was also nicknamed Qi Lianhua and Tianhua Lang. The latter implied that Qi Lianhua could only add flowers to brocade and not provide timely help. After the fall of West Chu, the Qi family of Guangling declined. Qi Lianhua's whereabouts were also unknown. Qi Lianhua was originally the West Chu's book armor, who was known for his semi-cursive script. As soon as his Warring State style was published, it was praised as the world's second semi-cursive script. Later, Nalin Yusi, who was appointed by the Liang government as the double champion of spring and autumn calligraphy, had the world's first semi-cursive script, Shengguan style, to compete with him. However, the people of the world were not willing to accept this saying. They did not recognize Nalin Yusi as the double champion, and only recognized that Qi Lianhua's calligraphy attainment was close to that of the ancient sages. However, as for the spring and autumn book armor, it belonged to none other than Huang Longshi, who was known as the unrivaled champion in cursive script. Later on, Liang impatiently pushed out this old man of the Song family as the first champion of literature, but he was also sneered at by the people of the time. It was fine if this old man of the Song family was content to be the head of the literary world as a lackey of the Zhao family of Liang. However, with the Shangyin Academy's Chancellor Qi Yang Longzhu in front of him, how could he be the first champion of literature for the spring and autumn book armor? The Liang imperial court was not satisfied. Although there was no first champion of literature, there was no second champion of martial arts. Therefore, they wanted to push Wang Xianji of the martial arts city as the first champion of literature. However, they were directly rejected by the self-proclaimed, second in the world, old monster Wang. As a result, there were many dazzling versions of the spring and autumn book armor. Among them, there was a certain number champion of the Taoist surnamed Zhao from Mount Longhu. However, the most widely circulated and most convincing version was still the earliest version. Although many people missed out on the spring and autumn book armor, no matter what, as long as they were nominated by others, they were naturally dragons and phoenixes among men. Su Fengnian's master, Li Yishan, praised Qi Lianhua's calligraphy skills to the extreme. He said that the running script was worthy of being called the best in both ancient and modern times. Therefore, Su Fengnian was naturally implicated. When he practiced running script in his youth, he always copied the few authentic Qi pads that had been handed down for generations. He didn't know how many times he had scolded Qi Lianhua. Su Fengnian was very curious. If the old man in front of him was really Qi Lianhua, how did he become a West Chu loyalist who had slipped through the net of Mount Qingliang? In order to make the Beiliang Palace, which was full of experts, misjudge him, it was not enough to rely on mere forbearance. It was necessary to have the support of terrifying strength. Su Fengnian was not surprised by the old man's hiding in the Su family. Jiang Enai was the only bloodline of the West Chu imperial family. Naturally, the West Chu scholars, who had been raised by the country for 200 years, would not be able to repay the kindness of the king even if they did not die. However, what really made Su Fengnian apprehensive was that the fact that the fallen princess Jiangxi had been brought back to Beiliang by Su Xiao was a huge secret. Otherwise, Chao Chongqing would not have secretly investigated the Liang court for so many years without any results. How did the old man in front of him know about this? Su Fengnian did not immediately retreat from this mausoleum. Instead, he looked into the eyes of a remnant of the old Chu. This was actually a very big risk. Although Su Xiao had taken the liberty of leaving behind a precious, remnant evil, surnamed Jiang for West Chu, after all, Su Xiao had personally taken down the western fortress. He had also personally led the troops to break down the main gate of West Chu's imperial palace. The emperor and empress had died right in front of Su Xiao's eyes. It could be said that Su Xiao's feelings toward West Chu could only be described as personal gratitude and national hatred. Moreover, the current Guangling road was filled with smoke, and the battle in Liang was not going well. In the eyes of the common people, even if the Beiliang cavalry could not withstand the invasion of Beimang's million-strong army to the south, it was definitely more than enough for them to retreat out of the barren northwest and run to the central plains to clean up the West Chu rebel army. At present, from top to bottom, many people felt that this was undoubtedly the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian's choice of retreat. Leaving Liang would not result in the loss of a single soldier, and Beiliang would also have enough military merit to arrange a retreat for its generals. Everyone was happy. As for the 300,000 border troops, at worst, they could just disband them. In any case, the Great Pillar State Gujiantang's 2 Liao border troops could absorb more than 100,000 soldiers in one go. For this reason, the imperial court of West Chu paid close attention to the Beiliang frontier army's movements, especially Su Fengnian's. They were afraid that the young vassal king would one day lose his mind and lead his army all the way to the central plains, using the Dechu as a proof of allegiance to the new ruler of Liang. At this moment, the only experts at Su Fengnian's side that could act were Mei Fingjia and Fan Shaochai, and they were both outside the mausoleum, forbidden from entering the forbidden grounds. The Sword Eater ancestor, Sui Shegu, and the Wu clan's 100 cavalry were on the northern front of Liangzhou, in case Beimang tried to assassinate Chu Lushan in the Beiliang Protectorate, regardless of the cost. Su Yambing was still single-handedly pursuing that group of top-notch Beimang experts that had infiltrated Yuzhou. Tantai Pingjing and the disciples of the Guanyin sect were also working with Su Yanbing, determined to keep that little idea and the Great Yu house in Yuzhou. In the past, where in the world would Su Fengnian not be able to go? The old man carefully sized up this somewhat absent-minded young man, a complicated look in his eyes. Perhaps his very existence made the surrounding atmosphere a little more hostile, but for some reason, the old man in his twilight years did not seem to harbor any hostility. Su Fengnian's peak cultivation was no longer present, but his sharp intuition was still present. As a result, when Mei Fengjie and Fan Xiaochai realized that something had happened in the mausoleum and rushed into the garden, Su Fengnian only raised his hand, indicating for them to withdraw. Mei Fengjie silently left. Fan Xiaochai hesitated for a moment, then continued to stand in the distance. Su Fengnian also did not make a fuss about this female sacrificial warrior's overstepping her bounds. Chapter 1355. The plainly dressed old man put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "Su Xiao has never done anything that I like in his life, but he did give birth to a good son." Hearing these incredibly disrespectful words, Su Fengnian couldn't help but furrow his brows. However, he quickly felt relieved. The older generation of scholars had always paid attention to strength of character. Otherwise, how could they have the confidence to rule the world together with the emperor? Besides, it was very likely that this person was a lone official of West Chu who had concealed his identity. It was reasonable for him to have a monstrous grudge against Bailiang and Su Xiao. Su Fengnian asked with a smile, "May I ask if you are the master of calligraphy of West Chu?" The old man's expression was somewhat strange. He neither denied nor admitted it. He just stared straight at Su Fengnian. If Su Fengnian, who resembled Wu Su in appearance, was a handsome young master in the eyes of the women of the world, then one could vaguely see that the old man in his prime had a graceful bearing when he was young. At the very least, he could be called an old jade tree. Su Fengnian felt somewhat uncomfortable being sized up. When people looked at him in Bailiang, they mostly looked at him with disdain as His Royal Highness wasted his good looks. Later, in Tian City, they looked at him with disdain as the son of a butcher. After the results of his battle with Wang Xianji came to light, there was a great change. Even Bailiang border generals, such as Li Mofan and Wang Lingbao, who were known for their arrogance, had a heartfelt reverence and admiration in their eyes. Only the old man in front of him had a strange look in his eyes. The old man said softly, "Earlier, when I saw your calligraphy on the steel, I could see that you had put in a lot of hard work. You have to thank Li Yishan for being able to bravely advance on the martial path since you started practicing the blade in Wudong. Practicing calligraphy and playing chess are two different things. Once you reach a certain level, you can learn everything. Although not every master of calligraphy or chess can become a capable official of the world, or a grandmaster of the martial path like Li Mi's disciple, it is very beneficial to the molding of a person's temperament." After the hot-tempered Su Xiao became a vassal, his temperament changed greatly. This has a lot to do with the fact that he learned chess in his later years. Su Fengnian did not say anything. When Su Xiao made his fortune in Liaodong's Jianzhou, he was just an illiterate wanderer. It could be said that Su Fengnian's ancestors had nothing to do with any scholarly family or farming family. After Su Xiao came to Bailiang, he became a terrible chess player. It was not without reason that he could play to his heart's content with his second sister Su Weisheng's master, Chancellor Wang. At first, it was because Su Fengnian's mother wanted Su Xiao to play more chess to temper his hot-tempered temperament. When he was old, it was time for him to cultivate his temperament. At first, Su Xiao always slacked off and escaped whenever he could. Over time, the princess consort did not say much. Later, Su Fengnian fell in love with playing chess. Probably after the princess consort passed away, the relationship between Su Fengnian, the eldest legitimate son, and Su Xiao became strained. Su Xiao probably wanted to spend more time with his son, and finally began to seriously learn chess. However, His Royal Highness quickly widened the gap between him and Su Fengnian. After that, Su Fengnian and Li Yishan did not like playing chess with Su Xiao. No matter how hard they played chess, they could always defeat Su Xiao. Even if Su Xiao wanted to humiliate himself, it depended on whether the master and disciple, who were the only people in the world who could not give him face, were in the mood. Su Weisheng had always been able to patiently play chess with Su Xiao. However, perhaps in the heart of Su Xiao, who had never concealed his preference for boys, it was more interesting to play chess with his son. Even if Su Fengnian killed all the chess pieces on the chessboard and left only a few pieces, the old Prince Liang, who had won many battles, and the lame Su, who was recognized as the most ambitious person in the Liang dynasty, would also feel very happy. His peerless achievement in pacifying the spring and autumn period allowed Su Xiao to be on equal footing with the late Emperor Zhao Dun's father when they met. In the future, when he attended court, he would be able to carry a sword into the palace. However, in Mount Qingliang, many scenes always made people, especially outsiders, feel that it was absurd. Su Xiao was being chased in Wutong'an, and the one sitting at the head of the table at the prince's manor banquet was the young heir. Not to mention the families of nobles, marquises, generals, and ministers. Even if it was a small family, the father should not spoil his son so much, and the son should not be so disobedient. In the end, Liang dynasty found an unassailable reason to attack Beiliang. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. Su Fengnian shook his head gently, forcing himself to focus. Although the old man in front of him did not reveal any murderous intent, he was still a first-class hidden master. The great battle of Liangmeng was on the verge of breaking out. If he were to die here, the place of his death would still be passable, but the timing would be completely wrong. Other things aside, at least a few 100,000 northern Mang people would be spared from death. The old man smiled and asked, "Do you think I am Qi Lianhua from West Chu?" Su Fengnian nodded. The old man slowly stretched out a palm. "When you pick up the brush, you must concentrate, just like the sages of the previous dynasty when hundreds of people sat at the same table. Your heart is righteous and your qi is harmonious. Only then can you understand the mystery and be close to the great way. The way is like the heavy weapons of a national temple. If it is empty, it will be full. If it is full, it will be overturned. If it is only in the middle, it will be flat." The old man's hand gesture changed. The ancient people's wrists were haunted by ghosts. When they wrote, it was as if they were assisted by the gods. Therefore, if the tip is straight, it will be full of power. If the second is heavy, it will be the real finger. If the real finger is flat, it will be flat. If the palm is empty again, it will be used as one wishes. Together, the scholar's calligraphy is also. The Chu has nurtured its soldiers for 200 years. The country has been destroyed for 20 years. There is still a morale that cannot be disgraced. For the ring, it will be melancholy. For the wave, it will be limp. When the brush is sent out, the proud Su will come out. As the old man spoke, wind and thunder filled the garden. Outside the mausoleum, Mi Fengjia's face was pale. The sword in the case on his back was trembling incessantly, as if it had been struck by lightning. In the garden, Fan Xiaochai's face was pale. She was on the verge of collapse, but she still gritted her teeth and stubbornly refused to take a step back. This old man's palm slowly turned over. It seemed like he was just picking up the brush and slowly sketching. It was like a pedantic old man teaching the children of a private school how to write stroke by stroke. However, in Su Fengnian's eyes, it was a perilous situation. It even reminded him of the time outside the Great Hall in Taiyan City, when Gu Jiantang had used the world's #1 talisman blade, Nanhua, and used the Thunder Cube to return the courtesy of Chao Chongqing. The two were different paths leading to the same destination. They both had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical, reaching the realm of perfection. The wind and snow drifted. Su Fengnian's expression was heavy. Previously, he and the sword grandmaster Mi Fengjie had both believed that the remnants on the stone tablet were sword qi drawn by fingers. Now, it seemed like they were off by a hair. This old man used a blade. Su Fengnian did not look at the chaotic wind and snow that seemed to have been cut by blades. He asked, "So old Sir Qi is the blade armor of the 13 armors of spring and autumn?" The old man did not answer the question. Instead, he bent his 5 fingers slightly and made a closing gesture. He asked in return, "Is it a joint plan?" Su Fengnian, who was standing in a circle with not a single snowflake in a radius of several zhang around him, helplessly replied, "It is the character for Nian." The old man withdrew his hand and sighed. "Yes, the character for Nian. Su Fengnian." The wind and snow in the garden finally returned to normal. Snowflakes rustled and fell on Su Fengnian's head and shoulders. Chapter 1356. The old man who should be West Chu's sage of calligraphy, Qi Lianhua, laughed self-deprecatingly. Spring and autumn saber armor? Saber and brush officials, saber and brush officials. Saber and armor it is. For thousands of years, the world had always been proud of practicing the sword. Not to mention paladins, even scholars from all over the country often carried swords when they traveled to study, to show their spirit. In the competition for the head of 100 weapons, sabers were always inferior to swords. In terms of numbers, sabers did not lose to famous swords. Moreover, most of them were legendary in Jianghu. For example, the Big Frost saber in the hands of Su Fengnian's disciple, the stories of its previous owners could be said to be soul-stirring. However, ever since Lu Zhu became famous for beheading people with flying swords, the way of the sword became the most outstanding branch in Jianghu, while the reputation of the saberman became worse and worse. There had never been a master who used the saber to reach the top of the way of the martial arts. In the last 100 years, there were sword armor Li Chenggang and peach blossom sword God Dong Tai. Although they both lost to Wang Xianji, no one could deny that these two champions of the way of the sword were outstanding. On the other hand, the number one saber user, Gu Jiantang, had never been ranked high on the list of martial artists. His reputation in Jianghu was also mediocre. No one had ever heard of anyone practicing the saber, because they admired Great General Gu's kung fu. There were some who picked up the saber because they envied Great General Gu's military achievements, but the world's men, even the devil Han Diaoxi, said before his death that he had once thought of roaming Jianghu in green with a sword, let alone other young men. How many women had heard of Li Chuangong's name, and could not forget him? Even Su Fengnian himself, who pretended to be a young swordsman in Bailiang before he practiced the saber in order to deceive women, wished that he could hang famous swords all over his body. The sage of calligrapher Qi Lianhua was actually the saber and armor that only Jianghu caught a glimpse of. This truth was really moving, and even more so, it made people envious of West Chu's flourishing scene in those days. It was indeed worthy of being the orthodox literary lineage of the Central Plains. There was Li Chenggang wielding his sword across the great river of Guangling. There was a literary hero who distributed small boats and drank wine. There was 100 poems. There was a woman whose beauty could cause the downfall of a city or a state. There was also the state preceptor Li Mi and the proud master and disciple of the Chao family working together to stop a game of chess when the snow began. It was no wonder that some people said that the destruction of West Chu was not the fault of the emperor, the scholars and the common people. If they wanted to hate, they could only hate that the heavenly time was in Liang and not Jiangchu. The old man waved his hand at Su Fengnian. The old man was the first to crouch down. Looking at the tombstone of Princess Consort Wu Su, his attitude was no longer as spirited as before. There was only the bleakness and desolation of the most ordinary lonely old man in the world. In a low voice he murmured, "What does Su Shao count for? He's just a crude martial artist. It's fine if he marries a woman of passable beauty." Su Fengnian was furious. He laughed coldly and said, "Old sir, do you really think that if you and I fight to the death, I, Su Fengnian, will definitely lose?" Qi Lianhua dismissed it with a smile and asked, "You haven't gone to your hometown in Jianzhou to pay respects to your ancestors, have you?" Su Fengnian didn't answer. In reality, it wasn't just him. Su Shao hadn't gone to Jianzhou since he was made empress. Su Fengnian's grandfather had passed away very early. At the time, Su Shao had just left Liaodong and was fighting fiercely with the powers of the vassal towns in the south of Liang. After Su Fengnian was born, he had never seen his grandparents. Su Shao was the only child, so he didn't have any relatives from the Su family. In the early years, some distant relatives from Jianzhou had run to Bailiang to claim kinship with Su Shao. Su Shao, who had been looked down upon in his youth, could be considered extremely benevolent, and gave them a share of wealth and glory. As for the elders on his mother's side, Wang Fei Wu Su almost never mentioned them. When Su Fengnian was young, he would occasionally hear his mother mention that his maternal grandmother was a good person who got along well with others. It was a pity that she had passed away early. As for who his maternal grandfather was, his mother had never said a word. Su Xiao also wasn't willing to say much. Only once, when he was drunk, did he angrily say that the old man had died a long time ago. Su Fengnian guessed that Su Xiao must have been rejected outside the Wu family's sword tomb when he had asked for marriage. He had been beaten by his father-in-law with a sword until he pissed his pants. From then on, they had formed a grudge and never had any contact with each other again. Su Fengnian also had resentment towards that maternal grandfather. Later on, his aunt at Mount Qingqing always wore armor and covered her face. It was the Wu family who had made things difficult for his mother that caused his aunt, a sword attendant, to have her face cut beyond recognition by the sharp sword Qi. Although it wasn't his maternal grandfather who had done it, Su Fengnian felt that if that maternal grandfather had said a few words of justice and treated his mother's running away from home, the Wu family's sword tomb wouldn't have been so cruel and vicious. Especially after learning that his own uncle, Wu Qi, purposely met in Beimang but didn't acknowledge him. In the end, he went to Shishu to assist Chen Jibao. Su Fengnian really didn't have any good feelings towards relatives and elders with the surname Wu. Even though the current head of the Wu family, who he should have called great-grandfather, had taken the initiative to make up for it once on the Beiliang border, Su Fengnian couldn't help but feel a knot in his heart. The old man let out a long breath and said ruefully, "I once helped Chu compile the history books of the previous dynasty and read them all. At the time, although my bladesmanship didn't have the name of a grandmaster, it had the strength of a grandmaster. However, when I was compiling the history books, I often felt terrified at night. There was no other reason than the 3 words 'people eat each other' everywhere in the books. Although it is normal for the world to rise and fall, every time there is a turmoil, the suffering of the people is really unspeakable. On the road outside the outskirts, dawn and dusk are like sheep herding. The clamor of eating and choosing the fat part, the swift blade descends to strive for victory. What kind of tragic scene is this? The road is full of the dead, and the living are ghost neighbors. The common people of the world are half-wandering ghosts. This isn't a poet in troubled times moaning about nothing. I saw with my own eyes that at the end of the spring and autumn period, boys were sold for a few copper coins, and girls were only worth a handful of corn. Later on, some parents couldn't bear it and exchanged children for food with others. In the end, people in the world were no longer human, but worse than ghosts. How can I not hate Li Yang? How can I not hate Su Xiao, who went all the way south to destroy cities and countries? In the old days, the nobility's house was a place where foxes and rabbits roamed. In fact, it wasn't just the nobility's house that was like this. Su Fengnian grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and held it in his palm. He couldn't help but interrupt the old man's speech. Su Xiao said that a person should know their place. The first-class scholar Qi Jiping, the second-class scholar, can also complain for the common people. As a warrior who carries a blade, he only knows how to fight and only fight. If you give him a few thousand people, he will conquer a city. If tens of thousands of people, he will conquer a country. When he has hundreds of thousands of cavalry, what else can he fight if not the world? So later on, when so many people scolded him, he never talked back. He also didn't think that what he did was right. In the Beiliang army, the older generation like Yan Wenwan, Zhong Hongwu, He Zhonghu, and the younger generation like Chu Lushan, Li Mofan, and Chao Xiaojiao. Which one of them isn't a notorious veteran ruffian in the eyes of the world? Su Fengnian's expression was firm as he said in a deep voice, but it can't be denied that if someone has to be the butcher who helps Li Yang unify the world, then Su Xiao is definitely the best result. Qi Lianhua sighed. I really haven't thought about this. The old man, who was deep in thought, suddenly laughed. Huang Longshi has a poem that is widely circulated. The country is broken, the mountains and rivers are still there, the city is in spring and the trees are deep. This old man of the Song family in Liyang commented that the word deep is not as good as the word life. If we use the word life, we can combine movement and stillness. The scholars of Li Yang's literary circle all applauded. What do you think? Su Fengnian said calmly, my second sister once said in Shangyin Academy that this old man of the Song family changed a dog's fart. Qi Lianhua asked, then aren't you curious about which family Su Weisheng is the daughter of? Su Fengnian was touched and couldn't hide his anger. It's none of your business. Qi Lianhua narrowed his eyes and smiled. Su Fengnian, oh Su Fengnian, you really are similar to your father Su Xiao. Su Fengnian took a deep breath. I respect Sir's loyalty to West Chu and your many years of hiding in Bailiang Palace to protect the fallen Princess Jiang and I. But Sir shouldn't think that you can really do whatever you want in the Su family. The old man didn't think much of it and sneered. Oh. At some point, the two of them were standing in a position where Qi Lianhua's back was facing the entrance of the mausoleum, and Su Fengnian's back was facing the two tombstones. Then, the two of them took a step forward at almost the same time, but the back of their feet was stepped on by the other's other foot. Su Fengnian used his 2 fingers as a sword and stabbed the old man between his eyebrows. The old man raised his palm and slapped Su Fengnian's chest. The old man's body spun like a top. At the same time he removed the finger sword. His large sleeves fluttered, stirring up a snowstorm and creating the scene of an earth dragon drinking water. Su Fengnian was pushed to the tombstone by the palm strike. He stuck one hand to the back of the tombstone and pushed lightly, borrowing the force to charge forward. Su Fengnian, who was in the air, kept his 2 fingers together and swiped them across the top of the old man's head. Boundless sword chi immediately poured down from the sky. The old man sneered. His footwork was completely different from the martial artists of the world. His 2 feet were slightly tilted inward, one hand behind his back and the other clenched into a fist. He stepped forward in a straight line and avoided the sword chi. His fist just happened to land on Su Fengnian's stomach. The fist was as heavy as a drum. Borrowing the force from the rebound, his 5 fingers immediately loosened, and he pushed out with his palm. Su Fengnian's body flew backwards, exploding with ear-piercing sounds like firecrackers in the snowy night. Qi Lianhua's fist, palm, and footwork were all very simple and straightforward. It was easy to associate him with the conceited Wang Xianji, who had once regarded himself as an enemy of the world. He was as fast as lightning and as powerful as a thunderclap. He only used his bare hands to face his enemies and disdained all the divine weapons in the world. Su Fengnian was actually not that heavily injured. He had only been pushed back by the old man's single move. His heart was in turmoil, and the qi in his body that was already in a mess became even more unrestrained, like adding oil to boiling water. This gave him a new understanding of the spring and autumn saber armor. He originally thought that Qi Lianhua was at most on the same level as Sui Xiegu, but it seemed that he was at least a little bit higher. If it was before the Zhanlong. In Liuzhou, Su Fengnian was confident that even if saber armor went all out and he was careless, he would not be in such a difficult situation. After Su Fengnian landed, a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. However, he did not wipe it away. He did not care, nor did it matter. Su Fengnian had experienced many life and death battles, and this was not the first time he had experienced them. The old man clicked his tongue and said, "With your current terrible situation, you would have at most used 3 moves to put your life on the line. Against a normal Vajra or mysterious finger expert, 3 moves would have been enough. Unfortunately, you met me." Su Fengnian calmly said. There was no need for 3 moves. 1 move was enough. The old man asked, "Even if you die, you still want to protect the 2 tablets behind you? If you die, what's the point of the tablets? Aren't you Su Fengnian, the king of Bailiang? Don't you know how to choose?" Chapter 1357. The old man was probably a true old man. He was rather talkative. At this moment, he was still advising him with kind words. "Kid, the world's beauties are like bamboo shoots after the rain. Even if it's a source of soldiers, there's still an endless supply of them. However, there are 2 things that are difficult to replenish. One is the heavy cavalry on the battlefield. One is missing, and it's very difficult to quickly replenish them. The other is the Jianghu experts. Every one of them needs talent, luck, and many years of training to become one. Especially you, Su Fengnian. You have to cherish your life. If you die." The snow gradually grew heavier. Su Fengnian ignored the old man's nagging. He raised his hand. A snow knife appeared in his hand. However, the old man suddenly became sentimental. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. Bailiang, fighting a country with the power of one land. If you die. The old man muttered to himself, his expression bleak. I don't care at all whether Bailiang has a king of Bailiang or not. However, how can I, Qi Lianhua, Not care whether Su Fengnian dies or not. A hint of confusion appeared in Su Fengnian's eyes. After being struck by Qi Lianhua's fists and palms, the qi in his body actually showed signs of turning from bad to good after experiencing the initial violent tremors. It began to stabilize. The old man's face was filled with anger. He glared and said, "Kid, only now do you understand my good intentions?" Su Fengnian was confused, but he still gripped his snow knife. He asked in confusion, "What are you trying to do?" The old man who had once said that he would return on a snowy night became even more angry. "Kid, aren't you a clever person? Why are you so stubborn?" Su Fengnian was also angry. He glared at him, looking at the stubborn young man. The old man seemed to remember some things from the past. The stubborn old man who had been unyielding in this world all his life softened a little. His tone was gentle, and he said somewhat helplessly, "I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to guess. Didn't I use the alias Wu Jiang?" Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Didn't I already guess that you are Qi Lianhua and the spring and autumn saber armor?" The furious old man suddenly stomped his foot heavily. The wind and snow above the entire mausoleum froze. "Didn't Su Xiao tell you that his father-in-law's surname isn't Wu? Even if that bastard Su Xiao didn't mention it, Su'er didn't mention it to you either? Didn't I tell you that there was a swordsman surnamed Qi who fought in the Wu family's sword tomb for a woman of the Wu family, and almost destroyed half of the Sword Mountain?" Su Fengnian turned around. His expression could not be seen clearly, and there was no change in his tone. No. No. The old man was truly enraged. He pointed at Su Xiao's tombstone and cursed. "You barbarian from Jinzhou. Back then, in order to marry my daughter, you said that you wouldn't kneel to the heavens or the earth, but now you're kneeling to your father-in-law. You're just a small military officer with a few hundred people under your command, yet you dare to threaten me. If I don't agree, you'll definitely lead an army to wipe out Dechu. I should have killed you with a single palm at that time." When the old man fell silent, there was only the sobbing of the wind and snow in the courtyard. The old man's eyes were kind, but his face was also full of guilt. He gazed at the back of the young man who was far more pleasing to the eye than Su Xiao. He slowly said, "The first time I secretly saw you, it was when the Su family's armored cavalry was on their way to Beiliang. It was also a snowy night like this, in a small temple. You were punished by your mother to study all night. You held a book in your hands, and sat on the knees of the Buddha statue in the main hall. Under the light of the Buddha statue's everlasting lamp, you read until dawn. Beside you, there were 4 clay statues of heavenly kings. They either carried sabers or swords, or their faces were ferocious. The light of the lantern was dim. Outside the hall, the wind and snow were like female ghosts weeping and complaining. Even an adult would be afraid, but a child like you was not afraid. I watched you from the beam for the whole night. I really liked you from the bottom of my heart. You really are my grandson." The old man's heart surged with a heroic spirit that came from his grandson. "I don't recognize Su Xiao as my son-in-law, but I like you as my grandson. Even if Su'er didn't recognize me as her father, I still shamelessly came to Liangzhou. After Su'er died of illness, I changed my name and became a lowly servant. Who am I? Qi Lianhua. I can win and lose on the chessboard with Dechu's imperial advisor Li Mi. I can drink wine with Tai Fu Sun Shiji and talk about the country. I can stand shoulder to shoulder with Yi Baikue on the battlefield. I can make Chao Chongqing, who is waiting for the imperial decree, call me half a teacher." Su Fengnian, who had his back to the old man all this time, squatted down and looked at the 2 tombstones. He asked, "Why didn't you formally marry my grandmother back then? Instead, you let my grandmother and my mother depend on each other for survival in the eyes of the family." The old man was silent. His eyes were full of sorrow and regret. Su Fengnian said softly, "The country is beautiful, the country is beautiful. The country is in front and the beauty is behind. Do you think the country is more important? Or do you think that a real man doesn't have to worry about not having a wife? You are the famous icing man of spring and autumn. Do you think that women are just icing on the cake in your life?" Su Fengnian asked again, "Why didn't you protect my mother during the white clothes case in the capital?" Without waiting for an answer, Su Fengnian said in a hoarse voice, trembling, So I didn't know I had a grandfather. I just thought he died a long time ago. Whether his surname was Wu or Qi, whether he was a hero or a nobody, it didn't matter at all. After a long time, the old man sighed and was speechless. Su Fengnian sat cross-legged in front of the tombstone. He bent down and reached out to brush away the snow in front of the tombstone. Qi Lianhua walked to the tombstone and lowered his head to look at Su Zhao's tombstone. He said indifferently, "When I heard the news and rushed to Taiyan City, it was already too late." The old man said self-deprecatingly, "It doesn't matter if you don't recognize me as your grandfather, or if you think that Qi Lianhua is cold-blooded. I think that no matter how much you dislike the man your daughter chose, a married daughter is like water that has been poured out." Moreover, at that time, 3 sabers and armors couldn't kill the Liang Emperor, Zhao Dun. Since that's the case, as for the Yuan Bunshi, Su Xiao, Han Shengxian and Lu Haoshi, as long as Su Xiao is alive, it's him who has the courage to do it. If Su Xiao can't do it, there are still my daughter Wu Su's children. The old man turned to look at Su Fengnian, who was constantly sweeping the snow with his hands. He said softly, "The Taoist saints said that life and death are like sleep. When you sleep, you can get up and live. When you sleep, you can't get up and die. Therefore there is a great terror in this world. When people are alive they cry instead of laughing. In the Buddhist scriptures, there is also a great terror of life and death." The old man also squatted down and said freely, "Maybe you're right. Su Xiao is much stronger than the spring and autumn saber armor or Dechu. It's just that I don't want to and don't dare to admit it." The old man looked at Su Zhao's tombstone and said with a smile, "In the end, I couldn't even drink a cup of wine from you." Su Fengnian said softly, "It's too late." Su Fengnian's eyes reddened. "In the past, I couldn't understand why there was a pair of shoes in the box under Su Zhao's bed that didn't fit anyone in the Su family." The old man was stunned. Then the old man laughed loudly. He clenched his fists and rested them on his legs. "Spring and autumn is a dream of spring and autumn. People live for a lifetime, but life and death are 2 things. When you come, you cry, but when you leave, you smile." Then the old man stretched out his hand and held a cup. A crystal-clear cup of snow appeared between his 5 fingers. Snow fell from the cup. He said loudly, "Father-in-law toasts to my son-in-law. A cup of snow for wine. A cup of wine without wine. Little Nian, this old man wants to make a trip back to Guangling. I've left my hometown for too long. Don't send me off." After toasting, the old man turned around and patted away the snow on one of his grandson's shoulders. He took out a yellowed book from his bosom and gently placed it beside Su Fengnian. With one last sentence, the old man stood up and shook his sleeves. He began to stride towards the entrance of the mausoleum. As soon as he left, his figure flashed and disappeared. Su Fengnian, who was a step too slow, was completely unable to stop him. Outside Liangzhou City, the old man walked further and further away. His speed was so fast that even Beiliang's A-ranked horses could not match him. A cold blade gradually formed from snow appeared in the old man's hand. Everyone knew that Dechu practiced calligraphy all his life. His favorite characters were Su, Nian, and Chun. His daughter Wu Su was gone, but his grandson Su Fengnian was still alive, and he was very promising. He had nothing to worry about in this life. It was time to get rid of the nickname of Qi Bamboo. There was no harm in making the name of Qi Tianhua a reality. Little Nian, take it as your grandfather's last selfish act. Let the world know that after your father died, you still have an elder in this world. With me, Qi Lianhua, there is no one who can discuss Beiliang without paying the price. The great pillar of the country Gu Jiantang can't. The new emperor of the Zhao family can't either. Little Nian, you just need to guard the northwest gate of the Central Plains." Su Fengnian's figure flew quickly, and stood alone at the top of the city wall. However, all he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. After standing for an entire night, at daybreak, Su Fengnian remembered the old man's last sentence and muttered to himself, "Can I really do it?" In the spring of the 2nd year of Xiangfu, a terrifying piece of news was sent back to the capital from the borders of Liao and Liao. Gu Jiantang had lost. Moreover, he had lost to a person who used a blade. More importantly, the martial arts grandmaster who had appeared out of nowhere did not mention his name. He only mentioned an unimaginable identity. At dusk, in the suburbs of Tai'an City, two men who were about one generation apart in age sat opposite each other in a pavilion. The younger one was the young phoenix of the Song family, Song Kelly, who had recently made a comeback in the capital. Song Kelly had not yet taken up a post in the capital, but Jean Lanting, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, had invited Song Kelly to his family banquets several times. Many old people in the capital, especially the nobles of the imperial clan, had also expressed their goodwill. Chapter 1358. Song Kelly, who was supposed to be proud of his success, had a sad look on his face. He looked at Mr. Yuan, who was drinking, and said sadly, "Even if that person is a great guru who is better than General Gu, Tai'an City was able to deal with the man with a sword who brought his family along. Why can't they deal with another martial artist?" Yuan Bunshi smiled and glanced at Song Kelly without saying a word. Song Kelly's hand on the table was clenched tightly. His face was pale and his lips trembled as he said, I know. After the late emperor died, Mr. Yuan's identity is just an old man in the Hanlin Academy, who has no one to rely on. The current emperor can't wait to get rid of his shackles. The appearance of that old man gave him a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill with a borrowed knife without staining his hands with blood. Therefore, the imperial guards in the capital city can't be mobilized. The Qi cultivators in the imperial astronomer can't be mobilized. The Jianghu masters who rely on the imperial court can't be mobilized either. Mr. Yuan, is Tai'an City going to burn the bridge after crossing the river again? Does the Zhao family not want any face at all? Song Kelly lowered his head. Mr. Yuan once taught me that serving the emperor as a subject is akin to burning a stick of incense for a Buddha. A new emperor brings in a new subject, and it's because the incense is broken. Yuan Bunshi, whose tongue was cut in half, looked calm. He put down the wine cup and said vaguely, Yes and no. What I said earlier was only the way of being an official, but there's a more original way of being a person that can't be forgotten. Offering incense to the emperor is actually a skill, not a Tao. Song Kelly, your real Tao is to add oil to the world besides burning incense. This is the foundation that Grand Secretary Zhang Julu left for Liang. As a counselor, I don't think I'm inferior to anyone. But as a subject, Zhang Julu is the first person to start a new era. You should learn from his Tao, not my skill. Otherwise, Song Kelly would only be a Yin Maochun or Zhao Yuling at best. What was the point of Yuan Bunshi nurturing Song Kelly? How will you stand out among your peers like Sun Yin in the future? Yuan Bunshi looked at the twilight outside the pavilion and said with a smile, The famous ministers and ministers of the spring of Yonghui are destined to leave their names in the annals of history. But for those of you who started during the auspicious Talisman era, perhaps your legacy in the annals of history will be better than that of those old people. That's because Yonghui has Zhang Julu, who makes all the scholars in the world pale in comparison. Your generation is different. Chen Wang has the smooth and slick Fulong, Sun Yin has the shrewd Tulong, and you, Song Kelly, have the fierce lone minister. Each of you has your own dazzling style. Song Kelly didn't dare to raise his head to look at Mr. Yuan, who had accompanied him all over the country last year. Yuan Bunshi said in a low voice, Various parties tried to rope you in, but I kept telling you to wait for the best offer. So last night, the ceremony directorate chief Song Tonglu's disciple found you and gave you a verbal order. You don't have to feel guilty. If you can't wait to tell me about Yuan Bunshi, then I will be disappointed. Song Kelly suddenly looked up. Yuan Bunshi smiled indifferently and said softly, He's here. A person walked over from afar. There was a strange snow-white long blade hanging from his waist. Song Kelly stood up and blocked the steps of the pavilion. The old man didn't seem to move, but Song Kelly, who was skilled in martial arts, was thrown out of the pavilion. After the old man sat down, Yuan Bunshi put 3 wine cups on the table and gently pushed a clean cup in front of the old man. Yuan Bunshi smiled calmly and said, Back then, I was curious as to why Mr. Qi would force his way through the gate of Tai'an City. Later, I saw Xiefei give me many authentic copies of Mr. Qi's calligraphy. In the early years there were many Chun characters, and in the later years there were many Sunian characters. Zhao Go had tried to assassinate His Royal Highness 16 times in Beiliang, and 3 of them were most regrettable because of Mr. Qi's interference. The old man didn't raise his cup to drink. Instead, he put the snow-white blade on the table and said, "This old man will still let people drink a few mouthfuls of death wine. Drink slowly." Yuan Bunshi raised his head and drank all the wine in his cup. Since Mr. Qi has the intention to kill but doesn't have the intention to do so, why are you still pretending? Qi Lianhua sneered and said, "It turns out that Yuan Bunshi is nothing more than this." Yuan Bunshi shook his head and said, "In life some people are greedy for wine, and some people are greedy for life. It's human nature." Qi Lianhua said, Li Yishan and Nalin Yusi, one helped Su Xiao to conquer the spring and autumn period, the other helped Zhao Bing to seize the world. This is the real world. As for Huang Longshi, you can't even compare with him. You, Yuan Bunshi, have been guarding the world all your life. What's funny is that you haven't been able to guard it. The reason why I didn't kill you is that not killing you is better than killing you. Yuan Bunshi mocked himself and said, "Mr. Qi, are you deliberately keeping me alive so that you can fight each other?" Qi Lianhua stretched out a finger and tapped the snow-white blade made according to the earliest Su blade. It's a good Su blade, but it's too boring to use it to behead a dog. Yuan Bunshi was unmoved and said with a smile, "Mr. Qi, since you didn't kill me, then I also have a word of advice. Killing me is just a small matter, but it's not easy to go to the city to find Emperor Zhao Zhuan. Compared to the former emperor, the current emperor is much more afraid of death. I believe that Su Fengnian would rather his grandfather return to Beiliang safely than to see you die heroically in Taiyan City, even if the way you die can be called magnificent. Su Fengnian has finally made a clean end to his past life and future life. If you leave, it won't even be the icing on the cake, let alone providing timely help." Qi Lianhua was surprised and said, "You Yuan Bunshi only have half of your tongue left. Not only can you speak, but you can also speak a few words?" Yuan Bunshi still looked happy and pointed to the wine pot. For so many years, the wine pot of Huadia wine has always been filled with Beiliang green ant. Mr. Qi, are you sure you don't want to drink a cup? Qi Lianhua raised his cup and drank it. The old man got up and left the pavilion, but he left the blade and said, "You three emperors of Liang have all wronged Su Xiao." Yuan Bunshi watched the old man leave. After a long time he nodded quietly. Song Kelly staggered into the pavilion with his hand on his chest. He was relieved to see Mr. Yuan safe and sound. After Song Kelly sat down, Yuan Bunshi stood up and looked at the sky. He said sadly, "The sky is going to rain, and the mother is going to get married. But I don't want some things to happen just like that." A smile appeared on Yuan Bunshi's face. "Mr. Qi, I'm just saying good words when I'm about to die." When Mr. Yuan turned to the stone table and held the cold blade, Song Kelly suddenly had a bad feeling and his face turned pale. Yuan Bunshi looked into the distance. It should be Song Tonglu waiting. Zhao Zhuan doesn't have the courage to do that. Yuan Bunshi withdrew his gaze and tossed a brocade pouch to Song Kelly. "Tell that head seal eunuch that if he wants to live longer and better than Han Shengxian, let him see something like this." Song Kelly fidgeted as if he had received a hot potato. His eyes were bloodshot. Yuan Bunshi said sternly, "Song Kelly, put away the brocade bag. Get up and take the blade." Song Kelly stood up subconsciously, but he panicked and took a few steps back. He didn't look like a young phoenix of the Song family anymore. Yuan Bunshi took a step forward and handed him the cold blade. Song Kelly shook his head frantically. The master of Liang rebuked him with a ferocious face. "If you don't kill Yuan Bunshi, how can you stand by the emperor's side?" Song Kelly's face was full of tears. He kept repeating, "Mr. Qi, I won't kill you, Mr. Qi, I won't kill you." Yuan Bunshi sighed and put the blade on the table. Then he turned his back to Song Kelly and said calmly, "Heroes don't have freedom. If you don't kill me, I'll be a useless person. Even if I live a few more years, there will be no trace of me in the world." Yuan Bunshi closed his eyes and said softly, "Song Kelly, don't let me down. Huang Longshi and Li Yishan, I'm one step behind you. Nalin Yusi, I'm one step ahead of you." Song Kelly held the cold blade with trembling hands. Yuan Bunshi suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the afterglow in the distant sky. The emperor's tutor with a half-inch tongue opened his mouth and took a deep breath, as if he was borrowing the last breath of this world. He roared, "Take the head." Song Kelly's face was full of pain. He raised the blade and chopped it down. The head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, who wore a bright red python robe with a cold expression, leisurely walked to the bottom of the steps of the pavilion. He saw the young man, whose life had been full of misfortune, sitting on the ground in a daze. Blood and tears flowed from his eyes, and he held the head in his arms tightly. Outside Tian City, the old man narrowed his eyes and looked at the towering city wall. He smiled. I, Qi Lianhua, have always been ambitious but not capable. I've always wanted a lot of things. I wanted to surpass the ancients in calligraphy, I wanted the prosperity of my family, I wanted the longevity of Dechu, and I wanted the well-being of the common people. But in the end I achieved nothing. The old man held his hands and sighed. My last request is very small. I just want to be a senior who can let me have a clear conscience. It was on this day that an unknown old man entered Tian City and went straight to the imperial astronomer. He killed all the Qi trainers and 800 guards of the imperial astronomer. This crazy old man didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. He only said one sentence to himself before he died. Xiaonian, don't forget what Grandpa said to you. Remember to believe in yourself and Baoyang with you. The old man's words were exactly the opposite of Yuan Bunxi's unintentional words. When the time comes, heaven and earth will work together. Chapter 1359. After the new emperor of Liang ascended the throne, he attached great importance to the administration of culture, especially the Hanlin Academy. His love for the Hanlin Academy was so great that it could not be increased any further. First of all, he moved Zhao Jiaowing's yamen to the right side of the center line between the Wuing Hall and the Baoha Hall. Then he issued an edict that the Hanlin Academy's head scholar and the Ministry of Rites would jointly preside over the imperial examinations, which became a practice of the current dynasty. Therefore, the saying in the future, those who are not from the Hanlin Academy are not allowed to enter the pavilion, spread everywhere in the capital. Today the Hanlin Academy, which was holding a grand housewarming ceremony, could be said to be a gathering of heroes. What a dazzling lineup of splendid scenes. Jean Lanting, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, who made his name here, Li Jifu, the new Zhuangyuan of the first year of Xiangfu, who held a post in the Hanlin Academy, Wu Tsongxian, who was both Tanhua and a new talent in the chess world. Song Kelly, the young phoenix of the Song family, who moved to the Hanlin Academy because of meritorious service. Yin Qiji, the son of the grand scholar of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Chen Wang, the assistant minister of the left-scattered cavalry of Liang Sun Yin, who was once the right chancellor of the Imperial College. Before this group of young talents, the oldest of whom was no more than 30 years old, gathered together, many important officials and officials who had a relationship with the Hanlin Academy had already left one after another. For example, Zhao Yuling, the second-in-command of the Imperial Secretariat, Tantanan, Huanwen, who was recognized as a veteran of the Hanlin Academy, the heavenly official Yin Maochan, who had been in charge of the Hanlin Academy for more than 10 years, and had recently entered the Ministry of Appointments, and the Minister of War Liu Baijia, the sword immortal of Tongxi, who had the title of Xiaoguan, had come either alone or together. They really made the brand new Hanlin Academy shine, staining it with an air of nobility and elegance. At this time, in the secluded courtyard at the beginning of spring, under a small tree with branches as small as jujube flowers, everyone was enjoying a game of Go. The people playing Go were not national players, nor were they the famous Wu Tsongxian who had defeated 3 national players in a row in the capital. Instead, they were 2 people whom everyone in the court felt were unfamiliar with. There was a huge age gap between the two. There was a stone table and 4 stone stools. On the table was a yellow rosewood chessboard that was very old-fashioned. On the left and right sides of the chessboard were black and white Go boxes that contained white and black Go pieces. On the stone stools were embroidered cushions. The 2 people playing Go were of course sitting and chatting. However, the people sitting on the other 2 stools were the pinnacle of honor in the world. The current emperor, Zhao Zhuan, and the empress, Yin Dongwu. Other than the handsome young man nicknamed Little Bookcase by the emperor, there was also a commoner from Liang who was still a commoner. He was Fan Chongho from Xiangzhou, Guangling Road. Together with Wu Tsongxian, they were known as the First and Third Nine. In the past, Fan Chongho was more skilled than Wu Tsongxian, so he was also known as Fan Shi Duan. At the same time, Fan Chongho was good at painting dried rocks, wild plum blossoms and winter bamboo. Among them, wild plum blossoms were the best, and they were proud and unsullied. Now in Tai'an City, there was a saying that Fan Chongho was a tree alone in spring. His paintings could be said to be priceless in the capital's officialdom. Before Wu Songxian became famous, the hidden Fan Chongho was specially summoned to the capital by the emperor. The reason for this imperial edict was that his real identity was Little Bookcase from the imperial astronomer. Under the emperor's instructions, he and Wu Songxian played 6 games in a row, 3 slow and 3 fast. Wu Songxian lost all of them cleanly, so Fan Chongho, who was known as the #1 player in the chess world, naturally entered the emperor's sight. The prize for this game that the emperor personally set was not small. If Fan Chongho won, then he could directly stay in the Hanlin Academy as the Yellow Gatekeeper. Now the Hanlin Academy was the well-deserved dragon pavilion for all the scholars in the world. The spectators were the smartest few people in the Liang dynasty. In fact, they were well aware that whether Fan Chongho won or lost on the chessboard was not important. To simplify the emperor's heart, Fan Shi Duan had already won outside of the chessboard. Little Bookcase was probably endowed with extraordinary talent, but in the end he was still a child. He did not have a good sitting posture. His body was slanted, one hand supporting his chin, the other hand moving quickly. It was almost as if he was hitting the board when Fan Chongho placed a piece. On the other hand, the plainly dressed Fan Chongho was at a disadvantage in terms of the demeanor of an otherworldly master. But this disadvantage was only in terms of the eccentricity of the imperial astronomer. In reality, Fan Chongho was sitting calmly and attentively. Whether it was slowly picking up a piece from the chessboard or not moving, when he was thinking long and hard, they both had the demeanor of a grandmaster. Fan Shi Duan's response to Little Bookcase's aggressive attacks, both inside and outside of the chessboard, was neither too fast nor too slow. For the time being, there was no sign of victory or defeat between the two of them. Including Emperor Zhao Zhuan, the people who were able to stand aside and watch the game, not to mention Wu Songxian, who was very good at chess, even Chen Wang, who had never played chess with anyone before, had good eyesight. Even Empress Yan Dongwu, who was known as the female scholar of Bailiang in the past, could not take her eyes off the game and was very focused. Yan Qiji was standing right behind his elder sister, who was known as the mother of the empire. He was the only one who gave up halfway, when he went to the border to observe the political affairs. He parted ways with the Ministry of War, who was sent from Jibei to Liaoxi, and returned to the capital alone. This incident had damaged Yan Qiji's reputation in the scholarly circle. However, with the great protective talisman of the imperial uncle, no one dared to jump out and criticize him. Yan Qiji looked at the intrigue on the chessboard. He quietly raised his head and looked at the old Chinese parasol tree, whose branches were filled with the joy of spring. His face was filled with fatigue. If the trip to Liangzhou had disappointed him in Kongwuqi, then the trip to Jibei had angered Yan Qiji. The defense line in Jibei had been an important military base for the Central Plains to defend against Bei Meng since the Han family. Although Li Yong paid more attention to the two Liao provinces, the generals who held the military power in Jibei were all carefully selected by the Ministry of War, and candidates who were placed high hopes on by the imperial court. But what did Yan Qiji see in Jibei's northern pass? It was retreating before the battle, and shrinking the defense line. Faced with his reprimand, the few border defense generals were vague. Gao Tingshu, who was picky in Bailiang, was surprisingly silent. Obviously, he had received instructions from someone in the capital. Yan Qiji retracted his gaze and looked coldly at Jin Sanlang, who was not far away from him. The latter also sensed the unfriendly gaze from the young imperial uncle, but he responded with an impeccably gentle smile. Yan Qiji met his gaze. Suddenly, Yan Qiji felt his sleeve being pulled. He lowered his head and saw his sister pointing at a spot on the chessboard. She smiled gently and said, "Eunuch Zheng seems to have made a wonderful move. Don't you think so?" When the child heard the empress praise, he raised his head and smiled brightly. Yan Qiji sighed softly. He stopped arguing with the assistant minister and turned to watch the game. Fan Zhongho's response was still lukewarm. This made Chen Wang, who was also a relative of the imperial family like Yanqiji, see him in a new light. Ordinary poor scholars would spread their tails like peacocks if they wanted to see the face of the emperor. It was not easy for Fan Zhonghe to be so relaxed. The Zhuangyuan, Li Jifu, was the son of a wealthy family in Liaodong. In terms of poetry, he was not as good as the second place Gao Tingshu. In terms of the four arts, he was far from being as good as Wu Zongxian. Thus, most people in the court thought that he was not worthy of the title of Zhuangyuan. In reality, in the poetry club founded by Jean Lanting, it was rare to hear Li Jifu speak so loudly. However, a few days ago, the Minister of Revenue, Bai Guo, had asked to borrow Li Jifu from the Hanlin Academy. This made people realize that perhaps Li Jifu was not as unlikable as he appeared on the surface. Today, the only person in the group who could compete with Jean Lanting, Chen Xiaobao, only spoke a few words with Li Jifu. Wu Zongxian had originally wanted to go up and get familiar with the left Sanchi's assistant minister, but soon there was an awkward silence. Compared to everyone present, Song Kelly's appearance today was the most unexpected. The two masters of the Song family who had dominated the literary world for decades were not worthy of the words, extremely tragic. After their deaths, their posthumous titles were only below average. At the time, Song Kelly had been demoted from the noble Hanlin Academy to a county magistrate. Jean Lanting, who was more familiar with the rules of the officialdom, was very curious. How could the young phoenix of the Song family, who had fallen from a high branch into the mud, return to the capital? Who had he latched onto? For the time being, the nobles of the imperial clan did not have this ability. Tantanon had always had a bad impression of the Song family, so all the old people of Zhonglu did not have a good impression of Song Kelly. He had also not heard of the head of the secretariat, Qi Yonglong, having any interaction with the Song family. Jean Lanting pondered for a moment, but could not understand the main point, so he was too lazy to bother. Song Kelly's ups and downs were destined to not affect the overall situation. In the past, Jean Lanting did want to take the initiative to show goodwill to the eldest grandson of the Song family, who was also a member of the Hanlin Academy. He even wanted to personally send him a few hundred knives to make his own signboard, but now, even the assistant minister could turn a blind eye to this person. In a small court meeting filled with officials, he, Jean Lanting, could only respectfully accompany the last seat, but at this time and place, he was worthy of being called the head of the Phoenix. As the Hanlin Academy rose in status in the Liang Imperial Court, the position of the Ministry of Rights would also rise. It was certain that he would be in charge of the Ministry of Rights in the future. When the time came, the Ministry of Rights would be in charge, and the Hanlin Academy would be in charge. Then he, Jean Lanting, would be the common teacher of all the scholars during the auspicious era. Jean Lanting smiled and bowed his head, looking down at the chessboard. He placed one hand on the suet jade belt on his waist that the emperor had personally bestowed upon him, and the other hand quietly clenched. The literary vein of the world was in his hands. Why should he worry about the connections in the imperial court? Chapter 1360. Wu Zongxian was probably the one who cared the most about the outcome of the game. With a complicated expression, he looked at Fan Zhonghe, who had played against him many times, and felt bitter. Fan Zhonghe, a remnant of the spring and autumn period, also known as the son of Buddha, was a thorn in Wu Zongxian's heart that he could not remove. No matter how much they talked in public or in private, Wu Zongxian knew that he both despised and envied this person. He despised Fan Zhonghe for ignoring the imperial examinations, and envied Fan Zhonghe for having heavenly beings by his side to scheme for him. Before and after he had defeated 3 national chess players in a row, Wu Zongxian had not once mentioned Fan Zhonghe. However, the well-informed capital quickly learned that there was a Fan Sherdwan in Xiangzhou. Before the emperor summoned Fan Zhonghe to the capital, he had a relaxed monarch and minister question-and-answer session with him. Wu Zongxian could only bite the bullet and say something insincere. Fan Yuetian and I are evenly matched. Unfortunately, he still could not stop the emperor's curiosity, especially after he had suffered consecutive crushing defeats to the child who was practically the reincarnation of a chess immortal. According to Jean Sabin, the emperor had urged the Ministry of Rights almost every day to ask when Fan Sherdwan would enter the capital. To be able to receive such special treatment, the The previous one was the prime minister who had said, "If I don't come out, what will the common people do?" When Fan Zhongho returned to the capital alone, Wu Songxian went to the courier station that night and, earnestly, told Fan Zhongho about that child prodigy's style of chess. The first move looked sloppy, unintentional and powerless, but in the middle of the game, it suddenly changed. It was as if a towering building had suddenly risen from the rubble and ruins, with the momentum of a lion hunting down a rabbit from above. Of course, Wu Songxian knew that this kind of illusory saying was equivalent to not saying anything. After Fan Zhongho heard it, it was useless. As for why he only said the middle game and not the end game, it was not that Wu Songxian wanted to hide it, but that Wu Songxian had never played more than 200 games with the child. Wu Songxian, who valued face and reputation the most, was too embarrassed to say anything. Wu Songxian had, with great difficulty, made a name for himself in the capital, so how could he be willing to let Fan Zhongho steal his limelight in Grand Peace City? He wanted nothing more than for Fan Zhongho to suffer a crushing defeat. Simply put, Wu Songxian, one of the top 9 chess players in the world, could lose to the genius youth rumored to have come from the imperial astronomer. It was like the world's top martial artist losing to an immortal on Earth, without any damage to his reputation. But he absolutely could not lose to Fan Zhongho by too much. This was just like how Li Chungang had lost to Wang Xianji, and then Wang Xianji had lost to Su Fengnian. Fan Zhongho's slow play was only compared to the lightning-fast speed of the imperial astronomer's little bookcase. 2 hours later, after Fan Zhongho had made more than a dozen consecutive moves, he had made his first decisive move. The child with a carefree expression seemed to have seen his opponent for the first time. He no longer rested his chin on his hand or looked left and right. He sat up straight, but he did not look at the game. Instead, he stared straight at Fan Zhongho, who was rolling up his sleeves with his head lowered. Everyone present, including Wu Songxian, could not see the essence of this move, let alone the other spectators. Among them, Jean Lanting could not help but turn his head to ask Wu Songxian in a low voice. The latter did not dare to speak carelessly. Sun Yin stretched out 2 fingers to rub his earlobes and yawned. Song Kelly narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips tightly. Chen Wang was carefully observing the changes in the expression of the imperial astronomer. Li Jifu carefully looked at the emperor, who was leaning forward with a frown. Yan Qiji, whose mind was on the chessboard, bent down and whispered to his sister, Yan Donggu. If the calm and composed Fan Zhongho was included, not counting the emperor Zhao Zhuan, the empress Yan Donggu, and that imperial astronomer Jian Zheng, then today under the green Polonia tree of the Hanlin Academy, there were as many as 4 people from the northern Liangdao. Chen Wang, Sun Yin, Yan Qiji, and Jean Lanting. Gangnam-do had Wu Songxian, Guangling had Fan Zhongho, Liangliao had Li Jifu, and the capital had Song Kelly. From this, it seemed that the current emperor was more magnanimous than the previous emperor towards Bailiang. The emperor looked at the little bookcase with interest. For the first time, he showed a fierce expression towards a certain person. He tried to smooth things over. "Let's close the game for now. You two can play later. Little bookcase, Fan Zhongho, try your best to make this game a famous one. If the ending is even better, I will ask the masters in the palace to paint for you. I have to go attend a small court meeting. If I am late, I will be nagged by Tantanon for half a day." Jean Lanting, dressed in purple robes, quickly bowed slightly and made a path for the emperor and the empress. The emperor held the empress's hand and left with a smile. Yan Qiji saw them off alone. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting also had to attend the small court meeting. However, the emperor did not say anything, so he could not stick to the emperor's side. After all, he could be suspected of using the emperor's power to intimidate others. After the 3 families left, he purposely pulled Wu Songxian out of the Hanlin Academy. The latter had been observing politics at the Ministry of Rights. Compared to the quiet Li Jifu, who had a higher ranking in the court examination, Jean Lanting favored Wu Songxian, who was also a pillar of the poetry club. He also had a higher opinion of Gao Tingshu, who had already made a name for himself in the Ministry of War. Yan Donggu asked softly, "Why do you think so highly of Fan Zhongho?" The emperor turned his head and winked at the empress. He said softly, "Winning in chess is just a small matter. What benefit does it bring to the country? However, King of Jing and Zhaosun has a blind chess player Lu Su. As the emperor of a country, how can I not have a Fan Zhongho by my side? Yin Dongwu could not help but laugh. You can be angry over this? Your Majesty, are you still a child? The emperor said with a face full of resentment. Am I old in your heart? Yin Dongwu suddenly remembered that his younger brother, Yin Qiji, was still following behind him. He coughed lightly. The emperor laughed out loud, and did not take it to heart. He purposely slowed down his pace, allowing his brother-in-law, who had been snubbed in Ji Bei, to catch up with him. Then he comforted him softly. I won't advise you to do anything regarding Ji Bei. I just want you to not be anxious. I heard your sister say that she does not want to stay in the Ministry of War anymore. Where do you want to go? The Ministry of Rights or the Ministry of Appointments? Yen Dongwu was about to speak when the emperor tightened his grip on her hand. She could only swallow her words. Yen Qiji was obviously afraid of his sister, who was becoming more and more imposing. He hesitated for a moment before saying softly, Your Majesty, I want to come to the Hanlin Academy. There are many books here. Chapter 1361. The emperor glared at him and said, When there are no outsiders, call me brother-in-law. However, it's not a problem for you to come to Hanlin Academy, but you have to start as a servant first. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you be a big servant. Your temper is too gentle and you don't want to fight for anything. You will definitely be ostracized by many elders. Those old scholars are not the same as the officials of the 6 ministries. They don't care if you are the emperor's uncle. Yen Qiji nodded. The emperor turned to Yen Dongwu and smiled gently. You two should talk more. As an outsider, I won't be an eyesore. When the emperor walked away with Song Tonglu, the number 1 eunuch of the dynasty, Yen Dongwu asked in a low voice, Why didn't you return the thing I gave you to that person? Yen Qiji's face was slightly pale. He said guiltily, I didn't see Brother Feng. She said sternly, Shut up. Yen Qiji's body trembled and he asked carefully, Or should I secretly destroy it? Yen Dongwu almost instantly became angry. Then she tried to suppress her anger. Her face was uncertain. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Hide it well. Yen Qiji was dejected. After Yen Dongwu calmed down, her tone softened and she praised. You didn't say you were going to the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Personnel. Very good. Yen Dongwu stood face to face with her brother. She helped him fix his collar and said softly, You have to remember one thing. Wen Zhengwen is loyal and respectful. These 3 beautiful titles must come from Hanlin Academy. Yen Qiji said timidly, Sister, I didn't think so much. Really? Yen Dongwu bent 2 fingers and knocked on her brother's forehead. She smiled. You a fool has a fool's fortune. Yen Qiji wanted to say something but stopped. Yen Dongwu obviously guessed what he was thinking. She shook her head and said, Don't worry about the things in the palace. Let's go back. I have a feeling that the young people in that courtyard will. Speaking of this, the empress stopped talking. She looked up at the sun. It was dazzling, so it was a bit dazzling. Yen Qiji returned to the courtyard. Under the tree, the child was asking with a cold face, Who did you learn chess from? Fan Zhongho smiled and said, Since I was 4 years old, I learned chess from the ancients. The child pointed at the last move on the chessboard. The ancients couldn't make this move. Fan Zhongho calmly said, Our generation is inferior to the ancients. How can we face the future generations? It's true that you learn chess from the ancients, but when it's your turn to play chess, you can't sit and wait for eternity. The child snorted and glanced at the chessboard. If it weren't for the accident in the Imperial Astronomer and my absent-mindedness, I wouldn't have given you any chance to win the game today. Come to the star-picking pavilion of the Imperial Astronomer tomorrow. Fan Zhongho declined to comment. The child, who acted like an old man, ran away in big strides. Only at this moment did he have the childishness of his age. Ever since he was a child, he had been running around the little bookcase of the Imperial Astronomer. It was not easy for him to find the empress whom he was closest to. Contrary to the imposing manner of this child when he played chess with others, when he saw Yen Dongwu, he had a childish smile on his face, like a child who had met his sister who loved him dearly. Yen Dongwu rubbed the little bookcase's head and said sympathetically, "It's been hard on you. The imperial astronomer has suffered such a huge accident. And His Majesty still wants you to play chess with others. I'll help you scold him later." In the accident in the tight blockade not long ago, there were more than 800 guards who had died in the battle. Most of them were elite imperial soldiers who were highly skilled in martial arts, and there were also dozens of masters who had koi fish pouches. Especially the latter, when they were escorting something to Guangling Road. More than 100 of the top Jianghu people who had been recruited by the Ministry of Justice of the Imperial Court had all died mysteriously. Zhao Guo had already been seriously injured, and this loss was no different from adding fuel to the fire. But compared to the real loss, the death of the Qi cultivators in the Imperial Astronomer was nothing at all. Among these so-called immortals, there was no lack of experts with the mysterious fingered divine ability, and they were indispensable to the Imperial Court of Liang. Their existence in itself was a kind of magnificent deterrence that could symbolize the majesty of the heavenly Tao. The emperor was the person who was destined by heaven, so he was under heaven's command. In the end, the Qi cultivators of the Liang North faction who supported the dragon were all killed in that bloody battle. Why did the current emperor, who had always regarded chess as an idle hobby, move the Hanlin Academy in a hurry? Why did he personally create momentum for Fan Shirduan and Fan Chongho? Or was it because he wanted to divert the attention of the officials and try his best to suppress the turbulent ripples that affected the entire capital? Yen Dongwu even saw with her own eyes that the cultured and elegant fourth prince locked himself in the imperial study for an entire night. When he came out, even the head eunuch Song Tonglu did not dare to approach him. It was she who had to personally go forward and bandage his bloody left hand. The little bookcase shook his head and said, "Grandpa Jianzheng said that everyone has to die. I'm not sad. If I didn't have to play 3 rounds of chess with someone for Grandpa Jianzheng, it wouldn't matter even if I died there." Then the child silently said in his heart, "Although the old man is dead, his disciple might have already appeared." He would not tell anyone about this matter, not even his sister Empress. Yen Dongwu laughed angrily and said, "Don't say such unlucky things. How old are you? Live well." The little bookcase laughed and said, "I want to eat osmanthus cake." Yen Dongwu held his little hand and walked in the palace. "That will have to wait until autumn. So, all the more you have to live well." In the Hanlin Academy, when Yen Qiji approached, he found that the atmosphere was a little strange. Chen Wang, who had the highest rank, and Li Jifu stood at the side and chatted. The arrogant scholar Sun Yin, who had once fought with the scholars in the Imperial College, was lying on the stone table. Fan Chongho was reviewing the game in detail. Yen Qiji had already stopped in his tracks. Suddenly he saw Song Kelly, who was alone, smiling at him. Yen Qiji smiled knowingly and walked forward. In the spring of the second year of Xiangfu, there were 6 people in this small courtyard on this day. Chen Wang, Sun Yin, Song Kelly, Fan Chongho, Li Jifu, Yen Qiji. Originally, I had already written more than 2,000 words about the Battle of the Gourd in Yuzhou. However, if I want to combine it into a chapter, I need to write at least 4,000 words. Otherwise, only 9,000 words will be too intermittent. Today, I'll just write 6,000 words. This kind of transitional chapter is probably as unlikable as Li Jifu in the book. However, I hope that everyone can hold their noses and read it. Of course, when I wrote it myself, I was very sentimental. Yes, sentimental, I rarely boast, but when I write this kind of scene that can freeze history, it really is very sentimental. P.S. Don't worry, the next battle will be one after another. Baoyang and Guangling can be considered as fighting a country by one land. Chapter 1362. In a relay station 3 miles away from Chongqing City in Yuzhou, a young man wearing a thick fur coat stood on the side of the road. Beside him was a child who was reading a yellowed book with saliva. Baoyang Road's relay station had many willows planted on both sides, but this relay station was a little different. There were only parasol trees that could tell the difference between spring and autumn. It was said that there was a lot to pay attention to. Back then, when General Su Xiao was conferred the title of king, the rich people of Chongqing City, in order to please this butcher, who was known to kill without blinking an eye, specially changed to nearly 1,000 green sycamore trees. It was all because His Royal Highness had the word Feng in his name. Feng does not rest on sycamore trees. Unfortunately, the army took a detour and continued to head west. Su Xiao did not enter the city at all. This made those rich people feel very embarrassed. However, after His Royal Highness was conferred the title of King of Bailiang, the new King Liang's trusted aide, Huang Fujin, was promoted to General of Yuzhou and became the master of Chongqing City. Therefore those old people were very happy. Every now and then, they would boast to their juniors about their foresight. Last year, when Huaihua General Zhong Hongwu was in charge of Lingzhou, the officialdom was turned upside down, but Yuzhou was peaceful. These old men were very proud. Huang Fujin also took care of these old people's families. Currently, there was an interesting saying in Chongqing City: "It's never too late to flatter someone." Dust rose from the relay station in the distance. The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. The young man put away his thoughts. The leading rider was wearing a rare purple robe in Bailiang. It should be known that the purple robe in the capital was inferior to the red robe in the capital. It meant that the power of the purple robe in the capital was not as good as the local officials in the red robe. When the governor dismounted and was about to kneel, the young man smiled and waved his hand. "We are in a hurry, so there's no need for that. Let's talk in the carriage." The person who came was General Huang Fujin of Yuzhou. Of course, only the king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, could make him kneel. The two sat in the carriage. Su Fengnian's eldest disciple, Feng Long, carefully put away the book and became the coachman. The sword master Mi Fengjie, who carried a long box on his back, and the death warrior Fan Xiaochai, who wore a cold blade at her waist, guarded the left and right of the carriage. Su Fengnian and Huang Fujin sat opposite each other. One was casually sitting cross-legged, while the other was kneeling. Huang Fujin apologized and said, "I've kept you waiting." Su Fengnian didn't say anything. Huang Fujin also knew that this kind of official entertainment would only make the man in front of him feel disgusted. He immediately said, "According to the latest intelligence reports, the spider web pole catchers, butterfly catchers, and Beimeng Jianghu experts who infiltrated Yuzhou have all been killed. Apart from the 6 missing, 2 of them were instigated. One of them was used to fish out the 6 fish that slipped through the net, while the other was used as a hidden chess piece to return to Beimeng." Su Fengnian nodded. He wouldn't meddle in specific affairs and wouldn't criticize the whisk room that Chu Lushan had painstakingly built. Thus he changed the topic and asked, "How's Su Yanbing?" Huang Fujin replied, "He's still on the way. Apart from Tai Chi, and Ko Kuer, who died on the spot, the other 8 fled northward. 6 days ago, Pabing Peak's chief Wu Yila was the first to be abandoned by the other experts. He killed Yu Fengqi for Su Yanbing. 4 days ago, Beimeng's devil Ahima died 30 miles north of Yozhou's border, but he successfully stalled Su Yanbing. Fortunately, 3 days ago, the Qi cultivators of the Guanyin sect found some clues and discovered that the 6 had turned back to Shirlu County in the northwest of Yuzhou. They almost escaped. 2 days ago, another 2 Beimeng experts were killed by Su Yanbing's spear." Su Fengnian chuckled softly and said, "Then there's only the small idea of the princess's grave left. The great Yu Fu, that old lover of spiderwebs Li Mibi, and Tai Madai, who had the highest chance of becoming a sword immortal after his sword aura neared Huang Qing's level. 10 top experts were dispatched together. Moreover, they had used all their schemes, but in the end, they ended up in such a miserable state. I'm afraid that the old woman and Li Mibi didn't expect it. Oh right, rumor has it that Tai Madai, is very young. Beimeng's underworld has always said that he's the Dong Tai of the grasslands. Moreover, his realm skyrocketed during his escape. Not only did he rapidly advance to Finger Xian, but his last sword move also had some demeanor of a sword immortal. Is this true?" Huang Fujin nodded and said, "Tai Madai, is different from the other Beimeng experts who have stagnated in their realms. His martial arts cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Almost every time he went through a life-and-death battle, he would gain something. According to the spy report, this person is at most 28 or 29 years old. He has a medium build, but moss grows under his armpits like dragon scales. It's rumored that he has the aura of a real dragon." At this point, Huang Fujin sneered and said, Taima Dyer's ancestor was indeed a mighty lord of the grasslands. The last bit of vitality of the Great Feng dynasty was tormented by his ancestor. As for the dragon scales under his armpits, I think it's nonsense. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. Since Huang Qing's fate didn't bestow a piece of the willow after his death, it must have landed on Taima Dai, perhaps the Bronze Man Grandmaster's portion was also given to him." Although Huang Fujin was from the underworld, he hated the underworld the most. It could even be said that he hated it to the bone. Su Fengnian suddenly laughed and said, "In the end he still died. Who asked him to meet a half-step martial saint? I can see that Uncle Su's realm is also rising steadily. His small half-step is more terrifying than others who break through several realms." Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes and leaned against the wall of the carriage. He said slowly, "The old underworld will soon be extinct under the iron hooves of war horses. I wonder what the underworld will be like in the future. Before this, be it the Fish Dragon Gang in Bailiang, or the Great Snow Plateau in Mount Hui, they'll all be short-lived. Dao De Sect, Chess and Sword Music School, Mount Buberang, Princess's Grave, Mount Wudong, Su Yambing, Suatia Valley, Mi Fingjia, Wu family's 100 cavalry and 100 swords. In addition, there were the Guanyin sect in the South Sea and Mount Lantua in the west who could no longer leave. How many more masters would die in Bailiang?" Huang Fujin said resentfully. "Northern Mang has just casually mobilized 20,000 cavalrymen, and all 80 strongholds outside the Great Wall of Northern Ji County have moved inwards. What a bunch of fearless good-for-nothings. If they are so capable, why don't they just give up Hengshui and Silver Harrier cities as well?" Su Fengnian said calmly, "The general of Silver Harrier City, Lu Yanlang, is a famous fence-sitter. When the wind blows in the capital, he can move faster than the officials in the capital. With Yuan Tingshan in North Ji County, it's certain that they'll deliberately let Bailiang win. Let's not have any hope." With a gloomy face, Huang Fujin said, "If Lu Yanlang really gives up Silver Harrier, then Horizontal Water City will be left alone outside the border. Besides, the general who controls Horizontal Water City, Wei Jingtang, is one of the few favorite students of Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu who rose up in the military. For many years, this man has always had a strong hostility toward Bailiang. Now that Zhang Jiulu is dead, Wei Jingtang can barely protect himself, let alone go against the Ministry of War. Perhaps he will withdraw even more decisively than Lu Yanlang. With that, North Ji County's gate is wide open. Once Beimang continues to send in more soldiers, and with Gu Jiantong's Western Frontier Army remaining still, there's a possibility that North Ji County will be attacked from both front and rear. Yu Wandao's Yuzhou cavalry will be in a bad situation. Previously, when they roamed outside the Great Wall of North Ji County and cut off Beimang's army supply, they will become empty talk." Su Fengnian sneered and said, "Don't worry. If Lu Yanlang and Wei Jingtang don't want to guard the gate, we'll let Yu Wandao's 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry help them." High up in the sky, a handsome bird suddenly broke through the clouds and dived down. Yu Dilong, who was acting as the coachman, raised his arm with a bright smile on his face. The bird landed on the child's arm with its claws like hooks and a powerful force. Fortunately, Yu Dilong's chi was strong and vigorous. This gerfalcon, a 6 years phoenix, came from Liaodong. It was brewed by Chu Lushan himself and gifted to His Royal Highness. The tributes from Liao were divided into 9 grades. Among the gerfalcons, which were said by the hunters of Liao, 9 years death and 1 life is rare. The 3 years dragon and the autumn yellow were the 2 rare breeds, and the 6 years phoenix was even harder to find. Su Fengnian was traveling Jianghu for the first time. Other than Old Yellow and the inferior horse, he was accompanied by this 6 years phoenix. Yu Dilong cheerfully called out, "Master." Su Fengnian poked his head out of the curtain and took the spear falcon. He intimately patted its head before untying the string on its leg. Then he lightly shook his arm. The 6 years phoenix spread its wings and flew high up. It circled above its master's head a few times before suddenly rising up and flying away. The information that came back was only 3 simple words: "Guard to the death." The meaning was very clear. Wei Jingtang would guard Horizontal Water City to the death. Su Fengnian sighed softly and said, "The wind knows the strength of the grass." In his joy, Huang Fushi asked doubtfully, Why would Wei Jingtang risk his life to guard horizontal water city? Could it be Protector General Chu's secret plan? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, no matter how skilled Fu Shuifang is, he can't bribe a scholar like Wei Jingtang. Su Fengnian thought for a while and said, it's probably because his master Zhang Julu's death that made Wei Jingtang make up his mind. Huang Fushi was still indignant. It's a pity that Ji province only produced one Wei Jingtang. Su Fengnian said expressionlessly, why don't you say that the Liang dynasty only produced one Zhang Julu? After a short silence, Su Fengnian smiled and said, it seems like you have to go to Yuzhou alone. I'll go to Jibei to find Yu Luandao and take a look at that Wei Jingtang. Huang Fushi's heart trembled and he said in shock, Your Highness, are you going to take the risk and personally lead the troops out of the calabash? Without waiting for Su Fengnian to speak, Huang Fushi jumped off the carriage and rushed to the front of the post house. He then knelt down with a thump and did not say a word. He just knelt there. Yu Dilong hurriedly stopped the carriage. After Su Fengnian got off the carriage, he walked over to help this general of Yuzhou who had lost his composure. However, Huang Fushi, who was once mocked by the officials of Lingzhou as the *1 watchdog under Mount Qingliang, refused to get up. Su Fengnian said in a low voice, Get up. Chapter 1363. Huang Fujin lay prone on the post road and said in a dull voice, If I don't stop His Highness today, I will be scolded to death by Protector General Chu, Commander Yan and Second Princess tomorrow. A king of Bailiang who killed tens of thousands of enemies and died in battle can't compare to a king of Bailiang who's living well in Bailiang. Su Fengnian frowned. I don't need you to remind me of this. I know better than anyone what's important. Don't worry, I'll bring Mi Fengjie and Fan Shaochai. Besides, although my realm isn't as good as before, it's not hard for me to escape and protect myself. There aren't many top experts left in Beimang. Huang Fujin was determined to be stubborn to the end. He looked up at Su Fengnian and asked, What if Tuoba Bodhisattva comes to kill you? Su Fengnian said helplessly, Tuoba Bodhisattva is on his way to Lu province. Besides, have you forgotten about Su Yambing who's about to finish things off at the border of Yuzhou? Seeing that Huang Fujin was still unwilling to get up, Su Fengnian kicked him and said angrily, Huang Fujin, your death remonstrance is 1,000 miles away from the imperial censor of Grand Peace City. Get up. Huang Fujin got up slowly and hesitated for a moment before saying softly, Your Highness, I'll say something rebellious. You can't die. If you die, I'll never be able to become the Gu Jiantang of Bailiang. Su Fengnian only glanced at Huang Fujin's heartfelt words and dismissed them with a smile. Then he and Yu Dilong each got on a horse and rode away with Mi Fengjie and Fan Shaochai. Huang Fujin didn't wipe the sweat off his forehead. Both sides knew that what Huang Fujin really wanted to say wasn't the Gu Jiantang of Bailiang, but the Su Shao of Liang dynasty. One day he would be crowned king. Huang Fujin didn't mind that Su Fengnian knew about his ambitions. The four riders galloped eastward on the post road. Lulong, whose horsemanship was already very exquisite, turned his head to look at the cavalry and asked, Master, what did this Yuzhou general say? What oil and what lantern? Su Fengnian laughed and said, You want to say that he's not easy to deal with? Who did you learn from? Junior sister Wang Sheng or junior brother Lu Yinzhang? The child chuckled. Su Fengnian teased, Missing Wang Sheng? Then why didn't you go to Beimang with her? The child quickly put on a straight face and said seriously, She went to Beimang with that white fox face to train her martial arts. How can I be a burden to her? She said that when we return to MT Qingliang, she will definitely beat me and Lu Yunzhang alone. Su Fengnian said meaningfully, You've already lost half the battle. Yu Dilong was stunned. Junior sister, are you really able to master the most powerful sword art in Beimang? Then he couldn't help but laugh to himself. Su Fengnian shook his head. The taciturn Mi Fengjie said worriedly, In the end, Ji province is not Bailiang. There are many hidden spies. Your Highness should be careful. Su Fengnian nodded. Mi Fengjie secretly glanced at the female sacrificial warrior, Fan Shaochai. This mysterious grandmaster didn't understand why Su Fengnian wanted to bring her along. Mi Fengjie was determined to keep a close eye on her, just in case. Fan Shaochai looked ahead with an indifferent expression. Ji Province was once part of Northern Han. In fact, it wasn't just the Han family of Ji Province. Northern Han's rule had lasted for more than 160 years. Too many aristocratic families had once been Northern Han's subjects. As for her Fan family, it had been loyal for generations. Su Fengnian suddenly said, "This time you might not have the opportunity to visit the graves of the Fan family's ancestors. If you decide to stay in Ji Province, I can agree to it right now. You don't need to be in a hurry to answer. We can talk about it when we get there." Fan Xiaochai suddenly bit her lip, causing blood to seep out. Her eyes were crazed. She laughed. "I don't have the face to visit the graves of my ancestors. Since I can't kill you, and don't even dare to attack you, I can watch you die on the battlefield with my own eyes." The famed sword in Mi Fengjia's case shook violently. He angrily shouted, "Fan Xiaochai, are you seeking death?" Fan Xiaochai's shoulders trembled slightly. Her laughter grew louder and louder. Sitting high on her horse, her face was full of disdain. "TSK, a mysterious finger expert. I am truly afraid of death." Su Fengnian calmly said, "Enough." Mi Fengjie took a deep breath. Fan Xiaochai immediately retracted her crazed aura. Their mounts paused for no reason. The neglected child, Yu Dilong, looked at the old man who reached out to support the sword case, and then looked at the young woman whose fingers were a little green from holding the reins. This eldest disciple of Su Fengnian secretly curled his lips. Su Fengnian closed his eyes. He knew that many people had already begun to die in Yuzhou. The Hanlin predecessors of the Liang dynasty were not stingy with their writing when they wrote the history of Northern Han. Unlike the deliberate belittling of Vietnam and Tang, they were especially appreciative of Northern Han, especially Ji Province. They called it, "Ji Province is full of heroes." They were all brave warriors who died with a clear conscience. However, in the confrontation with the butcher Su Shao, the Fan family, the mainstay of the Northern Han army, had one soldier after another bravely sacrificed themselves. After the Han family had submitted to the Liang dynasty and had their entire family executed, the veteran General Yang Xinqing was the first to be trapped in the Guangling circuit. Ji Province was like an old man past his prime who refused to accept his old age. In the end, it was truly old. As the sun set in the west, two people stood side by side on the city walls of Transverse Water City, located at the forefront of Northern Ji. The man wearing the uniform of a Liang civil official was in his 40s. He had a scholarly and refined temperament, but his face had the rough and weathered appearance of someone who had lived on the border for a long time. He was Transverse Water City's garrison general, Wei Jingtang, second in the imperial examination in the 9th year of Yonghui. However, he did not choose to use the Hanlin Academy as a springboard for his career. Instead, he first observed politics in the Ministry of War for half a year. Very quickly, he requested to be transferred to the border of Liaodong. As a result, Wei Jingtang came to Ji Province. First, he served as the county magistrate of southern Ji. As his official rank grew higher and higher, the area under his jurisdiction grew closer and closer to the border of Ji Province. Finally, he became the commanding officer of the military administration of Transverse Water City. He was only at the 4th rank. In terms of profiting, as long as he did not touch the border trade, he could not even compare to the county magistrates of Jiangnan. In terms of official prestige, he was far inferior to the outstanding figures who had passed the imperial examinations. There was a man from the same hometown as him who was only a top 3 jinshi. When he was young, he had a grudge with him. In the capital, he was only the commanding officer of the Ministry of War. Over the years, he had been making things difficult for him. Previously, when the Ministry of War was observing politics at the border, there was a man from the same year who brought a letter to Wei Jingtang. In the letter, he asked Wei Jingtang how the sandstorm in the northwest tastes. He even threatened to make Wei Jingtang drink in this godforsaken place for the rest of his life. Wei Jingtang smiled at this. That fellow student who had clung onto the capital's third Prince Jean would probably never be able to understand how the barren desert frontier fortress in his eyes was, and how it could make a scholar give up his brush and join the army without regret. The young general standing beside Wei Jingtang was the young commanding officer of the Yuzhou cavalry, Yu Wandao. Previously, when the Beimeng cavalry demonstrated their power outside the pass, Liu Yanlang gave up on Silver Sparrow City, leaving behind only a few old and weak soldiers, and a dozen or so officials who didn't know how to show respect to their superiors. Yul Wandao's cavalry wasn't in a hurry to enter the city. Instead, they set up camp outside Silver Sparrow City. When they realized that there wasn't any movement in Transverse Water City, they entered the city alone 2 days ago to find Wei Jingtang. After that, Yul Wandao's subordinates took over the granary of Silver Sparrow City. Wei Jingtang had the right to control it, but he just turned a blind eye to it. Some of his subordinates were angry, but Wei Jingtang only said one sentence. Transverse Water City can't touch Silver Sparrow's grain. If we take even 1 grain, someone will lose his position. However, instead of being treated as an invasion by the Beimang barbarians, what's wrong with handing it over to someone who is willing to draw a blade against the Beimang? The extraordinarily handsome Yul Wandao didn't just have the peerless blade passed down from his ancestors, Great Yuan, on his waist, he also had a brand new cold blade that was equally eye-piercing. He asked softly, "Lord Wei, I still don't understand. However, I still want to thank you on behalf of the Beiliang." Wei Jingtang was silent. His expression was resolute as he gazed at the endless desert of yellow sand. Not moving south was a crime. Allowing the Silver Sparrow's grain to be taken by the Yuzhou cavalry was an even greater crime. If that official from the Ministry of War returned to the capital and wrote a report, saying a few words of incompetence in governance, it would be another crime. Being punished for several crimes was already enough for Wei Jingtang to lose his head. Those old brothers of his who had exchanged their lives with him in Transverse Autumn City didn't understand either. Some of them almost wanted to tie him up and take him to Jinan, saying that Transverse Water City could be defended to the death by them. They didn't need Wei Jingtang alone. However, Wei Jingtang still stood here in the end. Yul Wandao laughed. "Although there are some people from Jizhou who risked their lives to support the grain supply for my 10,000 cavalry, without the Silver Sparrow's granary, we would still be stretched thin today. That Yuan Tingshan can't wait to give me a taste of his own medicine." Wei Jingtang said impartially. "Although his character is like a clown and is loathsome, I have to admit that this man's management and command of troops is not bad." Yul Wandao looked at the wisps of smoke rising from several tens of miles away, then smiled and said, "Lord Wei, just take it that I'm just trying to spite you. Today, I'm going to teach you one thing. Although the cavalry of Tranquil Province is not as strong as the cavalry of Liang Province, they are much stronger than your northern Ji cavalry." Wei Jingtang smiled faintly and said helplessly, "I'll wait and see." Yul Wandao turned around, and was about to leave when he suddenly turned back. He took down the cold blade from his waist, and placed it on the city wall. With a solemn expression he said, "Lord Wei, whether you accept it or not, I'll give you this cold blade. I, Beiliang, respect all those who dare to fight to the death." Wei Jingtang didn't pick up the cold blade. He smiled and asked, "Even if I'm the Grand Secretary's disciple? Even if I've been scolding General Su Xiao as a traitor to the country?" Yul Wandao laughed and cupped his fists. He left the cold blade behind and left in a carefree manner. Wei Jingtang watched as the eldest grandson of the Yu family, who was supposed to have a bright future in Li Yang's officialdom, walked down the city wall. He retracted his gaze and looked at the Beiliang blade. He said softly, "What a Beiliang." Chapter 1364. Wei Jingtang raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes brimming with tears. He smiled and said, "Teacher, in your letter, you asked me if I dared to go down and drink with you. Student Wei Jingtang is more than happy to do so." Outside the mouth of the gourd in Yuzhou, in a massive commander's tent that was heavily guarded by soldiers, the coals produced by the finest carp kiln burned fiercely, blocking out the spring chill. Of the 30-some people in the tent, half of them were dressed in the armor of Beimang's high-ranking military officers, while the other half were dressed in the uniform of the Southern Dynasty's Ministry of War. The latter were all between 20 and 30 years old. At this moment, the vanguard of the army had already begun to break through the mouth of the gourd. The vanguard had over 90,000 people, with the main general, Yang Yuanzhan, commanding the various troops. The main force was the 30,000 personal soldiers of this great general of Beimang, while the various garrisons of Dragon Waste Province had 40,000 soldiers. However, The true elites were the 20,000 Ruran cavalry under the command of the Southern Dynasty's assistant minister of the Ministry of War. The Ruran Mountains had always been an important source of troops for the elite cavalry of the northern plains. It produced fine horses, but it also produced strong soldiers. Most importantly, compared to other places, the Ruran cavalry were more obedient, willing to give up their lives and daring to fight to the death. Beimang and Liang had fought so many great battles during Yonghui's reign. The valiance displayed by the Ruran cavalry had even caused many famous generals of the Central Plains to raise their eyebrows. Back then, even the old Grand Secretary of Liang had to admit that the barbarians here had the style of the Great Qin. Other than the vanguard led by Yang Yuanzhan, who had already driven south, the remaining 200,000 soldiers were still biding their time outside the mouth of the gourd. Compared to the invasions of the nomads in history, this expedition south to Beimang was clearly more methodical. Yang Yuanzhan was the nominal commander-in-chief of Beimang's eastern front. However, after Yang Yuanzhan led the troops out, there was no chaos in the seemingly leaderless commander's tent. Countless orders for the deployment of troops were accurately issued from here to the various armies. This was all thanks to Dong Zhuo, the #1 military and political figure in the Southern Dynasty. After he became the king of the Southern Courtyard, he focused on restructuring the Ministry of War and added the position of strategist in front of the curtains. He took the opportunity to promote a large group of young people to become the staff of the Ministry of War. Everyone was bestowed with fine clothes and jade belts by the emperor. Hence, they were nicknamed strategist in front of the curtains. Even though their ranks were not high, they were considered to be of low status and power. As long as the strategies they formulated were reviewed by the Ministry of War in the western capital, not to mention the generals of the towns and the prairie lord, even the prefectures of the various provinces and generals like Yang Yuanzhan and Hong Jingyan had to follow the rules. After the start of the war, these strategists all left the Ministry of War and followed the army. Most of them rushed to the eastern front. Dong Zhuo gave them the power to act according to the circumstances. Of course, it was impossible for there to be no opposition in the imperial court in the western capital. However, Fatty Dong didn't pay much attention to them, and even shamelessly used Her Majesty's imperial edict as a shield. Furthermore, the young people who rose to the center of the imperial court overnight were mostly from the Yelu and Murong surnames, or the flaming and plump aristocrats from Longguan. They were the young talents from the north, 7 south and 3 surnames A in Beimang. It could be said that Dong Zhuo's exceptional promotion had captured almost all the top aristocrats in Beimang in one fell swoop. As a result, the saliva in the western capital didn't even need to be refuted by the king of the south courtyard, who knew how to conduct himself. However, Beimang soon realized how insidious and cunning Fatty Dong was. These strategists were divided into 2 groups. One group went to the eastern front to impede General Yang Yuanzhan, and the other group went to the western front where General Lu Gui was. Only the central front didn't have any strategists. However, the general situation had been determined. In addition, the war in the north of Liangzhou was destined to be the deadliest and bloodiest. It wasn't easy to gain military merits there. Therefore, the old and cunning elders behind the strategists could only pinch their noses and admit defeat. However, when almost everyone thought that the Battle of Heluku in Yuzhou was just a side dish to the war in Liangzhou, the king of the south courtyard, Dong Zhuo, actually came here in person and joined a group of strategists. In the military tent as spacious as a hall, Dong Zhuo stood at the northernmost position at one end of the long table. On the table was a sand table with mountains, rivers and cities. The terrain of Heluku could be seen at a glance. In the last years of the Great Feng Dynasty, there was a generation of mathematicians who proposed the tilt reordering method in their works. Later there was the 6 directions map. After more than 300 years of improvement, Huang Longshi proposed the theory of altitude, which made the sand table technology reach its peak. Therefore, today's sand table was so delicate and accurate that it was enough to stun the ancients. On this sand table, the system of Heluku Wu Castle created by Hong Xinjia was most directly reflected. The 3 cities, 6 passes, and 200 strongholds were all marked on the sand table. As the number of beacon towers was too small, Only those important beacon towers that occupied dangerous places were marked with small flags less than an inch long. The king of the south courtyard, who was travel-worn, had just arrived here with hundreds of Dong family's cavalrymen. After drinking a mouthful of coarse milk tea, with a strong smell of mutton to drive away the cold, he asked a young strategist from a major clan in Gusai province to tell him the progress of the Battle of Hulukkawu Castle. The latter, who was holding a slender long pole made of jasper, drew a big circle on the sand table and said loudly, "Baelyang put Hong Xinjia in an important position. By the beginning of this spring, he has built 214 strongholds in Hulukku in Yuzhou province." The Battle of Mount Daxing in Liang province started in the first year of Yonghui province. Upon hearing this, a prairie lord, who was planning to come to Yuzhou province to snatch food, people, and military exploits, could not help but roll his eyes and say, "Don't talk about those boring things. Just tell us where our sons have fought their way to Hulukkawu Castle, and how many heads they have chopped off. It's easy for you to say it, kid, but King Dong, and we can also hear it clearly. Every time I hear you people who have read books talking about it, I feel like I'm going to doze off." Dongjue did not even look at that big talker, but stared at the sand table and said slowly, "Go on." The prairie lord immediately shrunk his neck, and dared not to act rashly. The strategist continued, "Mount Daxing in Liang province was first proposed by the Han family of Ji province. Their original intention was to reduce the pressure of grain and fodder supply, when Liang province launched the war in the early days. Later on, Liang province took the opportunity to withdraw all the border armies in Ji province, and move them inwards to strengthen the internal defense and shorten the transportation distance of grain and fodder. Once the war broke out, they could use the fort to slow down the vanguard of the enemy, and then the main force in the rear would wait for an opportunity to strike. However, over the past 10 years, Liang province has purposely placed more emphasis on the two Liao provinces and neglected Ji province. Obviously, they have the intention to use Ji province, a soft persimmon, as the opening of Yuzhou province. As long as our army chooses Ji province as the breakthrough point, Baelyang and the two Liao provinces will be able to launch a pincer attack." The strategist pointed at somewhere north of Hulukkawu Castle, with the long jasper pole in his hand. "Baelyang's fort is especially majestic. The big fort has more than 1,000 steps around it, and the small fort has more than 800 steps around it. The big fort has 600 steps around it, and the small fort has 300 steps around it. Moreover, the fort has never had a fixed shape. It is closely connected to the geography of Hulukkawu Castle, tightly controlling the river valley. Most of the walls are made of rammed earth, and some of them are covered with bricks. Many forts have several layers inside and outside, with different heights. If we are careless, even if we successfully break through the fort's gate, we will still have to fight a tough battle. This is enough to show Hong Xinjia's sinister intentions. For example, the group of forts here at Hulukkawu Castle, with the Jujube Horse Fort as the core, and the Green Wind Fort Be Rising Fort, and the other 18 forts surrounding and protecting them. In total, there are 3,400 garrison soldiers. The first fierce battle between the two sides will definitely take place here." The jade pole in his hand shifted slightly to the south. If Baelyang's Hulukkawu Castle was only blocked by these forts, it would not be worth mentioning. However, after Chen Jibao became the governor of Baelyang, 3 towering and sturdy cities were built at Hulukkawu Castle. Although they are far inferior to the number 1 town in the northwest, Huta City, they are definitely not to be underestimated. This Crouching Bao City, built against the mountain, is one of them. In fact, all the forts in the northern line of defense at Hulukkawu Castle are attached to Crouching Bao City. Unlike the forts that only defend to the death, the 3 cities of Hulukkawu Castle each have a different number of elite cavalry troops from Yuzhou. A major third-rank general from Ju province laughed and said, "That Yuzhou also has a capable cavalry troop? I thought that Yan Wenlwan's subordinates were only a group of soldiers crawling like turtles." The story of turtles crawling like turtles had been circulating in Beimang for a long time. In the past 20 years, most of the battles in Liangmang took place on the northern line of defense in Liangzhou. Yuzhou had always been sparse. Baelyang infantry commander Yan Wenlwan, this old tiger, had no power to speak of in the eyes of Beimang. The younger Beimang generals were somewhat convinced by Baelyang governor Chu Lushan, or the new cavalry commander Yuan Zhuozong? After all, Yuan Zhuozong's military achievements in the several large-scale battles in the hinterland of Beimang many years ago were obvious to all. That Lu Qiu'er even chased the current king of South Courtyard for almost 1,000 li. Moreover, Beimang's cavalry was like the wind. How could they pay attention to slow infantry? Therefore, Yan Wenwan had the nickname of Turtle General in Beimang. Dong Zhuo finally spoke with a solemn expression. All of you are clearly aware that my Dong clan army consists mostly of infantrymen. But perhaps all of you aren't aware that I, Dong Zhuo, learned from Yan Wenwan when I first trained my infantrymen. Although now it's enough to look down on most of the Yuzhou infantry, Yan Wenwan, who you laughed at as Turtle General, has 1,000 heavy armored soldiers under his command. His fighting strength is still worthy of being called the world's #1 infantry troop. How's the fighting strength of Dong infantry? Do I need to boast? Dong Zhuo raised his head and looked at the people present with cold eyes. The Yuzhou cavalry is not good enough? Don't forget that the Longxiang army that turned our Gusai province into a sieve was based on the Yuzhou cavalry. Dong Zhuo smiled gloomily, revealing his white teeth. Right, I forgot to tell you a secret. After General Yang Yuanzhan learned that he was going to fight Yan Wenwan, he had already made arrangements for his funeral. If you think that I, Dong Zhuo, am boosting the morale of others and diminishing my own prestige, it's fine. I'll say the ugly words first. When the time comes, whoever is hurt by the Yuzhou garrison, remember not to complain to me or His Majesty. Chapter 1365. The armored generals present were all a bit resentful, but the strategists who had been treated with disdain recently only felt pleased. A while ago, the latter patiently explained the terrain, structure, and distribution of troops to the vanguard generals in detail, down to the details of each fort and each beacon. This seemingly trivial information was precious military intelligence obtained by Beimang's spies with their blood. Only at that time, most of the military officers in the army were just yawning. In their eyes, wherever Beimang's iron cavalry went, those who surrendered would be killed, and those who didn't would be killed even more. War was just that simple. Why would they need to embroider like a woman? This kind of deep-rooted understanding could not be changed by the strategists who were only minor 6th rank and major 7th rank. However, the arrival of South Courtyard's King Dong Zhuo, who was currently in the limelight, made all of the generals more or less alert. This was especially true when he mentioned Great General Yang Yuanzhan's funeral arrangements. It made several of Yang Yuanzhan's trusted generals break out in cold sweat. Under the hint of Dong Zhuo's gaze, the strategists who felt refreshed began to speak tirelessly. Using continuous forts to block our army's attack was just the naive view of the civil officials in Li Yang's imperial court more than 10 years ago. In fact, back then, the embryonic form of North Ji Castle had already clearly told both sides that without a majestic city as the core of the defense, Li Yang's idea of making Mang cavalry unable to penetrate deep into the enemy was too naive. There were many forts in North Ji Castle at that time, with some 50 li away and some 30 li close. They could be said to be closely distributed to the crucial points of defense. However, back then, our great Mang used countless successful surprise attacks to prove one thing, that forts were indeed the key points of defense. Wanting to stop a nimble cavalry army from advancing south was just a pipe dream. Ji province's forts were like trees in a forest, and the troops were divided into different areas. How could they dare to fight? Therefore later on, Li Yang's imperial censors impeached those North Ji Castle's officers, scolding them that Ko Daji hid like a turtle. Ko Xiaoji still did not dare to fight, only daring to fight when the Ko Daji retreated several hundred li. When he spoke up to hear, the strategist revealed a faint smile. He reached out his hand and pointed at his own nose. And the Li Yang imperial censors' esteemed lords are talking about is precisely our northern Mang cavalry. Everyone in the tent burst into laughter. Even Dong Zhuo had a faint smile on his face. A grassland chief, who had tens of thousands of herdsmen under his command, laughed out loud and said, "Huyen Junji, if you had said that earlier, we wouldn't have been so impatient. You always talk about how formidable those forts in Yu province are, but if you don't properly praise us great Mang boys, wouldn't we, the rough men who feel that learning to read is even more terrifying than being beheaded, not be able to listen?" This time, Dong came to Yu province mainly to pour cold water on the generals in the East Front. But he also had the intention of improving the stiff relationship between strategists and generals with real power. In Beimang, especially in the northern grassland royal court, there was only one word to describe it: rough. As the number one official in the southern court, what Dong wanted to do was to combine the brains of the southern court with the military force of the northern court. Not only should the two sides not hinder each other, they should also try their best to cooperate. This was definitely not a daydream of Dong Zhuo, because those strategists who knew the essence of the war in the Central Plains and were proficient in military strategies on paper were in the same boat as the generals on the front line. After all, they were bound together for good or ill. As long as Dong Zhuo broke through the window paper, the two sides would be able to work together as one. They would earn military merits on horseback and divide military merits on horseback. If they could take down Yu province and Beiliang in one go, it would be tantamount to taking off the clothes of this pretentious noble lady in the Central Plains. By then the iron cavalry of Beimang would be unstoppable, and the ruler of the Central Plains would be surnamed Murong, just like His Majesty. Dong Zhuo subconsciously clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing. As long as he could take down Beiliang, the general trend would be in the hands of Beimang. In the future, it would be impossible to rely on the famous generals of Liang to stop the iron cavalry from going south. The only real enemy of Beimang was the tall cities that were in the way. Thinking of this, Dong Zhuo walked to a side table in the tent. On the table, there was a wooden model of the three cities inside the gourd mouth. It was made by skilled craftsmen. The Taiping order had ordered the craftsmen in the western capital to make it carefully. There were about 40 of them, including all the important cities in Beiliang. They were specially made for the generals on the front line to know the structure of the cities in Beiliang. There were 8 of them in Yuzhou on the eastern front. 3 of them were placed in the tent for the time being. At that time, the carriage was bumpy, and the wooden model made from Chongqing City was broken into pieces. Many strategists went to the imperial clan official in charge of the delivery to ask for an explanation. That guy, who had the surname Yelu, picked his nose and said whatever he wanted. At that time, there were dozens of strong retainers behind him. They had already taken out their swords and were about to chop those strategists. Then a few days later, an imperial edict arrived. That imperial clan official was beheaded on the spot, and all his retainers were sentenced to death. The brand new wooden model from Chongqing City was also sent. The eunuch who delivered the edict only said to the official's backer, "This model was personally supervised by the Taiping order." Therefore, the trembling Yelu general immediately gave up the idea of crying injustice for his nephew. The strategists once again described the structure of the wooden model to the generals in the tent. They explained what the battlements were, what the parapets were, what the horseface platform was, and what the various crossbow configurations were, interspersed with the battles of the Central Plains in a certain dynasty. When the strategist whose mouth was dry finally finished speaking, Dong Zhuo said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the cities in the Central Plains are filled with traps, and the layout is exquisite. You must remember one thing. As siege generals, the more we know how to defend a city, the more lives we, the northern Mang men, can have." Dong Zhuo raised his arm and pointed in the direction of the gourd. Crouching Bao City is the first city in Yuzhou. In order to uproot it, we will definitely have thousands or even tens of thousands of people die there. It is destined that we will never be able to return to our hometown on the grassland. Of course, I hope that everyone in our army can enter the hinterland of Yuzhou alive. We can even fight all the way to Xiangfan in Liang, and the southern border guarded by the king of Yin. We can see what the sea looks like. But this is not realistic. People will die in war. Otherwise, General Yang Yuanzhan would not fight this battle with the determination to die. Dong Zhuo's face suddenly turned ferocious. He said sternly, "I, Dong Zhuo, came here today just to say a few words from my heart. Even if my Beimang men have to die, they will die in a place further south.